and monsters. It has been far too long since the legends of Age of Mythology have battled. Once again, armies gather, and titans wake from their slumber. The heavens crack, the ground splits, and only the worthy will stand. Mighty civilizations, each commanding myth and mortal alike.
Caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action, great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force set is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullis, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Athereal says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Athereal looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Athereal's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Athereal says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Athereal is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Athereal just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Athereal. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave, I thought it was a fail. Oh my God. But now, imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have to wait. Yo. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, another day, another you, another me. We've got the Champions League Season 4 qualifiers number 2 today. We had the qualifiers last week. If you missed out on the action, then I don't know where you were, but it was epic. We have 4 champions already decided. We've got Nyan Racing Cat. We got Mini Yeti. We've got 3DB. And we've got Grass. They've already made it in. They've got their ticket to the promised lands of extremely intense competitive Age Mythology for the next month and a bit. So lots of fun for them to come up. But today we need to crown not only the next 4 Champion League participants, but also 16 Challengers League qualifiers or Challengers League participants as well. So there's more on the line than just getting into Champions League for a lot of these players today. Every win matters, every loss matters, I guess, as well. As if you lose 3-2, that's like a versus 3-0. That's kind of like the difference between you getting into Challengers League and you kind of not. So it's kind of a big deal. Nonetheless, we are going to be jumping in to our first series, which is going to be none other than fan favorite Mr. John Arbiter versus my favorite Loki player to watch, Gaboo. They've already got their draft sorted, so let's jump over and check out what's happening there. Alrighty, so the draft is in, and no surprise from either of these players, to be honest. We've got Gaboo, grabs himself the Loki as his ace pick. Doesn't want that one banned away. He actually then bans away John's Hades. John grabs the Amaterasu and then bans away his most hated god, Odin. Grabs himself the Poseidon. Gaboo grabs himself the Thor and the Freyr, and the Shinon goes to John Arbiter. The Gaia, the Tsukiyomi over to Gaboo. An interesting map selection here as well. Marsh, Okuchichibu, starting on the map Blue Lagoon. For some reason, this map just gets through the ban process a lot of the times. I know John doesn't like his water map, so I'm not surprised to see him ban out that Mirage. A little bit surprised to see Gaboo banning out the Anatolia. He's actually quite good on that map, and it could be a nice one for him to make things happen. Our first game here will be heading in onto a Freyr versus Poseidon matchup, as I am still waiting for these guys to hit the go button. They are very, very ready to go. So that's going to be it. So Freyr versus Poseidon to kick the day off. If you guys want to check out the bracket as it's going along, if you guys want to see anyone else covering the tournament as we progress through, make sure you're checking out the other Age Mythology streamers and things like that. But you can go ahead and exclam bracket in the chat on Twitch. On YouTube, unfortunately, that function doesn't exist and I don't know how to set it up. So I am going to put it in here and entrust everyone to help me out with spamming that whenever anyone asks over on YouTube. So there you go, guys. Alrighty. I'm still waiting for them to kick it off. I might give them a little wriggle on. Let's get this show on. Up, they have started. Fantastic. Let's jump in. Is there? Yep. All right. Onwards and upwards. We're going to get into game Number one between John Arbiter and Gaboo. Let's get it. And in the right-hand corner of the map, sporting as the John Arbiter, realizing my UI is all messed up here, so I'm going to fix it like this. And we're just going to pretend for the hot minute here while it's all good. In the right-hand corner of the map, we do have the Poseidon here for John Arbiter. He's in the left-hand corner of the map. We have Gaboo playing as Freya. This is the first round of 64, best of 3 for the Champions League Season 4 qualifier number 2. Ignore what's going on over there. It says 1. It might change midway through this match. You never know. You really never know. Nonetheless, a very, very interesting pick here from Gaboo with the Freya. Generally not known for having amazing success on maps like Blue Lagoon, like maps that are super open. It can be a little bit tricky to actually get things going. And on top of this, these players have just suffered a balance patch sheer days before the qualifier. So this is, for me, the most nerve-wracking time to play a tournament is when you don't know what's going on, you don't know what's strong, you don't know what's weak, you know you're going to get surprised by something. There's a lot of things that can happen in a qualifier, especially a qualifier of the volatility of this nature. So we'll see if Gaboo is going to have what it takes here to navigate the now slightly weaker Norse economy with the powerhouse god Freya, and also if John is going to be able to pull out the Poseidon that he's been able to do so well for so long. How he hasn't really been playing Poseidon lately from what I've been seeing. He's been playing a lot of Hades, he's been playing a lot of Amaterasu, and that's kind of it on the side of John. So I know he played a lot of Poseidon. It'll be like riding a bike, but whether or not he's played a game or two to remind himself of what that bike feels like or not, I mean, we'll see what's going to happen in this game. Nonetheless, check out the relics. Up on to the top here, we have the Scarab Pendant. This one is the Behemoth Scarab, Mountain Giant, etc., with a little bit of a boost there. Basically all the siege weapons as well. Or siege, all the siege weapons as well. Over here we've got the little crow circle, addition to the Japanese DLC. This one's going to make your food and gold cost go down. Is this just better in every single way than... Oh, it's just the armory weapons there. So it's not your armory, just the armory weapons. On the bottom side of the map, we have the Tail of Cerberus, which is going to be special attack recharge time minus 25% there for the myth units. And finally, rounding it all out, one of my favorite relics in the game to have, and one of my least favorite relics in the game for my opponent to have, Pygmalion's statue. Hit points for the villagers plus 40%. As we do see now, John Arbiter going for a relatively competitive time, age up time here. It looking like it's about 4 minutes for Hermes here, and Gaboo on the other side is simply taking his time. He's going to be advancing really, really late here. He's gotten himself hand axe. He doesn't have pickaxe just yet. He's about to click advance. I imagine he's going through Freya, so he will have access to those Valkyrie, which are going to be really, really important to deal with any sort of centaur. But no Ulla means no fortress, which means no safety against the Poseidon, who is going to put an incredible amount of pressure onto him early on. As you can already see the stable coming down for John Arbiter at the moment. He also grabs himself that Pygmalion statue relic, so his villagers are going to be very, very safe to raids. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be invulnerable to raids, but they do have to be... You do have to be pretty careful here when all of this is said and done, as the Hersa coming over does intercept the centaur, so to speak, but you can only chase, you cannot catch up. The speed does manage to be a little bit more for John as he's trying to navigate through here to get in and get any amount of damage done. But Gaboo, perfect defense thus far, and he is trying to just wait it out for this next age, as the Valkyrie now comes in, and that is a complete counter to a naked center. The Atalanta is not in position. The Theseus is on the right side there, and this center is going to take a lot of damage here. If Gaboo animation cancels this, you can probably even catch that Hearser up, because that center does drop down to the speed of the Hearser. Now, unfortunately, that's not going to happen, but a whole bunch of damage will come in as the Katoskopos is going to come over and try and deny. We will see the Theseus coming up onto this spot to help out. A little bit of a snaring shenanigans going on over there as the Valkyrie going to leave. The Atalanta coming up with the Theseus, and that Valkyrie is out of here. Dangerous unit now out on the map here for John Arbiter to deal with. He needs to be very, very careful here, because that is going to head straight to his main base, as those heroes in the front here, not in the main base to deal with it. This means the Valkyrie has free reign on any sort of damage. Now, Pandora's box, Pygmalion statue in for John does mean that, well, he's probably going to be completely fine against the Valkyrie. He should be able to garrison. He shouldn't lose any villages, but he's still going to have idle time as the army for Gaboo pops out in force. Completely fine there, and John needs to pull back. Meanwhile, Valkyrie now into the main base, and you can see the damage is fairly small. Going to get a couple of shanks off before popping back into the tower, and this Valkyrie is just going to continue to get some damage done. Could even drop the Forest Fire in onto this position here, and does decide to do so, which means the villagers will have to move to a less than ideal forest gathering place. That back forest was incredibly nice there for John, but Gaboo smartly forest fires there. The Valkyrie, or the forest fire, does bring out one militia, so a nice little help there as the heroes are back to defend, but the Valkyrie will be strong. Nope, getting sniped up here. You don't want to be taking any damage with that Valkyrie, as Gaboo's going to try and bait onto the forest there, but great snipe from John. Gaboo gets through the early game, loses a Valkyrie. John gets through the early game without losing any villagers, almost losing one center, but still alive with 40 HP. Have to give a slight advantage over to John at this point. However, Freya versus Hermes instead of Ola versus Hermes is a little bit of a different situation. One low HP raiding cavalry snipe there for John, as Gaboo is going to pull back and look for what he can do next. We will see the upgrades coming through. Lord of the Horses obviously coming in for John. Going to allow him to heal up those Hippias now. Already this low HP Hippias going to be pulling himself back into relevance. Every single HP you get back from that tech is so much value. I can't stress that enough. And we do actually see the sneakiest of town centers coming up for Gaboo. This town center is an absolute Freya player's wet dream. Back hunt, back gold mine, forest, cliff protecting it. All of this is absolutely peak for a defensively orientated Freya. The only problem is no fortress to help out. So you do have the Gullenbursty to help on this one, as the Pegasus does come through, does spot this. The raiding cavalry not in position to defend. This could be a complete disaster now for Gaboo, as he's looking for a raid into the main base, and John is here to say bye-bye Hersers, bye-bye Berserk, and bye-bye all of those resources for this settlement. Absolute nightmare for Gaboo. He does get in, picks off one villager, picking off a second villager. The villagers turn around and shank. Who comes out in front on this, though? You picked off 3 military units and a 34-second remaining town center is probably a 2/3 built town center, so somewhere in the vicinity of 400 resources. I actually think that might be advantage Gaboo. After all is said and done, that was 4 villager kills. He's in front by 3 villagers at the moment. However, John is coming in, and Gaboo now in a little bit of a difficult spot. Does lose a dwarf there as well. So John strikes back as the Watchtowers is on the way, and we've already got inside the medium Hippias. John can turn around and take this raiding cavalry fight, and at this point, I think it would be somewhat prudent to mention the raiding cavalry in this specific matchup, and some others as well, but this specific one for sure, have been nerfed. They no longer have 20% hack armor. It's gone down to 15%. They did, however, get a boost against the Centaurs, which now with 45% pierce armor, they're going to be able to survive a little bit longer against those. However, the problem still remains that these raiding cavalry numbers will balloon out of control, and they might still be able to win these fights, but definitely not behind on upgrades. They will not. Meanwhile, more houses coming up, villagers making their way over to the berries, doing all the stuff that they need to do, but John playing very careful with these villagers. He knows he's up against the raiding cavalry, and he does not want to deal with that. Taking a huge fight right now, as he's got the upgrade advantage. He's got the Centaurs on the back, and he's got that newly advantageous position with that hack armor. As a Valkyrie pops out immediately, the Atalanta coming over to deal with that one there as well. And Gaboo's army melts. Ladies and gentlemen, John Arbiter has now found himself an insanely advantageous position. He's got himself a lot of low HP Hippias as well, which can heal up with that Lord of Horses. The raiding cavalry are going to try and chase these guys back, but Gaboo can't make this happen. He needs to get himself Herdman, more Valkyrie, some raids. Just ignore the army. Meanwhile, Gaboo on this gold mine now. Let's have a look at what John's doing with his Pegasus. He's floating over on this town center. Love it. Good idea, but he needs another Pegasus here to be floating over this one. He has not scouted the bottom side of the map, so he's not going to know that he can get a gold staff right in this minute. He could literally take the win right now, as Gaboo hasn't got any towers set up over on that gold mine. No walls set up. Sure, the villagers can retreat through this wooden wall that's going up for Gaboo now and potentially be safe, but with no gold means no army, means a challenging point, a challenging pathway for Gaboo to follow ahead. As that finally we see the medium cavalry coming in for Gaboo, but as you all know, Frere's weakness and strength is those technologies. It takes a long time for them to come through. This one here, 50 seconds, as Gaboo going to attempt to just sit back and wait. He's got a lot of wood in the bank as well at the moment, and that's going to be one of those things that he just has not much use for here. Can't build Throwing Axeman, can't build Draugr, or shouldn't build Throwing Axeman, can't build Draugr. You can build towers is maybe the best option for that. Putting a town center up over here could be another angle there. Now the raiding cavalry have gotten their medium upgrades. Does he have himself the Thundering Hooves? He does have Thundering Hooves, so at the very least he's got the speed advantage here. Meanwhile, on the other side for John, drops his market. He's going to be heading to the Heroic Age now, and he's going to be looking for a big, fat bronze, heavy cav, and Thracian horses. As the raiding cavalry pop in, the villagers will make their way into the towers, into the town center, coming over onto this side, as well as the villagers all try to get inside the watchtower there, but that is not going to be possible. Only 10 villagers can get in there, so one kill, but one raiding cavalry loss, as now the raiding cavalry moving down to the bottom side of the map here. He's going to try and take out the villagers here, and it looks like he will be spotting them. They're bugging out on the forest, though, as they finally decide, okay, let's get through here. And a little bit of damage to come through as ceasefire is called upon. John manages to deal with the chaos, keeps himself alive, gives himself the time. More raiding cavalry and Valkyries into the main base here. Villagers here are open for the pilfering, as Gaboo gonna pop over onto this spot, try and hide up on the top and maybe keep himself safe. Walls coming up all over the place now for John. Bit of dubious placement there. There is an opening there that John might not be aware of, as the raiding cavalry pulling around onto this side, going to actually look to maybe take out the armory. It is on fire there. Will be on fire for the rest of the game unless it gets repaired, as the Hippias coming through. But Gaboo says, all right, I will retreat there. Managing to pop through over onto this side. Picks off one villager. Coming over onto this side to pick off another villager or two, as John, now in the Heroic Age, has himself the Hydra, has himself the Bronze. No, we do have actually Bragi coming through here for Gaboo. As he picks off the other villager, he will need to escape here. You do not want to lose any raiding cavalry if you can help it. As he's going to come up to the top side. The villager is chopping a wood line, like a straggler tree here, instead of finishing the wall off, as the raiding cavalry managing to get out of here. These ones getting chased down. The Hydra already up to 351 damage, 2 heads, and a dream here moving forward. Over onto this side, Hippias do finally spot the the gold mine. Now, there are villagers up on this elephant here. Gaboo is really good at getting into, like, ridiculous places on the map. He can grab this gold mine with those villagers. He can put these dwarves potentially over onto a savannah tree if he so chooses. He's getting another great haul here. He's going to be grabbing himself medium or heavy cavalry immediately. Armory upgrades for Gaboo, non-existent. For John, however, full copper is in. Love that for John. Absolutely love that for John. As the dwarf's just going to chop this wood over here. And I like this also for John. Pegasus on this spot now. Pegasus on this spot now. Hippias coming up to check the gold mine on the top. And he's got a little bit of a check at the top here and a little bit of check over here as well. So Gaboo's tricks, while very, very spicy, may simply just not be enough as the villagers get spotted over here. They do have survival equipment. Going to start shanking the Hippias. He does have that Thracian horses, so a little bit of HP regen on the attack, but it's not going to be enough as a raiding cavalry going to move out looking for a little bit of a fight. The villagers simply will be retreating all the way back, but the Pegasus does notice this, and John is in hot pursuit here. He wants a villager kill or two. Over onto this side, John pulls back his villagers. Both players playing an exceptionally well-played game for the time being, but the villager kills on this retreat are going to be really, really painful for Gaboo as the dwarves finally make their way back over to the gold mine. Up onto this spot, an attempt at a little cheeky wall block does not go off there, and Gaboo gets out of there, gets the villagers snipe, doesn't lose any raiding cavalry, pulls out. Now we finally see those armory upgrades coming through, but John, he's got the resources almost here for even more armor. He can go up to a really nice amount of resources here. And now we see Prodromus. I like this for John. And a beautiful raid over onto the dwarves here as Gaboo losing dwarves left, right, and center. 1, 2. Go down. Is a third one going to go down as well? 3 dwarves falling there. What Gaboo needs here, and he's got the technology available to him, but he hasn't researched it, is he needs herdmen. Get yourself the herdman upgrade. It doesn't cost that much gold to build these guys. Look at the army which John is building. It's Hippias. It's going to be Prodromus. There's no weakness here to building any sort of herdman. Obviously, John could then go into some Hypaspis, but he doesn't have access to many of those at the moment as these raiding cavalry sneaking around here. The Prodromus are in hot pursuit, but both moving very speedily. 6.9 versus 6.6 speed. As a little bit of an engagement over here, Gaboo can't be affording to take any fights against this army just yet. As he pulls back into his main base, a little bit of a choke point with that Crenellation's tower upgrade should be good. As, wow, Gaboo loses all of his raiding cavalry there to these Prodromus. Great control from John at the moment. And flaming weapons gets dropped down. And guess who's just going to run? John. He doesn't need to stay here. He doesn't need to fight it. He's got bronze. He doesn't have his entire army here. This is absolutely fine for Mr. John Arbiter. And I'm going to keep on asking the question. When is Gaboo going to make any herdmen? He's got 7 potential longhouses he can slap down right away. Well, I don't know where the wood went. He spent it on something, a town center. He spent it on the town center. But he's got potential to spam a bunch of those longhouses and make those herdmen. And then all of a sudden, John's army, which is incredibly strong for what cavalry can actually be, ends up becoming nothing more than fodder for those herdmen spears. And nonetheless, the units coming through, the Pegasus floating directly on top of these villages here. Complete map control for John. The military differential absolutely gigantic in this moment. He can drop down the Gullimbursty here if he wants to. Obviously, the units can simply just retreat out. He gets a huge Gullimbursty attack there. Huge amount of damage onto all those units, but they've all got regen. So, like, spreading that damage out onto all of those cavalry means absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, the raid onto the top here, picking off more villages. Look at the villager differential now, 38 to 50 here. And John, simply put, has to pull back away from the ball. He doesn't want to fight it, so he is dropping military numbers in a big way. And now we finally see the Herdman and Swine Array. Meanwhile, turning around, takes a couple of pokes here as the Gullenbursty on its way. We will see the Hydra falling. I don't think Gaboo should really be chasing any longer, as the Gullenbursty is not long for this world. But Town Center up onto this spot doesn't really matter anymore. I actually see a granary down here taking those elephants. But the Town Center doesn't matter anymore because no more Gullenbursty. What are you going to be doing with that? I mean, you could spam some more Valkyrie out as an idea. Battle Boar if you've got the gold, which it doesn't look like Gaboo really has here. As this Swine Array is painfully long at that 125-second research time. And immediately, John sees the Herdman and says, all right, time for some Haspists. Onto the bottom side, more villagers going down. And Gaboo just simply cannot stop the cavalry pain train that's coming for him. Valkyrie into the main base, sniping villagers, left, right, and center. This is the revenge raid which Gaboo needs, but he needs so many kills here to make anything really happen. Over onto this side, there's a fortress already up. The units taking down the town center, the villagers hiding behind this wall, wanting to get back onto this gold mine, not able to, and Gaboo makes the sneaky movement with all of the ox carts. John will be unaware of that for quite some time. He doesn't have a Pegasus up there. He's got no idea that that's there, as the army decides, taking out the town center for some reason, but these Herdmen will deal with everything here. Over onto this side, one Atalanta chasing down these Valkyrie. In fact, we'll get a couple of hits off there as well as the bronze gets dropped down, and John says, I don't want to make this game take forever. I'm charging it. I'll take everything out. Let's go. Raiding cavalry falling. Valkyrie falling. And this base of Gaboo is undefended. Yes, you've got towers, but it's not much use against the 68% Pierce armor Hippias. And game one goes to John Arbiter. Incredibly well fought. Lots of really, really interesting interactions in this game. But this game has two main faults here from Gaboo. First fault was taking that fight without any upgrades. And you can see it was an equal fight on all accounts except for those upgrades. And he loses big. The second fault was as soon as he gets the thrower gauge, get that Swine Array in. Takes forever. Get some Herdmen in. Hide them. You don't need them for anywhere else, but hide them. And then all of a sudden, when you need them to actually fight back against, say, a big bronze push, you're good to go. And your opponent, who wasn't playing around the Herdman really in this game, he would have been surprised. Obviously, he's got the Haspists in the back, and he's going to lose the Cav and have to go into the Haspists, but that's a good thing. That's what you want. You want to win that Cav fight initially with those Herdmen, and then you can take a fight against the Haspists with things like Jarls and everything else. But game one for John. We'll see if he can continue the winning ways as we jump over into the draft screen and see what these guys are going to pick moving into the next game. Alrighty, a very, very spicy one. Let's see what these guys are going to be going for. They need to pick a map before they draft, which I don't believe has been communicated just yet. Unless they set it somewhere else, I don't know. It's fine, but nonetheless, let's get this draft looking nice. Bam, smack, schmack. So first god there, big crown for the Poseidon of John, and a big loss there for the Freya. Looks like we're going in onto the map Marsh. And it's going to be a Loki versus Amaterasu affair here for game 2. So some spices, and all the other good stuff that comes in. Oh, I'm excited. That first game was such a well-played game from both players, and it's a matter of inches between these two guys, it looks like. So we'll see how it all goes moving into the next one, as they're just going to be setting it up. Alrighty. So the game plan here, in my opinion, for the Loki in this specific matchup should actually be to go for Heimdall. The big advantage that I think that Loki has gotten in this matchup from that last patch is the Pierce Armor nerf to Samurai. So how do you take advantage of that? Well, walls and towers. Straight up walls and towers. In fact, if I was the Loki here, I might even take a 5-minute advance time with double berserks. Still got my legacy brain. Take that really late advance time. Literally wall the entirety of my base before I even put a temple up, such that the Kamatachi cannot kamikaze into my main base, and then I'll start going for some towers and getting Rickstubula, or getting the well, first and foremost getting the safeguard tech, getting the Rickstubula tech in as fast as I can. I'll use those weasels that my opponent's setting at me with a Herso to get that favor in nice and fast. And I'll go for that sort of an idea. Grab my town center and enjoy. If you realistically can't go for mass Herso, so you only have to build a handful of them, and then the rest of those units need to be things like throw an axeman, and then you're just going to be spamming walls everywhere, such that the Kamatachi cannot get onto your throw and axeman. If they ever get close, you just run back through the gate, and that's got to be the way to go here for Loki, and I think Odin as well in this matchup. If I've got a read on the matchup at the moment or not. Now, Amaterasu did get somewhat of a nerf from memory. Like the Bushido is now a little bit less on the actual fighting. I think there was something else there, but the Solar Shield got a nerf as well, so it's no longer as oppressive. But I wouldn't actually be surprised to see Amaterasu players going for things like, what is it called? Minakata Tomi in this specific matchup. Reason being is you can't really go for mass Samurai against Norse, and you want to get the stronger archers in there. You want to make sure you use those Yumi archers, and they are quite good against Thrown Axemen because they've got the range. They also were quality of life boosted, so to speak. So that's a big thing there as well. We're going to be jumping into game number 2 right away, as the players are launching in now to this Amaterasu versus Loki affair. Let's go. And here we go. Right-hand corner of the map, Amaterasu. I was doing some research into exactly how I'm supposed to say this specific word. For those of you playing how do I actually speak Japanese and about the accent of Japanese, this word is apparently from the Heiban family of pitch accent. We're turning into a Japanese language stream here. So it's something like I can't even do it. I'm not even going to try anymore. No, I'm not even going to go. But it goes like this. If you understand. Hey, Amaterasu. Something like that. I don't know. Anyways, Up onto this top side, we've got Gaboo playing as Loki. And for those of you saying I'm saying his name wrong, I probably am, but I've been saying it like this for the past I don't know how many years, and changing that at this point would just be impossible. Relics over here, we've got the Pelt of Argus plus 6 line of sight there. Over to the next side, we've got Pandora's Box, a huge relic for both players here. This is great for the Loki, it's great for the Amaterasu player, and it's going to be absolutely huge for whoever grabs that one to make a whole bunch of myth units, even if the Amaterasu player maybe doesn't want to go for a huge amount of myth units here early on. Could be really good for things like Omuraki? Brain? Function? She definitely has... Yeah, she's got Omuraki. She's either got Omuraki or she's got Asura in the Mythic Age. But even grabbing those Omuraki for a little bit cheaper, really good in this matchup. Grass cutting sword here, obviously amazing for both players. The Herser getting some extra movement speed on top of the already boosted movement speed is fantastic, but also the Amaterasu player having a little bit of a boost on the Samurai speed there is also going to be nice. Over onto this side, we've got the Nose of the Sphinx, which is going to be the hit points plus 15% of base there for the buildings. And then also up onto we've got 2 more relics remaining. Got the Eye of Horus, huge relic there for a little bit of extra population. Lots of players kind of like to say population doesn't mean that much in retail, but I assure you that this type of a relic can mean the difference in the mid-game to late-game type situations. Up onto this side, there's also the Head of Orpheus, which is going to boost that building line of sight. Okay, now let me explain to you guys what a couple of my rules here to beating Amaterasu. I've been working on it because this is a really, really strong god with some very, very difficult to overcome problems that if you fall into them, then you really, really hurt. So, Nilly, thank you so much for the raid, my dude. You legend. So, I hope the Age of Empires 2 tournament is going really, really well. So the first rule to this little cheeky I can't even stop myself. The first rule to this little cheeky affair here for the Amaterasu player or for the Loki player is to get eyes on the temple. You really want to see that temple so that you can see where the Kamatachi is going to be moving. If you can figure that out, then you're not going to fall into the trap of a weasel coming into your main base and utilizing that solar shield to take out all your villagers. Because you can meet it in the center of the map, start getting damage onto it, and then if that happens, you are good to go and you're not going to have to worry about it. Plus, you also get the favor bonus for being the Norse player. So even though you're not actually erasing that unit from the game, it's going to come back from that Goshin Boku tree available in the second age there. It's still going to be good for you. It's still going to be a nice way to play. However, we aren't seeing that from Gaboo. He is going up through Forseti here, and the initial pain coming for Gaboo's way is going to have to get dealt with in some way, shape, or form as a second Kamatachi immediately queued out for John. John going to be attempting to sneak around the left-hand corner of the map. Let's have a little look-see at the line of sight here for Gaboo. He's got a Herser over here. He's got a temple in the center of the map. He's got his Herser on the top side, just checking things out, making sure there's no entrance over onto this side. Next moment here has to be thinking about walls and locking off his base. The Kamatachi coming through onto this side here as, I mean, you could utilize the Berserk here as a little bit of a fodder unit to kind of slow the Kamatachi down, but the Berserk going to be retreating into the main base right now as the villagers need to pull back, and John does manage to get in onto the main base and start getting some serious damage done as that Kamatachi is getting low on HP. We'll have the solar shield soon as the Herser comes over, gets a couple of smacks, does end up taking down one Kamatachi. No solar shield just yet as another one coming in onto the villagers over here. No reaction just yet from Gaboo. He drops the healing spring and no villager kills just yet. Great defenses. Now we've got the Naginata Riders coming in for John as he is going to be ready for even more pressure. But there's so many Herser out now for Gaboo that John can probably think maybe going for Naginata Riders at the start of this game might not be the best idea. He could actually think about just going into nothing but Samurai now, at least until he starts seeing some throwing axemen coming in. Meanwhile, Gaboo, he has to start preparing for those Samurai. They're incredibly powerful. they're really, really difficult to get through. So we'll see if things are going to go well or not, as the spied Naginata riders coming through, as the Ursa are going to be able to get some big damage done onto those, but they will slip through the cracks into the main base. I mean, there's enough safety here for the moment for Gaboo. The villagers on the back line are a target there, and the Ursa over here, you don't really want to fight them. You're giving some favor away, and they can always retreat back to the healing spring and get themselves back up to full HP. But nonetheless, I mean, you actually do have that solar shield. It's not a bad usage here if you want to take a fight in that position. But nonetheless, Gaboo is fully set up all over the place. Grabs the relic. He spots that grass-cutting sword that is so important for him. It's going to give an extra 5% speed onto these Ursa that are already at 5.3 speed, which is already ridiculous for an infantry unit. I think they move up to something like 5.5 speed with that relic. So they are going to be zooming around the map. The Naginata riders are faster at 6 speed, but still it's a huge assistance, as we are actually seeing a handful of herdmen now queued up for Gaboo. He wants answers here. He wants answers for the Naginata riders. The Ursa are fine against them, but a little bit of a better answer here is going to be the herdman, which is a hard counter. He's got a whole bunch over onto this side. John's going to have to be careful. Gaboo has to deal with the Kamotachi as well, which can be a huge help in this fight, but not going in onto it just yet. Turns in to get another big attack onto those dwarves, but not going to be able to get any kills just yet. And all those villagers just go back at the full HP because of the healing spring. Meanwhile, over onto this side, villagers getting pulled back. We will be seeing one villager. Will it go down? It's going to be close. It's onto the healing spring, and it does survive. So far, so good for Gaboo as a samurai charging in. Not the most honorable samurai you've ever seen in the world, now retreating, but going after unarmed villagers. Nonetheless, has that HP regen. First blood drawn for John, but Gaboo has picked off a lot of stuff thus far. He's already up to 46 favor in this game, and has already spent a hefty amount of favor on upgrades, as John will be actually losing this samurai with a couple more Naginata riders coming in to try and keep that one alive. Does get a pretty big amount of HP regen if it gets back there, but John can just keep chasing. 5.5 speed is absolutely ridiculous. Apparently killing innocent villagers is peak samurai culture. Well, there you go. The more you know. All right. And we do see a solar shield here. Is John going to just turn around, take the fight? Gaboo says, all right, I can't kill that one until the solar shield is done. So you have to pull back, but favor down the drain for John, and gets his samurai back to safety and back to full HP, so no problems there. Quick little check-in on the Bushido here. 12,400 remaining here. So still a ways away from getting that free medium in. Whereas Gaboo can grab it. Well, I mean, he can grab it now if he really wants to, but it's going to be a hot minute from that one, as the Kamotachi coming through villagers on this side are looking very much out in the open, as the herdman sort of baiting the Kamotachi and uses that special. Doesn't take any real damage. The area of effect damage on the Kamotachi is the big thing you want to avoid there, and Gaboo does a great job of avoiding that. Picking up another weasel as the walls are all up for John. Game in a very, very close state here, but Gaboo has avoided all of the pitfalls of the early game in this matchup. The problem is he doesn't have any throwing axemen out at this moment. And that's the unit that he's going to really need to mass, as we now see 2 dojos up for John. He's still looking for raids with these Naginata riders. Herser's dropping more relics in, grabs himself the relic that gives him a little bit more line of sight, as these Naginata riders will be able to take out a Herser. Not ideal for Gaboo, not the end of the world, as the rest of these Naginata riders will get chased down. If they are snared up, the Herser can just simply chase these away, and it's kind of not a problem. But nonetheless, there's villagers over on this corner here. Does John even have that scouted? He's got no idea there's Hunt there, so he'll never be able to spot that one. But nonetheless, still getting chased down into the main base. A couple of units looking for some raids here. You've got to be really careful with these attacks, because you look at this and you go, well, 4 Herser against 2 Samurai, that's kind of a good fight. Answer, no, it's kind of like 4 Herser versus 4 Capaspis, which is a really, really bad fight. But nonetheless, I'm sure Gaboo at this point will notice it's time to get some thrown axemen in. Those samurai numbers are starting to creep up. And while they don't really counter raiding cavalry, there's not many of those, they definitely counter the Hersa. And the thrown axemen numbers starting to come in. Bragi coming through as well. Levy Longhouse soldiers to get those units out much quicker. Going to be on their way too, as the Heroic Age is in. More Mikor coming in for John. For those of you joining from the Age of Empires 2 side of things and have no idea what you're watching, these guys give favor. So if they build one of these shrines, any resources they're attached to does give themselves a little bit of favor. This one, for example, getting 0.1 favor a second. They also can heal. So that's another really big, a really big deal. As the Longhouse over here starting to take some damage. There's really no answers for these samurai just yet. This is not a good fight for Gaboo to take. Good control from John here. You've got to be so careful with this. The thrown axemen numbers are too low to actually be taking this fight. He drops the flaming weapons, and that at the very least will force John back. I actually think John can take this fight at the moment. Those are Herdmen. They don't really do a whole lot here. Turns around, uses the Solar Shield to at least get a couple of kills off, and now Gaboo is the one running. How many thrown axemen does he actually have out at the moment? He's only got 8. But, oh, maybe there's enough there. I can't call it at the moment. There is a significant military advantage. But as the fight goes on, the Bushido starts to tick up 3,000 XP away from that next upgrade. So half of the way there to heavy. Now, Gaboo here doesn't have to care too much about that. He's got access to heavy himself. So he can just pull back, get some town centers, get some upgrades, and he should be completely fine. Meanwhile, Raijin, the Heroic Age for John, does hit. He will have access to Thunderburst, which is a fantastic counter to flaming weapons. So we'll see if that's going to be something that he's going to be going for. However, the units going to be pulling back for the moment here. One idea here for Gaboo is to utilize the Battle Boar's buck, there we go, to cause a little bit of a problem there on the chase. And Gaboo will be able to get back. But John manages to hold the flaming weapons, has his Heroic Age gold power in his back pocket. The Raiju going to be potentially looking for villager snipes here now as well. 5.5 speed and a lot of pressure to be put onto the map here, as we do have a hill fort to come down. Going to be looking to protect this gold mine. It's equal military resource differential for the time being. You're actually seeing Shinobi coming through here, which is probably not a unit you'd often see in this matchup. There's no archers really for the Norse player, with the exception of the Godi, which I don't think Loki wants to build all too much in this matchup, unless maybe there's like flying myth units or ranged myth units, of which I don't think John has. But nonetheless, Hanya Mask also coming through for John Arbiter to boost up those samurai, as the Bushido tier 3 has now hit. And John has an incredible advantage now cooking for the rest of this game. He didn't have to pay for his upgrades. He's got there. He's not really that far behind on villages. A little bit. 5 villages is still a big amount. And we actually see Gaboo doing the most Gaboo thing I think I've seen in a very, very long time. He loves this. And look at the army which John has. He absolutely loves this idea. He's rushing for the Mythic Age. What does the Mythic Age give him? Fire Giant? Champion upgrades? No, that's not what's important here. What's important here is the Nidhogg. No answer to the Nidhogg for John at the moment. You have to be prepared for this. This is always an option from Loki to get that Mythic Age in. You need Bushi. Does John even have a guardhouse out? He's got 1 guardhouse. Is that enough? He's got 2 Bushi in. He's actually ready. These aren't enough for the Nidhogg. You need a very, very, very strong amount of Bushi out to actually be able to take that Nidhogg down. But it is a really, really good start to building up to defend against that one. As the Thrown Axeman looking like, yep, let's pop out here. He's feeling very confident with his medium Thrown Axeman, his Ironry here as well. John, on the other hand, just a handful of units on the back. The Herdman pulling away here as John says, no, I can actually take this fight. Deciding to come in here. But the Troll gets a big amount of splash damage. Not going to be that that helpful here. He has to wait for the Nidhogg. But as soon as that comes down, I can imagine John Arbiter's army, simply put, getting erased. The Ursa charging, and you can't come into these fights like that. Those samurai do so much damage as the Ursa pulling away, but he's still okay. He's still got this happening. He's still got the hell on the way. 2 Bushi is all that's in this fight. It's not going to be enough. They do 10 times 8 against the Nidhogg, which might seem like a lot. It's like 80 damage, but the Nidhogg's got something like 50% pierce armor. There it is, and 2,800 HP as the Nidhogg trying to charge in. He's got that special, but Gaboo not using it. Why wouldn't you use the special? Just drop it in here and charge after. He's just trying to get in, but John pulls back into his main base beautifully. Now he's got the town center. Now he's got the Bushi attack. Now he's got the towers as well. Dives into the town center. And Gaboo's ultimate plan here seems to have not paid off in the slightest. The Nidhogg up to the top side, looking for villages. This is the next best thing, if not killing off the army. Picking off all the villages, and they run straight into the Nidhogg. Huge damage to come through. Gaboo's picked off so many villages. He's dropped down to 25. He's dropped down to 25 villages. Up onto this side, we do see the Thunderburst. This has recently been nerfed. This used to be a really, really good usage on top of the villages, but now it only does 50% damage versus them. And you can see they probably wouldn't have died anyways, but they all would have been down to like half HP. Or sorry, a quarter HP or something like that. Nonetheless, town center up. Nidhogg still getting chased by Bushi. We're going to be seeing the Taka Mikazuchi coming through for John. He is going to put it all on black here with one foul swipe of the sword. If he could even get there. Does he have a castle up? He does have a castle coming through. He does have a castle coming through. It's a ways away. He's trying to get the gold mine secured. This is the best way to play around Nidhogg on your villages. The Nidhogg obviously kills off villages really, really fast. The easiest way to play around that is to get that castle up or towers up onto a gold mine. Therefore, you can garrison into them and your villages are going to be completely safe. But John does get caught out there a little bit as the Raiju going to be coming through for John Arbiter, searching for things to pick off. Town center on the way for the time being here. It's 40 seconds away, so that could get denied as the army comes over here just to take out the wall. They're just on this gold mine for the time being, going to throw up walls themselves as the Nidhogg says, hey, I see your army there. Let me come over here. We can try and take the villagers out onto this side. A couple of raids over onto this position here, taking out some houses as he actually misses the town center. Villagers moving over onto the gold mine. Raiju going to be hitting this gold mine. John has to get revenge kills here. There's too much of a villager differential for him to feel like he's in a good spot. That being said, he will be up to champion soon. And the question of whether or not Gaboo can actually kill off this insanely powerful army still remains as the Solar Shield comes onto this Kamaitachi. It's not going to be enough to take out that many units here. The Nidhogg does pick off a bunch of villages onto the bottom here as John drops back down to 24 villages. The Ursa is still taking out buildings, but the town center is under attack. There is a hill fort on this position here as the Thrown Axemen to come over and attempt to defend. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Looks like the town center will end up falling. The Nidhogg too far away to help as a troll spawn to help out. But town center down is helpful there for John. He is halfway to the Mythic Age now as well. But the problem is he's on a timer now. 45 villagers versus 22. That's a 20 villager differential. Plus, that's 1,200 resources a minute that Gaboo is going to be netting that John is not. Meanwhile, the Bushi trying to charge after this Nidhogg, of which you have to give credit where credit's due. Gaboo controlling this Nidhogg amazingly. I don't even know where it is. Wait, did it die? Did I just say controlled it amazingly and it's already dead? Is that what I said? Or am I blind? Is there a red dot flying around the map? I think it might be dead. Okay, I take it all back. But still, oh no, it's still there. There it is. Hello there, Nidhogg. Still going good. Okay, I don't take it back. I don't take it back at all. Meanwhile, John Arbiter about to have the sword. Taka Mikazuchi. This thing either kills off an entire army or it kills off nothing. The sword coming down. Gaboo doesn't manage to dodge it. He loses a huge amount of thrown axemen over onto this side. But he pulls back over onto this spot. The samurai coming through. The Nidhogg able to use that special ability still, but not going for it. The thrown axeman not retreating here. The Bushi getting the damage done onto the Nidhogg. We also see sumo training coming in. Gaboo, after the credit was due, I've got to take it back as he moves back in underneath those bushes that are slowly going to be finishing that one off. Gaboo back into his main town center now. Champion, Samurai are in. However, Towers very, very powerful here against these Samurai. Moving up onto this spot to potentially take some villagers down. The problem here for John is that he's got no income to remake his army. All Gaboo needs to do is stay alive, stay on gold mines, and remake some army, and he's going to be in an incredibly good position. The Asura through this thing is absolutely sick as he wanders forward. He's going to start taking out a couple of buildings. He has a siege weapon. He is a army killing machine. You need heroes for it, but obviously there's a frost giant here that can also be a great counter as well. As the army for Gaboo still waiting to get back up to full population. The Asura pulling back, and where to now for Gaboo? You got to ignore the score at the moment, guys. Just ignore the score. It doesn't matter. The score is irrelevant. Okay, I almost feel like we got to turn it off. This game is very, very spicy at the moment as the samurai coming in for John. Gaboo paying great attention there. He's dealing with this. He's running away over here. John not able to get that sneaky raid off. The Kamatachi goes down. Asura getting some huge damage done on the retreat. He can attack while moving. One of the few units that has that ability in Age of Mythology. However, Samurai taking down the town center here. So much HP. Are they actually... I guess it's like 10 hoplites taking out a town center, so I guess they can. Meanwhile, up onto this spot, still looking for more villagers to pick off. Another hill fort coming through. Is there any attempt at getting masons through? That would make this that'll make this town center not fall, or even potentially a villager turning into a berserk to heal this one or repair this one up. Nonetheless, the town center will end up falling there. John still getting good value all over the place. Now pushing in to try and take down the town center on the front. The Naginata Riders going after the villagers up here, but the herdmen are in position. We have to also remember there is that really, really important upgrade for the herdmen right here. Swine Array gets so much bonus damage there onto the cavalry with that one. As the Hursa come through, that's going to take out that Asura. That gets dealt with. Villagers falling in the main base here as well, as we do see the Solar Shield onto the Asura, but it will not be enough as John needs to pull back. But after all is said and done, after all the chaos, after everything has come to pass in this game, all of a sudden, the villager differential is literally equal. However, one player has a 5,000 resource army and the other player has a 2,000 resource army. One player is both players are 2 town center. Incredibly close. Now, John Arbiter grabbing some Yumi horse archers. Shoot and scoot micro. Does he have himself ballistics? Answer, no. You need those ballistics with the cavalry units to get successful shoot and scoot happening. If you don't have ballistics, shoot and scoot doesn't work all that well. Nonetheless, the Nidhogg flying in, searching for that next massive villager kill. Not going to be in. The horse archers checking out this gold mine. I wouldn't mind seeing the middle town center grabbed here for Gaboo. A dot coming up. And the Umipozu makes his entrance. Where is he going on the map? He can teleport anywhere. He teleports teleports literally just across here. Never mind. Nope. He can literally teleport anywhere on the map that there is water, and I think he has line of sight. So he can literally come over here and be attacking these villages immediately. He's an absolutely bonkers unit. Now we see some ballista coming out for Gaboo. I like this idea, but he's got to be careful with them. He's got to be very careful. Into the main base, some raids coming, but the Watchtower is in to help out with taking down those Yumi archers. John losing track of those units. They're going to be losing a bunch of those. However, the villager differential now falling into the favor of John as he's slowly creeping up on military resources here. But it's just it's a mountain to climb. It's 4,000 resources at the moment. Let's have a quick check-in of the armory. John, missing those iron upgrades. Gaboo, missing the bronze upgrades. So John's army is massive quality versus Gaboo's army, which is quantity in a big way. Gaboo needs to get those upgrades in, almost taking out the Umibozu here, as that's going to pull back into the main base. The Nidhogg flying in, still 200 HP of scariness here. We also see the Asura coming back from that Goshin Boku tree. Forgot about that one for a little bit there, as the Raiju and the Asura are going to be coming back for free. Takes a long time, but nonetheless will still be in here. As the Nidhogg falling, and now finally, after all of the pain that it's been dealing there, does end up going down. The Ballista taking units out. The siege has begun here, as the Umibozu gets the Solar Shield. He's going to be charging forward. Another flaming weapons here for Gaboo, as the army numbers of John Arbiter are next to nothing. He has 0 food income. The Naginata Riders falling. The Battle Ball comes in here for Gaboo as well. The town center falling, and John Arbiter looks like he's got 0 military remaining. The village is pulling into the tower here. John's going to be looking at this score thinking, there's no way I'm this far behind. There's no way I'm losing here. But he's down 6,000 military resource value at the moment. The watchtower is going down, and John Arbiter in 27 minutes in this game with an absolutely ridiculous game number 2 taps out. Gaboo claims the win, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a best of 3 decider for literally the first round of qualifier number 2. I don't even know what to say, guys. These guys are this is the first round. They're not supposed to be delivering this hard. They had one job. You get an easy start into this. It just ease into the day for me. But these guys decided to turn it up to 11. And that's just the way that the cookie crumbles here. We're going to move into the draft and see the gods they've got remaining here, what map they're going to be going in onto, and all the other crazy things, as we'll see who's going to be remaining standing after one more game here. Alrighty then. What a time to be alive. The Loki gets the crown. The Amaterasu gets the defeat. Where to next? The players yet to declare their map, so they have to pick their god. I think there might actually only be one. Is there one map? I think there's only one map. I don't think there's any need to declare anything, but there is. There is only one map. Never mind. Okuchichibu is the map. All right. So we're going to be moving in onto the final map in this series. There was Blue Lagoon we played on, Marsh we were playing on. So Okuchichibu, there's Shinong and Gaia for John Arbiter in his pool. Gaboo's got Thor and Tsukiyomi, actually. So 2 really, really interesting gods here for Gaboo. I imagine Gaboo is going to be picking the Thor. I haven't seen him playing Tsukiyomi just yet. It's very, very new to Age of Mythology, and the players, whether or not they've been practicing the Japanese or not, will basically determine whether or not they're going to be playing them in this tournament. John here with the Shinong and the Gaia. I mean, personally, I think that if I was to pick here, both of these gods are in a really, really strong position. Shinong and Gaia are really, really good right now. I don't think Thor is necessarily in a bad spot. He got kind of sideways shifted in the last patch, had a bit of a boost to his Dwarven Armory, making that a little bit cheaper, but also a nerf to his economy, making it a little bit more expensive, or sorry, a little bit weaker. So, you give, you take. I mean, it's kind of a sideways shift for Thor, as opposed to some of the other Norse gods, which was more of just a straight nerf. So you could feasibly go Thor. Tsukiyomi also feels kind of good here. Like, you've got answers to everything that Shenong and Gaia have here if you're prepared with some Tsukuyomi ideas. Nonetheless, I think both of these gods are a really valid pick on Okuchichi, but Tsukuyomi with the 2TC boom makes some sense. Thor just playing a nice game. You got Forest Fire to break through any sort of forest that are going to be making things difficult. And all the other good stuff. Nonetheless, we will be seeing what they pick shortly, hopefully. So, also, for everyone else who's just joined in as well, there are other people covering this event today. So if you head over to the Age of Mythology Twitch directory, and if you want to follow some other games as well, you can definitely check out some other streamers here. I definitely recommend AOM Moose. This guy is an amazing content creator in his own right. So, and also Blackadder's Plays, a streamer who's been very dedicated to the Age of Mythology and Age of Empires scene completely. So if you guys want to check those things out, you can do that as well throughout the day. We have effectively today we are going to the round of 8, and then tomorrow we do the round of 8 one after each other, and those are going to be the basically the promotional games. As the players picking up their gods, and we will be seeing a Thor versus Shenong affair moving into game number 3. So let's talk about this matchup and the difficulties for both. So one thing here that Shenong, I actually faced it the other day, and it was really, really difficult to defend, was the Shenong Rush. So for those of you who don't know, Thor has the Dwarven armor. You get a Dwarven, you can get that in the Archaic Age, the first age, and every armored upgrade you get gives you an extra villager. So a lot of players like to go for early dwarves, or early armor upgrades, so they get the extra dwarves, such that they get a bigger economy. It does mean they're going to take a later advance time, which does mean if you advance quickly with Shenong, you can wander forward and you can put some heavy pressure onto the Thor player with things like Yahtzes, things like Fire Archers, things like Pioneers, and getting some Dows out or some Halberdiers, depending on whatever the Thor player is going for. So there is some spiciness there. Alternatively, recently the Chinese have been sort of, I want to say they've been buffed, but they've also been nerfed in the same breath. So similarly to Thor, they've kind of been sideways shifted. Their Qualifier used to be 15 favor, now it's 10 favor, which does mean that there are some really, really greedy builds you can do to compete with the greedy builds that Thor can do, such as going for fast 4 Qualifiers. So you build those out all in the Archaic Age before you advance, and you can have a gigantic amount of wood and gold. The only real problem with that is you kind of need a lot of food in this matchup as well. So going a little bit too heavy onto those Qualifier does mean you're going to get less food income. So it's not all bonus there for you where that's concerned. As the players, they are just in the lobby now, ready to get going. So we've got to wait for him. We got to wait for him. I'm sorry. That's how it goes. That's how the cookie crumbles. Alrighty. Let me fix up my thingy now, as these guys are just about ready to get it all underway. One second, guys. They're just still not started. So make sure you go and get yourself a drink, a nice tasty beverage, and get strapped in for the day ahead. Alrighty, we're going to be getting into game number 3 right now. And let's go. Alrighty. One game to stay in this tournament. It's the qualifiers. These guys have both been playing insane so far. I have to say, the privilege of winning this game means you go off to place to face the #1 seed in the entirety of this qualifier, Moscow. So it's not necessarily, it's a little bit of a bittersweet moment for both of these guys. I'm very excited to see how either of those would go against Moscow. But in the right-hand corner, we've got Shinong here for John Arbiter. And in the left-hand corner, we've got Gaboo playing as Thor. It is Okuchichibu, which is one of the newly added Japanese maps. A little bit of snow fall for your Saturday evening, Saturday morning, wherever you're in. The unique feature of this map is you've got some cliffs and a town center all around the sides of the map. And there's nothing really on top of this. Just a little bit of forest, but that's about it. But what you do have is you've got potentially back food, potentially back gold. You've got a little cheeky gold mine very close to the town center, but far enough away that your opponent can harass it. As, I thought the Pioneer was stuck there for a second. I didn't want to jinx it by saying it, but I thought the Pioneer was stuck on the cliffs. He was going bouldering. I don't know if there was a patch recently, so I don't know if it's been fixed or not, but there was a bit of a funny bug with the Pioneer where you could kind of go bouldering if you accidentally used like the Sky Lantern while walking up to a cliff. You could sort of walk onto the... Anyways, moving onwards and upwards into the main base, we do see the temple coming down for John. The temple has actually been buffed as well, I think. It's now giving you a little bit more favor income, but John decides he doesn't care about that favor income and would rather have a nice safe temple, which is fair enough in this matchup. Puts it right next to his forest, a little bit off that one, so if any sort of forest fire comes down, it's not going to get the full ferocity of that god power, and he's just going to continue ahead here. Meanwhile, we do see the Dwarven Armory for Gaboo. He's got a back gold mine. He's going to be feeling great about this. There's no real worry here for Gaboo getting rushed with this good of a base, as well as having the boars that he can just eat underneath his town center. There's not going to be any problems here. The only problem that could potentially arise is if his temple gets placed kind of poorly and a whole bunch of Pioneers come and try and harass him down for building it, as How To is swiftly coming through for John Arbiter. I could be wrong, but this is looking like John wants to go for a fast second town center, which against Thor is totally fine to do in this matchup. The reason being is Thor's going to take a later classical age. You grab your town center, you can harass the Thor player with your Cheongchi, which can obviously fly, and not have be very difficult to deal with against a civilization that doesn't have any ranged heroes in the classical age. So it can be a little bit tricky there for the Thor to deal with, but nonetheless the temple is now up, and it's a very, very late advance time from Gaboo. He's got 2 armory upgrades, so he's got a +2 dwarves. He's looking to get an extra PS armory upgrade there as well, as now he can advance. He cancels his dwarf, goes up through Freya, and we'll see how things go as absolute crisis has struck. He does notice it. He does notice it. This is the blessing and the curse of having auto queue on villages. Auto queue on villages means you don't check your town center as much. Means you are going to consistently be able to train villages if you've got the resources for them. But if you do, for whatever reason, decide to cancel it, it doesn't start itself back up without you telling it to. And you don't check your town center, so you forget. So John, basically what that means is John just took maybe 2 villager losses there, roughly, maybe 3. I'm not exactly sure how many, maybe even 4. So he's hurting. He's hurting at this point. So advantage Gaboo, funnily enough. As the classical age comes through for Gaboo, he's got his Valkyrie moving forward, and he will be scouting out exactly what he's facing. There's no real harm here for Gaboo in delaying the town center. He can go for the town center if he wants to straight away, considering what's happening on the map, as the Xiongqi getting a little bit of a raid happening over onto this side. The Hersa in position to defend, and can simply just drop down a healing spring or something like that. Meanwhile, over onto this side, trying to snipe a villager. The Yatsa is out, which will be a nice defense here for John, as Gaboo needs to pull away. He does have the 6-speed Valkyrie, so should be able to get away from the Yatsa, no problems. There's the town center coming through for Gaboo. He's just going for this one blind, it looks like. I don't think he noticed the town center coming up for John, but I mean, in a way, if your opponent is not attacking you straight away, the only real options that they have available to them is a fast heroic or a second town center, and both, I believe, a fast second town center from Gaboo is a plenty good response here. As a great haul coming up for Gaboo, and the Valkyrie gets back to safety. Still no Earth Wall getting placed down from John. One idea here would be to maybe drop the Earth Wall in such a way that you would probably protect all of this area here, because you can lock off the gold mine. You can grab that. You can grab the hunt. You can even grab this gold mine. And over on this side, you can wall this off just with military buildings, which is what John's doing, and then maybe even get a wall up here to lock this all off, and it could be a really, really difficult thing for Gaboo to really punish any of that, especially because you've got back hunt, maybe a wall over here, or even just a wall onto this side, or even just like walling this and over here and over here. So many different ways you can sort of protect up your base, but so far a bit of a slow start to this game, which in my opinion does give a slight edge over to the Norse. Just on the fact that you're going to be able to just get whatever you want sorted. You're going to be able to get onto the map really early, and you can start walling up everything much quicker than your opponent. It is much cheaper to wall as Norse than it is anyone else in a game of Age of Mythology, just on the fact you don't have to idle your economy to do so. There's a raiding cavalry for Gaboo, wandering down to the bottom, looking for a whole bunch of fun stuff here. Over here, the Xiongqi for John, just hovering, thinking about doing some stuff. And John's going to be happily grabbing himself the gold. Now, one idea here for Gaboo would be, if there's any forests to burn, so for example, this forest, he could burn this, and that would kill those earth walls. And then he would be able, also for Gaboo could burn those earth walls, and he could actually enter this position. This really is not the best earth wall in the world from John, but nonetheless, Gaboo doesn't go for it. He's saving that forest fire for maybe something more special. Thinking about where you might be able to drop a forest fire in the center of the map, for example, with an army there taking huge damage, or dealing huge damage onto a Shenong army there, as the Qualifier are coming out very, very quickly for John. He's got them basically auto-queued on both of his town centers. He's just getting them out as soon as he possibly can. Still has a lot of favor in the bank. The only thing that, yeah, like the thing with this, I think the thing with this buff that maybe some people, I think a lot of people are kind of like to overreact whenever they see things getting buffed. But the big thing with the buff to the Qualifier is, yeah, you can get more of them, but more of them is not necessarily what you want, because you do need food income. And you can see there's 13 villages on food for John, and he's going to need a lot more of those if he wants to make things like Tiger Cavalry or Halberdier in this game. As Gaboo just gets a little bit of kills off, leveling the villager differential just a little bit. He's all over the map. Still hasn't put any walls up, which I'm really... I mean, on the one hand, it's kind of fine that he hasn't done this. On the other hand, I feel like if John was building Yatsa in this game, just a little bit, maybe stops building Qualifier now and just goes into Yatsa, then all of a sudden, these villages are going to be under threat. These villages are going to be under threat. These villages, etc. But for now, Gaboo setting up shop outside the base of John. He's going to be going Heroic Age, it looks like, moving forward onto this gold mine here. Do you see the upgrades coming through? That abundance technology is a lot of Shenong players' favorite tech. It's a little 5% boost to your economy. It's not a small amount, as I think a lot of players have started to realize that, you know, with the boost to the Atlantean economy and the reduction to the Norse economy. Forest Fire gets dropped down. Does keep his army safe there, but that's not the Forest Fire you're looking for. Watchtowers comes through. Shenong Farms coming in as well to help out the food situation for John Arbiter as well. As Bragi, the god of choice for Gaboo. I've noticed this from Gaboo quite a bit, actually. He loves Bragi. My personal preference in this matchup is actually Skadi, just on the fact that if I have the Frost, then I can use that on Fey Beast to counter it, and that's going to be a nice way for me to play. And nonetheless, the units coming up over here are going to be trying to break down the Earth Wall. We see a tower coming up and repairing. As you look at this and you go, yep, there's not any way past that Earth Wall, is there? And now the Herdmen come over here, and this is going to be very, very safe for John at the moment. A whole bunch of longhouses now in for Gaboo, as he probably needs Thrown Axemen. You see the army is mostly Herdmen and Dow Swordsmen. Oh, sorry. These are not Herdmen. Halberdier and Dow Swordsman there, so needs those Thrown Axemen. Berserks aren't a terrible idea here either, on the fact that you got that Call of Valhalla technology that comes through from Bragi. Boost those Berserks up, and they can actually break through those Halberdiers nicely, as well as do okay against the Dow Swordsman. Nonetheless, Rush Ult on the way for Gaboo, as he wants to utilize that Fey Beasts somewhere. Can be absolutely huge. If you don't have the Hearser out, which the numbers are looking a little bit small here for Gaboo, then that Fey Beast is going to be really, really potent. The other thing is, Shenong just gets free myth units in general, so making sure you're pumping heroes out to counter that is very, very important. Let's have a little cheeky look at how many Qualifier. He's got 11 Qualifier. It's quite a few Qualifier. It's quite a few Qualifier. Okay, as the army coming back up to the top side, going to look to break through here yet again. As he's cleaning up this Earth Wall, John not paying attention this time. He does turn around, gets another Watchtower up. Does he have Crenellations? He does not have Crenellations in just yet. Manages to break down one little wall segment there, but the army will not be able to really get in onto this spot here. The defense from John is going to be a little bit too strong, but the Flaming Weapons comes down. The army turns in onto this spot. The Heroic Age comes in for John. He drops down the Fey Beasts onto the army here. Underneath the Watchtowers, underneath everything, it does look like Gaboo manages to break through on this position. Huge amount of favor now in the bank, but I don't think he's going to be able to do all too much more here, especially underneath those towers. But I think the tower is actually targeting down a battle ball for the most part there. But nonetheless, an attack over onto this side as well. Lots of villagers have fallen here as Gaboo making his way in. The Baihu comes through. No gold income right now for John. After all is said and done, no gold income, but Gaboo does need to pull back. And now Gaboo says, okay, I got some damage. I got a lot of damage. Let me take the advantage. I'll grab the town center and I'll put a hill fort up onto this spot. Love it. Hill fort, portable rams to break through this position. I wouldn't have minded to see it a little bit more aggressively placed, but nonetheless, it's going to come up here. It's going to be safe. You can't get denied. You won't have to take a fight. So fair and reasonable. John on the other side here. He's grabbing himself advanced defenses. He's grabbing the Gilded Shields. He's grabbing the Divine Judgment to boost up those infantry units and also the defenses there to boot. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gaboo, he says, I don't need to build any more units. I've done damage. You want to overbuild units? Go for it. Try and kill off my hill fort and break through. That's going to be enough time. I've bought enough time here. Mythic Age, going to be on the way. Fimbulwinter, going to be an issue with the economy already hurting a little bit for John. Going to be hurting even more. Meanwhile, 3 town centers to 2 town centers. Also, Gaboo could say, I'll just grab this town center as well. Meanwhile, a Baihu coming through looking for any amount of villager kills. John needs to get some revenge fire in this game done quickly. And this is exactly what it needs to be. Pilt picks off one villager with that special attack. Another villager going to be going down. Three hitting villagers as there's no survival equipment just yet, but it does finish up there. There's the battle border charge after that one. Charging out to a Baihu with Valkyrie is probably an easy enough way to go. It's 5.2 speed, so the Valkyrie will be able to chase that one down pretty quickly, but not happening just yet. There's all the upgrades coming in for John. Gaboo moving up to the top side. Might be thinking he can swing around and grab this town center as an idea. There's another hill fort coming through for Gaboo. And my favorite thing to do in these positions when you get that economic lead as Thor is to just start laying on the hill forts. My opponent doesn't want to fight me. I'll say, no worries. I'll put another castle in your face and then say, what are you going to do about it? Meanwhile, John's going to just drop his own bow lay, securing another gold mine, slowly expanding his map here. But Gaboo's got everything in this map. As the Baihu coming through, we'll spot the hill fort, but that's not necessarily a good thing. Meanwhile, up onto the top side, the army now says, all right, we'll kill off the hill fort, but Gaboo doesn't need to defend this. He doesn't need to defend this at all. He just needs to get units out. And he is now training those out. Over onto this side, the Baihu hitting the villagers yet again. As Gaboo not paying attention here. Now finally the Valkyries say, all right, we'll come over here and deal with this bad boy. Tia comes in. Fimbulwinter drops in. Over onto this spot, hitting the villagers here. The villagers will have to garrison in the main base as well. Villagers garrisoning too. There's not going to be a huge amount of damage here. That being said, the Fimbulwinter Wolves are moving around onto this side, and if they spot the villagers, which they do, there's going to be damage up here as well, and John does notice it as he's got to pull those ones away and garrison to boot there. Meanwhile, a Qinglong coming through. The Goaty are queued up, but no Goaty out just yet. The siege weapons on the way. Ballista queued up to start pushing into John Arbiter's base here as the towered up machine workshop will be falling very, very quick. You can use the throw in action to take out the Qinglong. You can use the Ballista to take out the Qinglong. The hometown center going to be the attack position here as the units to move down for John Arbiter. Taking a long time. That slow Chinese army getting moved around this map beautifully by Gaboo as the Baihu wandering in onto this army as well. Quick armory check. Gaboo missing all the bronze upgrades. On the other side, John also without those bronze upgrades. So it's a very close army quality fight here. The heavy fire arch is going to be amazing versus those throwing axemen there as the Qinglong still getting that value, but the Gaboo Goaty slowly taking down the Qinglong will end up finishing that one off, but not before it gets off one final special attack there to take out a couple more units. However, John Arbiter's army does end up crumbling there. He pulls back, but he's got not very much here left. The town center trying to get built back up. He is sitting on top of those Shenong farms, so those villages are technically unkillable here. They are invisible to Gaboo's eyes here as it's getting shot up quickly, but those Ballista can literally take it down in very little time. He just has to right click on it. If it finishes, then it gets a whole bunch of crush armor, but if it doesn't, it's got 0 crush armor. And it looks like Gaboo does miss that one. Town center gets back up, and now he finally starts to kill it off. But I guess Gaboo's thinking, hey, I'll let it finish, and then I get the full value out of killing it. That's 700 resources down the drain there for John Arbiter, plus all the idle time from those villagers spent building it, as more units streaming in onto this position. And I do not think John Arbiter has what it takes to hold this position. Those are some really smart Javelineers here. They take out the Goaty, they take out the throw-in axeman, but they don't take out the Ballista on this position. More raiding cavalry coming in, more buildings needed, a huge amount of Huskarl queued up in the 2 hill forts here for Gaboo. He does get himself his upgrade there as well in the levy to make them build even quicker. John trying to stay alive. The town center gets rebuilt here. This town settlement still sitting there waiting for the taking. John can swing around and grab that one if he wants to and delay getting his hometown center back up as well. Nonetheless, the Ballista back onto the town center yet again. That's going to be the third time it's going to be going down here as the army dives into the town center. The Huskarl coming through, going to be slashing through everything here. Throwing Axemen aplenty coming through. Berserks coming in. Huskarl coming through. As the raiding cavalry all over everything. And John is just falling further and further behind as he's desperately trying to just hold this position. He's not trying to attack anywhere else. He's not trying to just delay. He's not trying to figure out anything else. He just says this is everything. He needs this spot. He's got gold coming in at the top, but that's just not going to be enough here. And John, in the 21st minute of this game, taps out. And Gaboo claims the victory here. 2-1 in one of the most exciting round of 64 matches I think I've ever seen. Congratulations to these two. Unlucky for John. Better luck next time. And we'll see Gaboo in the next round up against Mosca. I don't know what else to say. I think that John probably could have maybe calmed down a little bit on the Qualifiers. Maybe build a couple of Yatsa to go raiding, put some pressure onto the map, or not Yatsa, but Chongqi to get raiding on the map. He did go through Hull 2, and he probably would have found a little bit more value doing that than all the Qualifiers. And maybe also a couple more units out. I don't know, but a well-played game from Gaboo nonetheless. If you guys are enjoying, make sure you hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button so you don't miss out on any of the content. Champions League goes on for like the next 6 months or so. We're going to be sorting out the next game here. Don't you guys go nowhere as we jump into another game. Another you, another me. I'll see you guys very, very shortly. Caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But doesn't matter. I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yatsa to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force SETI is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullis, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrade to the Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Arbiter says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Arbiter looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Arbiter's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Arbiter says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tao Wu goes down. The Town Center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan. Does it go up population-wise? It is looking All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving into the next series. This one is going to be Athereal versus Zukalo. They're already on the way, so we're going to skip over the draft and we're going to jump straight in. Let's get it. And here we go. Top of the map in the blue color, playing as Uranus. For the round of 32 here, it's Athereal. In the bottom of the map, playing as the red set, his name is Zukalo. The map is Steppe. Yes, this is the first game of this series. Athereal is one of the players from Qualifier 1 who managed to make it to the round of 8, unfortunately, dropping there, not able to qualify last week. He is vying for that qualification spot this week. We'll see how he's going to go, but he's grabbed his very favorite Uranus here for game number 1. I think this god is an incredibly powerful god at the moment, and I'm excited to see what Athereal is going to be able to come up with. Zukalo, on the other hand, Set is a fantastic answer to Uranus on the map Steppe. Lots and lots of ability to get big fat classical age armies out. The Axeman was buffed a little bit. The Slinger is a little bit worse against ranged units, but a little bit better against normal units. And then you can also get that Slings of the Sun. So now the Slinger is actually a little bit better against your generalist infantry as well with the Slings of the Sun. And all the other good stuff that comes from that. Pickaxe coming through for Zukalo here, as we'll see what's going to be up with the relics. Eye of Ornlu, really important to keep this one away from the set. The Axemen are already really good in this matchup early game. You don't want that. You don't want them to go to the set player. And also on top of that, you might want to build a handful of Carbalister in this matchup just to force your opponent away from mass spearmen or mass infantry. So you can force them to make some slingers, which does allow your Murmillo a little bit more effectiveness and things like that. You got the Blanket of Empress Zoe over here, which is the damage vulnerability to crush minus 15%. Over on this right hand corner, we've got the Head of Orpheus, which will make those buildings, which will give those buildings a little bit more line of sight. And up onto the top side, we have the Scarab Pendant, which is going to be Siege and Siege Myth units getting a little bit more bonus damage. So really only one relic that's got any serious impact in this game. And I imagine Athereal will wander over here and grab this one. He's advanced. Is this an insanely fast advance time, or am I crazy? Is this a 6 citizen? It is. It's a 6 citizen as advance. He's going for a 3-minute advance here. Does he have any line of sight on his opponent here? Answer, no. He just says, I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to kill you very fast. Military barracks coming down with 2 citizens here. He wants units out. He wants them out fast. He wants them in his opponent's base. He wants damage done. Zukalo here, back gold mine. Forward food, however. Forward food does pose a little bit of an issue here, though Dart is coming in, and the thing with Set is he doesn't really need to be on this food here. He's got a spotted deer of set, 150 food he can eat underneath this town center. He can house wall this all off and be totally fine. So I'm a little bit confused as to what Aveley's doing, but he's in the middle of the map. He's got the Murmillo out, and he will be claiming first blood by sniping the priest here. As Zucolo tries to pull that one back, but unfortunately for him, he's a dead man. He is a dead man. Nonetheless, Aveley ready to push in here. Making a Hero Murmillo at this point to charge in and deal with this does make a lot of sense, because you're going to be facing a Wadjet or a Nubite straight away. But nonetheless, a very early Carnivora here onto the Monument of the Villages. I actually love this little idea. The only problem is it's a little bit late. All of a sudden that Pharaoh is in, and that's going to take out that Carnivora before the Monument to the Villages goes down here. The Villages actually get pulled back. Repairing this one up is an option. It's going to be actually quite close, and it does end up surviving there. Maybe a little bit late on that usage. If he dropped it down as soon as he hit the Classical Age, there's actually some credit there. That actually makes some sense. Picking up a Monument nice and early might only seem like 100 resources, but 100 resources early and stopping that favor income can really help you out with defending against things like lots of Wadgets, lots of Anubites, or anything like that. If your opponent goes for like 2 monuments or something in advanced time, you can pick the bigger monument off, like a monument to the soldiers for even more value. Makes sense what Aveley's done here, but doesn't get the value, unfortunately. Meanwhile, the Murmillos searching around the map for anything to attack, but for the moment, Zucolo is going to cool, calm, and collectedly start making himself some axemen. He's going to be able to deal with those Murmillos nicely, and Aveley will have to start thinking about something else to do. Now, one idea here for Aveley is to set up his sky passages nice and early, all around the map, hide them, get some extra hunt outside his base, save all the food, save the chickens and things like that, save the berries, get himself watchtowers, and actually just light pressure early on and try and get to the heroic age as fast as he possibly can. Reason being, you get access to chaos, but more importantly, you get access to Satyr, which don't cost food, don't cost gold, only cost favor. There's a little bit of pressure in, only cost favor, and will effectively allow you to answer Axeman really well. Axeman, 10%. Oh, Pierce Armor, excuse me. Satyr, huge amounts of Pierce Armor to take those out. As Aveley going to set up shop on this hunt, has the safe sky passage, can retreat whenever he wants. You can also send a citizen out onto this side over here. There's some boards, there's a gold mine he can be on. I wouldn't mind seeing him actually leave. He has left the gold mine for the time being. I wouldn't mind seeing him leave this gold mine, come through the sky passage and be mining this gold mine, while also setting up an oracle here so he can see if anything's wandering onto that position. Some really, there's so many interesting ways to play this Urano's God to get serious advantages. Meanwhile, the Axemen are out. We don't see any Caraballister just yet. One Caraballister would be all he needs to scare those Axemen away, but nonetheless, a Murmillo ends up falling. And Zucolo doesn't really want to deal with the Terma. Mass Terma are an answer for strictly as Axemen as well, because you can shoot and scoot and kite away and it's totally fine. Into the main base, however, a couple of spearmen searching for oracles here. Aveley will have to actually run those and keep them away from the spearmen, as the spearmen just going to be hanging back here for the time being, as the army to come around and just say, excuse you, please leave the back of my base, good sir.
Yuji?
Meanwhile, up onto the top side, does not spot the oracle. The oracle does spot them, however. I'm still questioning the fact that there's a gold mine that Aveley can grab very simply over here. It might seem dangerous because that's in the middle of the map at 8 minutes into the game, but because of the sky passage, there's not really a lot that Zucolo can do to stop that. Maybe like a shifting sands if you're not paying attention, but still. As the spearmen do get defended, Aveley completely fine here. He's got himself his economic guild up, gets both of those economic upgrades as well, still making a whole bunch of Murmillos. And Zucolo slowly starting to amass an army that looks very, very scary at the moment. Meanwhile, Caraballister on the way for Athereal. This is that unit that he really needs. You don't really need to move it anywhere outside of your base. You're just going to be using it with the Sky Passage. If there's ever a slinger there, you've got to be a little bit scared. Or if you have to stay very much out of range of that one. But it's really good to stop your opponent from getting a little bit too aggressive. As Athereal pulls back, he's still pumping units. He does have Shockwave. So he can use that Shockwave to get some advantage with his Caraballister. But things will be very, very tricky here. Meanwhile, a Sky Passage over here. Villagers can pop through the Sky Passage and move on to a gold mine outside of his base. No problems. Still no watchtowers here, which is probably what's allowing Zukalo to get some pressure on here, attacking this position here. We've got the Caraballister popping over onto this side. Be careful against those Wadgets, as he's going to slowly start chipping away at the Murmillo HP here. Caraballister almost going down. We'll get into that Sky Passage for the time being. Popping over here. Military differential is favoring Zukalo ever so slightly at the moment. The problem really is all a micro problem. Athereal's army can beat the army which Zukalo's got. Zukalo's army can beat the army which Athereal's got. Just depends on how well the micro happens. And no heroes at the moment for Athereal. As I say that, Caraballister is getting converted. Like that little move. Pulling the villagers off with the gold over to this back wood line for the time being. As an obelisk to come down. All the infrastructure, however, of Athereal getting taken out here. Very, very scary. Because he has to put up the counter barracks on the back. Get some more units out. Does he have his armory up? I don't see an armory anywhere for the time being. Villagers are moved over onto this food here. Generally, if you're trying to like sneak out a heroic age, at points like this, you really want to get the watchtowers in. As the spearmen around onto this side, Athereal can pop through the Sky Passage and defend this if he so chooses, as the Citizen does manage to get into the Sky Passage for the time being. A little bit scary to actually be here as well. One random Oracle does get spotted there, so that one's going to go down. As the Murmillos, Athereal just sitting back, waiting patiently. About to be able to go to the next stage. Drops himself the armory. It is what he needs, and he does have resources still in the main base. I wish he still had about 2,000 gold left in that home gold mine. But nonetheless, the army pops out. Going to be able to take a couple of spearmen out. The only real way to take out this Sky Passage, the way that Athereal is playing, is to send your entire army over there. Meanwhile, Hyperion coming through. And Athereal does oblige, says, I'll pull away. I'll come over and just mine this gold mine. It's fine. And the spearmen are moving up onto this side. And Athereal can fend him off here by popping through the Sky Passage over here. Which is kind of cute. Unless Zukalo sits back. He's going to try and get to the next age. I think that's probably wise. He needs to have the heroic age so he can get priests out so that he can actually... Sniping another Oracle over here. Get the heroic age so he can get the priests out. So they can deal with satyrs and things like that, which are 100% coming for him. And Citizens back into the main gold mine. Finishing off these spearmen over here. And now all the units for Zukalo up onto this side. This is really dangerous. How many Caraballister? Like, if you get caught out on top of this Sky Passage with Chaos hitting you, you pop through, Chaos comes down, the Satyr splash, the Caraballister damage as well. Man, you can lose an entire army in the flash of the flashiest of flashes. The flashiest of flashes? I think that's what I'm looking for. Nonetheless, Murmillo's pulling back. As the Caraballister are getting a little bit of damage done. Shockwave comes through. Bit of a slow from all those units as the Shifting Sands to come in. Chaos gets dropped down onto these units. The Murmillos getting pulled back as one Wadget goes down. The Slingers are the problem for the time being. as Avely, I wouldn't say he won the fight, but he definitely played around that shifting sands plenty well enough. As Heavy is now in, Avely back into his main base. His sky passages have been cleaned up. He's out of gold. He has to make a move somewhere now. As Zuklo, he's got his pincers, and he's going to be looking after every little bit of gold in this game. Funnily enough, Nephthys the got a choice here for Zuklo instead of Sekhmet. I don't think I like this choice just on the fact that Sekhmet gives you that big boost for those slingers. But then again, maybe Zuklo's plan here is to go into something different. Maybe he wants to go into some Migdol type units, some Chariot Archers, or some Elephant at this point. Beyond all of this, Zuklo's played an incredibly good game just on the fact that he's limited the oracles to 4 at this point. I think Avely was up to something like 7 at some point, but he's really limited that favor income beautifully. As an attempt to move over onto the left-hand corner of the map coming in. One thing as well for Zuklo is he does have vision, and he drops it anywhere. Oh, he drops it directly on the citizen as that gets... not only that, it also spots the Murmillos over here, but Avely needs to pull back in. We see a Sky Passage attempting to go in onto the right-hand corner. One thing for Zuklo that he's got mostly up, but he's missing a little bit, are the obelisks. An obelisk over here, an obelisk over here, an obelisk over here. Just full vision of the map necessary to stop these citizens from getting done what they're doing. As the Murmillos do cut off the animals for the time being. The army for Avely sitting in his base. He has to play very, very patiently here. Meanwhile, Sky Passage will get up onto this right-hand corner. Murmillos picking off some villages here, trying to get little bits of value, but just on the fact that he picks off these villages, he's losing a lot of Murmillos for it. There's a heavy axeman coming in, shaft mine, hand axe as well. Economic upgrades on the other side for Avely, missing those heroic age upgrades at the moment, but he's now getting himself some gold. He's got so much wood in the bank as well, and the big problem here for Zuklo to deal with is twofold. Satyr. Oh, you see the problem right then and there. You can't walk straight into the Satyr. It's Satyr and it's Chaos. Now, Chaos is a ways away. 5 oracles out, 60 favor here, but still, Chaos, you have to be worried about it. As Zuklo trying to go head first into Avely's army, but Avely just says, no, sir, not today. But Nephthys gets dropped down. Damage coming in, going to be able to take out those minions pretty quickly. Still no watchtowers in for Avely, but doesn't matter as the Satyr can take out those minions very, very quickly. And yet again, Zuklo is trying his best to face tank into this Avely army, and it seems to be working. Not with that special onto those units. Their huge splash onto the Axemen as the front line is basically melted here, leaving only the back line of slingers, which shouldn't be that big of a deal. The problem, however, for Avely is he doesn't have any food. He has to move over into this Sky Passage. He's got some wolves there that he can grab. The Satyr is still getting damage done, but he doesn't have any support for them, which means that the priests for Zuklo will be enough. However, Chaos about to come back up. Avely with a little bit of a movement here, dropping a palace down. He can eat the boars. Palace is a great way to go from this spot. He can find a catch-up in this game. But Zuklo in a great position now. Though he is down his heroic age god power, and there is going to be another cheeky god power available very, very shortly here for Avely. Not only that, majority slingers here, and Avely's now currently building the counter to these. So Zuklo needs to effectively guess this a little bit, that this is coming, and start making spearmen, of which he's doing very, very nicely. As the Sky Passage gets spotted. But here's the thing, on this Sky Passage, a little bit of a garrison micro into the Sky Passage, pop over here, pick off a bunch of units, feel good about it. Gonna pop through here anyways with a couple of Clontarius. Is he gonna charge through with the Satyr? Yes, he does. Pops in, takes down the units. The Sky Passage will be living. One idea here as well for Athereal to be absolutely annoying is to pop a citizen into this back corner here. So if this Sky Passage does go down at any point, Athereal can just drop a Sky Passage here and then be on this back position whenever he wants as the Spearman getting a little bit of damage done. And the town center over here now popping up for Athereal. He feels safe now. He's got a palace up. How are you going to kill this palace, you ask, if you're Zooklo? Well, Siege Tower is obviously very, very good. It's the Sky Passage. Unfortunately for Athereal, does go down, and Zooklo has dealt with that right-hand side nicely. However, I want to make point here. Athereal needs more military buildings. He is behind on military resource value. Zooklo, he's got himself 4 barracks as well, but he's also got a Migdol stronghold. He's throwing up a siege works. Now he wants to get some of those guys out. We do see 2 TCs for both players, but Zooklo is popped. He's got no population left, which does mean that Athereal is going to be getting his economy pushing further and further and further in this moment ahead. As the obelisk getting cleaned up, Kontari's coming over here to clean up this this priest here as well. Now he's charging over to the town center. There are still a lot of satyrs here. Huge damage onto those spearmen onto the side, but you have to sort of wait for that next satyr special to get the big damage off. Now, a siege tower on the way. As Athereal desperately needs an answer to this siege tower, of which he doesn't have anything, it looks like. I don't see his Kontarius numbers. There goes the chaos as a huge amount of damage now coming in onto those units from the satyr. Gets so many kills here. Has to pull back behind these Arcus though, as the Arcus need to take out the priest, which they're doing nicely. The town center, however, does end up falling as the Arcus managed to pick off all of the priests. There's 1 priest left, which is not going to be enough to deal with all of these satyrs, I don't think. Ontario is coming in to try and deal with these guys as now the Carnivora gets dropped down as the priests are all taken out. Shockwave onto the back there to allow those satyr to charge forward, but a bit of a misclick there from Athereal as he starts attacking the siege towers. More priests coming in for Zooklo as the plant does die. More damage coming in onto those slingers. Athereal is min-maxing this defense here. He's got so much wood in the bank, however. As Athereal says, I got to bail. Coming over onto this spot. Dropping a palace. He might try and get onto the gold mine over here. Villagers moving forward to try and drop another Migdol stronghold. There's also a couple of Kontarius sitting idly by. As Athereal needs farms. He needs to spend all of his resources. On the other side, Zooklo macroing beautifully here. This is a game of who can micro the best in a world where Zooklo is playing a game that is who can macro the best. Both players got their advantages here in this one. Nonetheless, the Spearman charging forward, Palace going down, Sky Passage will fall afterwards. And Athereal needs to wander forward onto a gold mine. Now he probably thinks there might be a shifting sands available. Now often there would be, but there's only 10 favor at the moment. Athereal can wander forward and grab this gold mine for the time being. He sneaks over here to drop a Sky Passage, gets spotted by the obelisk. However, a Sky Passage here and a Sky Passage here would be a great way to play around what Zooklo is going for. We do see the palace getting dropped up. Athereal now at nearly full pop will be able to defend against the handful of camel riders coming in. Snipes those ones quickly. And now Zooklo slowly making his way up to the right side. I want to start... You've got to get some walls up here at some point to lock off these corners from the Sky Passage shenanigans that Athereal is doing. But not happening here. Meanwhile, Athereal says, I'll try and take out the Migdol stronghold as the units are going to be waiting back here. Palace is up. There's a lot of priests now out into this army. Does he have his upgrades for these guys? Yes, he does. He's got Spirit of Mart. He's got himself, I think, Nebty as well. Yep, he's got Nebty as well. So those priests will be hurting. As Avely trying to pull his Satyr back. Priest sniped down the Pharaoh there, diving into the Sky Passage to keep those Satyr alive. As it looks like Zucolo's army is yet again too much for Avely. He pops out. A little bit of damage. Needs to take out those slingers. In and out of that Sky Passage. There's no siege towers in. It's so close to finding their way over onto this spot, but Avely going to continue to try to take out all these units here. Doing a good job now as the Satyr slowly taking out the slingers. Picking up the slingers will mean the villagers can not even the villagers, but the Arcus can simply come in and take out everything else without any fear. Meanwhile, a town center coming up over onto this side. This hasn't gone over onto the middle gold mine. And Avely barely hanging on here as the palace does end up going down. We'll be able to take out those siege towers there with the Contaris. Another Sky Passage to come up onto this side as he realizes, well, we need some reinforcements up onto this position stat. If you take a look at the bank now for Zucolo, I was giving him compliments for his macro, but his gold has ballooned up to nearly 2,000 there as the Chaos onto the back unit snipes everything here. We'll be able to clean up the rest of this army. And all of a sudden, I think Avely has gotten through the worst of it. Town center up onto this side. Citizens do end up getting taken out. But the economic difference here now looks pretty close. But Zucolo, I'd say he's got an advantage economically. He's playing set. He's got the monuments. He can place monuments. He doesn't have the monuments on these Migdols, but he does have the monuments on his barracks here, which does make them cheaper to train units. Meanwhile, Avely is playing a game of how much wood could a woodchucker chuck if a woodchucker could chuck wood, and we'll see if he's going to be able to actually spend that here. Honestly, if I'm in these positions, I just take everyone off of wood, put them all onto food, and leave none on wood because I just don't need it anymore. That's my takeaway. But nonetheless, the villagers over here will say, all right, let's get out of here. Loses 2 citizens, but he's out. He's going to move into this middle gold mine potentially here. Meanwhile, Zucolo going up for a 3rd town center. Migdol stronghold up in the middle for Zucolo as well as, Palace and Migdol. A little bit of a race here, but the army not out of position, just going to have to spend his entire time moving over here will mean that Avely can get his palace up, secure this gold mine, and continue spamming out his army as the villagers will abandon the Migdol for the time being, going for the town center. And will Avely get over there and deny that one? I don't think he's going that way. He feels a little bit too scared to make that happen. And now Zucolo says, it's time for Mythic Age. It's time for Mythic Age. As the army charges in here. Let's have a little quick look at the market. The market's being used quite heavily here, so you can't really sell that wood either, as a whole bunch of farms now coming through for Avely. If we take a look at his economic upgrades, he is missing that irrigation tech, but I don't really blame him for missing that one. He's been struggling for gold for quite some time. And as the villagers to move around onto the left side, finally putting some little cheeky walls in. The citizen will get noticed over here. And Zucolo just says, all right, let's just calm on this. We can wait a little bit longer. And the citizen gets pushed back into the corner of the map. Now over onto this side, a whole bunch of catapulties are out. Love that little tech switch to some degree there from Avely. He's going to be able to take out all of the camel riders as the Arcus trying to snipe off the priests, but that will mean that the slingers are now in melee range basically for the Arcus, so they clean all those up. The catapulties clean up the camel riders, the slingers clean up the Arcus, the Satyr remaining with the priests and the Pharaoh there as they finally decide to turn around, but Avely does end up finding himself in yet again another very difficult position. Meanwhile, Thoth is moments away. Meteor will get dropped down very, very shortly. And I think Athereal might be spent in this game as the Siege Tower finishes off the palace. The citizens moving back. A fourth town center can potentially get dropped here very, very shortly. How much damage have they done? 11,854. Vision onto the main base as Zukalo says, Meteor time! Maybe he won't. I don't know. You can use it on the army as another perfectly reasonable usage of this god power. As the army trying to take out the siege towers and prevent the town center from falling. 0 gold in the bank for Athereal. He has to sell food. He has to sell wood. Pulling his citizens now in to try and take out these siege towers. He doesn't have survival equipment, so no bonus damage. Or not bonus damage, but no bonus attack. Whatever you want to call it. Mr. Zukalo, siege towers going down onto the back there. Siege tower comes in and Athereal says, hang on a second. What if I just charge my citizens forward here? As he's feeling very much like he's not going to be able to get through this position and get onto a gold mine. He's locked off the left. He could make a last ditch effort over onto this right-hand corner with another sky passage, but Zukalo playing an incredibly patient game here with his meteor. Says, I don't need to use it. Citizens falling left, right, and center. Athereal desperately kiting back with his satyr. The meteor onto this vision kills off the sky passage. There's no sky passages left as the satyr getting blown to pieces by the meteor. The town center lives with 125 HP. There's no siege towers. 199 population for Zukalo to 91 population for Athereal and 0 military. And he taps out as Zukalo goes up 1-0 in this best of 5 for day 2 of the qualifier. Zukalo, incredibly well played game for game number 1. Let's move back into the draft and see what's going to be happening for game number 2. Let's go over to this one. So we are going to be moving in onto the map key now, as you guys can see the cheeky little draft that's going on here. You did see that Athereal first picked himself Isis, Tsukiyomi over for Zukalo. Can I explain the bracket with Gaboo? What do you mean? What happened? I don't know what happened. Sorry, I genuinely have no idea what happened. Gaboo had to forfeit due to scheduling issues, so John Arbiter is playing the next round, I guess. That's what happened. Let's get into game number 2, which is going to be Gaia versus Tsukiyomi. Alrighty. Game 2. Athereal as Gaia. Zukalo as Tsukiyomi. Athereal going to have to brush off that first game. He tried to make it work. He got huge value out of his satyr. He was playing an incredibly well-controlled defensive game, but Zukalo took the advantage too far, and Athereal wasn't able to quite convert on all of his military advantages. Next game, you're up against Tsukiyomi. You're playing as Gaia. There are a few things you have to be really careful of here in this matchup. For one, you can get rushed. Like early cavalry rushes are a thing with Tsukiyomi. Another thing you can get hit with is myth unit spammage. If the Tsukiyomi player drops New Moon onto the temple in the classical age, look out. That's not only all of the myth unit upgrades there for the Kitsune, for the spider, for the Jurogumo, the spider lady, as well as also that ivory Netscared technology, which gives you gold income on damage for your myth units, or gold for your damage on myth units. So yeah, you got to be careful against that as well. That being said, there isn't really a good way for the Tsukiyomi player to deny the Gaia player from going town center. The question is whether or not the town center is worth grabbing. This town center up the top, it's got some spotted deer here that you could potentially lure over with a hero oracle or something like that, so it could be a good one. This one here has got only a handful of Zero, which you could do the same thing and lure them in underneath the town center and play a nice defensive game for the start, but the gold mine's not looking too good there. So Athereal is in a bit of a difficult position now with deciding what he needs to do. I did forget to put the score up for Zukalo, so I will make that happen. I believe we're in the round of 32. Yeah, we're in round 2. So this is best of 5 for all of those of you playing at home. So you have to win 3 games here. Let's check out the relics in the center of the map. We've got Zhurang. This is plus 10 per second there for the walls. Over to this side, we've got the Ship of Fingernails, which is going to give 0.5 food trickle per second there. Over onto this side, there is the 9 Cauldrons, which will give a vulnerability to hack and pierce reduction for all castle-like buildings. So that's going to be the Destroyer, or the Oyumi, or the Onmyoji for the Zukalo player. Over here, we've also got the Ptar's Scepter, which will be a reduction in wood and gold cost for the farm. So that one's really, really nice. We haven't really seen any attempt at grabbing those, though, from these players as Ailey. Not looking for any sort of early shenanigans here. I think he's making a hero oracle somewhere. No, he's making an extra oracle. So he wants a little bit of extra favor in. So we'll see how things are going to go. As the Kitsune here for Zukalo, just searching around. Yeah, Onmyoji is the wizard guy. That's right. He is the wizard guy. Wait, does it actually boost up those guys? I think it does. Oh. No, it doesn't. This does nothing. This literally does nothing for the Japanese player. I didn't know that. There you go. I thought it would affect the Onmyoji at the very least, if not. Well, the more you know, the stronger you become. Military barracks coming up for Athereal. And a counter barracks coming up for Athereal as well. The more I play Atlantean versus Japan, the more I think I don't need Murmillo. I think Murmillo are a unit that you don't want to build versus Japan. Why? Well, generally you build Murmillo as a unit to frontline against infantry. That's what they're the best at. They're also really good at raiding, mind you. But yeah, I don't feel like I should even be building a single Murmillo against Japan, excuse me, against Japan. Reason being is if I build Catapultis and I build Caraballiser or I build Terma based on whatever they build in the classical age, as long as I micro well, I'm actually going to be able to win those fights without any risk of my Murmillos just melting to Samurai. That's my current theory, at the very least. Nonetheless, the Naginata Riders on the way, looking for any amount of early game raids here. But with a handful of Catapultis in, it's going to be very, very tough to get a whole lot of stuff done here. Especially if you get Weightless Mace and Channels. All of a sudden, they will zoom around the Lush, and it'll be very, very tough to get in here. Nonetheless, the Naginata Riders coming through, but with 2 Caladria, not going to be able to snipe off too much. But what Zukalo can get, and why he goes for those attacks, is for the Bushido experience. Every single little bit of an attack he gets is kind of a big deal. As the army decides, let's take this fight. Caladria are going to be healing everyone up. As we do have a cheeky little Caladria, a Carnivora getting dropped down, but doesn't actually pick off any Naginata Riders there. And we do indeed see Weightless Mace coming through for Averly as he's ready to say, let me get some speed onto these bad boys as well as some extra damage. Meanwhile, back into the main base. A very smart adaptation here from Zukalo. He says, oh, you're not making Murmillos. You're making Catapultis. Let's make Samurai. If your opponent goes into Samurai here, then it's obviously important to start making Current Ballista. Or somehow getting straight to the Heroic Age and making Stymphalian Birds or making Arcus or something like that. A little poke onto the commoner there. I don't know. Well, I didn't go heavy for that. He has the Caladria to heal up, but nonetheless, the hero Catapulti says, give me some relics. He'll grab that one up, take it back into his home base. We do see a little cheeky wall coming up onto this backside as well to protect him from any sort of back raids, like that proactiveness there. Meanwhile, the Catapulti numbers looking very, very solid at the moment. As he tries to come in and kill off, he's going to take so much damage from these. Does he still not have himself the upgrade? No, he doesn't have channels yet, so unfortunately 5 speed, 5.3 speed, still not quite quick enough against these guys. They're at 6.6 speed with that many Kitsune. So they are so fast. Nonetheless, it looks like Averly spots some villagers over here that he can go and try and attack. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the Carnivora up, which is a really nice counter for the Samurai in this specific moment, but he's going to go for the villagers nonetheless. Catapulti's just playing defense for the time being. As he charges in, there are a handful of Murmillos, which aren't going to be terrible here. And with the Pacify ability there onto the Samurai, that's also huge. Meanwhile, we've got that Swampland technology, or God Power, getting dropped down as the army tries to get out of there without too many deaths. Only a handful of Catapultis ending up falling on that one as the Juragumo falls. Will he get a villager pick here? No, he doesn't. He says, I'm not going to go for it. Doesn't want to risk the deaths. Pulls out of here as the villagers over onto this side, pulling into the towns, and the Catapultis are here to defend. Does he get off a kill? Does he get one Naginata Rider? Answer, no. Citizens moving forward. They want to come over onto the Cerro. House, Manor, Economic Guild, etc. over there. Makes a lot of sense. But so far, Zukalo has prevented all of the chaos from coming his way. Mr. Cerro happily getting grabbed now for Averly. The only problem is his army is not in position, and this army is just so quick for the Tsukiyomi player Zukalo here, and he does notice this. Does he have the upgrade just yet? I'm still going to keep looking. He does have channels now, so at the very least, once these guys get onto the Lush, it's going to be some speedy Catapultis. As one citizen goes down, should be at least a couple of dead, or a dead dude there. One dead Naginata Rider as these guys are going to be pulling back into the main base. And now Medium Samurai has come through. Medium Naginata Riders as well. However, I don't think Averly has fallen for the trick. The trick here is that you fool your opponent into thinking you're massing Naginata Riders and never going to change, but you just keep making Samurai at home. The only thing is, I'm not sure what type of a player Averly is. There's players that can control Caraballista really well and they can deal with these Samurai nicely, and there's players that find it very, very challenging. Like, this Caraballista are a difficult unit to use, but they are the right answer for the Samurai, especially since they've had a bit of a Pierce Armor nerf, and we are actually seeing the Caraballista coming in. And realistically, you want somewhere in the vicinity of 4 to 8 Caraballista total for your army when your opponent's got sort of any amount above 8 Samurais. You basically want to be 1-to-1 up until whatever that is. Anyways, into the corner of the map. Averly's got to be careful here, running straight through the Samurai. Huge damage, loses 1 Catapulti. Not the end of the world, but what is the end of the world is these Caraballista getting caught out. And he does manage to snipe 1 Naginata Rider there. Zucolo running through the forest here as well. Got to be careful of the other Carnivora. It's a dangerous forest. Kind of reminds me of like the campaign missions. You're walking through the forest and you see like a random Carnivora there. Anyways. Now the Samurai on the way. Will 2 Carabalister be enough here is the big question. Dodging, dipping, diving, dodging, trying to keep the Caladria alive on the back. It does look like it's going to be enough. The units get pushed back. They're not going to have to ride us here. Do spot a couple of Carabalister here that can get sniped. These are very expensive, and losing them like this hurts so much. Samurai gets eaten. And that Carnivora, it doesn't say it because it doesn't tell you how much damage it's actually done. But it's killed off like 4 to 5 units there, I think, total, which is very, very rare. Town center looking like Athereal wants to drop it here. Surprised he's not going to the heroic age at the moment. Maybe he is. He's sitting on the town center, but he doesn't have the gold for it. He's going to move over onto the forest. He's going to come over onto this gold mine here as well. Meanwhile, the army on this back here for Zucolo is starting to mass up. Do you see another dojo? Is there an armory in the main base? Yes, there is. Has he got his upgrades in? Yes, he has. And he does have that blue, that new moon gold power there to give himself full bronze once he hits the heroic age. Let's have a little cheeky look at the economic upgrades. It's now Shaft Mine on the way for Athereal. And the calm before the storm as these raids have been non-stop from Zucolo. He's been so active with these cavalry, but also credit to Athereal for his defense so far. He hasn't really lost that many citizens, though it is kind of close on the citizen differential. Is now Hachiman coming through for Zucolo, also getting himself crenellations. But Hachiman does mean the Shogun's going to be in. And that's a tough unit to beat as anyone, but definitely tough to beat as the Gaia. You definitely need to think about making Ontarius here and or Arcus and just getting a huge amount so you can actually take that bad boy down. Because he will spawn so many samurais. We are seeing that Sashiman or Bannerman technology coming through. Citizens pulling back, diving into towers. These 2 citizens do end up getting caught out there. Nice find there from Zucolo as Athereal. He is going for his own raids as well. Looks like he's maybe picking some villages off here as the new moon does drop down onto that armory. And a palace up onto the front to help these villagers stay safe while eating all of the deer. Over on this side, the villagers do manage to get their Sero over there, but Athereal just going to be sitting back waiting for the time being, as Heavy is in as well already for Zucolo. A big timing advantage here. This is the hardest part about playing against Tsukiyomi, is having the mental fortitude to realize this is a moment that I'm just simply behind. But if I just wait and I get my armory upgrades in, we're fine. We're fine. So you can get raids going in, but you just need to make sure you're not really taking any big fights here. As the problem is, Zucolo, he is looking to force fights very, very hard. The goal, the palace over here, has not been spotted just yet. Now it has. He does grab the trader onto the Tengu. The Shogun onto the back here, targeting down the Behemoth. You have to make sure you are facing the Shogun. He deletes the Behemoth so that he doesn't give too many away, but there's just no units in for Athereal at the moment. There's no units in for Athereal. The Shogun taking Carabalister out, taking everything out. The Murmillos diving into the palace. Citizens going down over here as well. As the samurai popping through. And all of a sudden, the advantage that Zucolo has is simply overwhelming. And Athereal taps out. Zucolo claims the dub and he's up now 2-0 over Aveley. This is a huge, huge advantage for Zukalo against one of the favorites in this qualifier to qualify. Zukalo, credit where credit's due. This guy rated the entirety of the game with 4 Kitsune and a handful of Naginata riders. Got huge value and kept Aveley busy the entirety of this game. Let's move into game number 3 and see if Aveley can strike back, or if Zukalo is looking for the express lane, the speed run to Champions League in the qualifier 2. Let's jump back to the draft and see what they're going to pick. Alrighty. We are going in onto the map Mirage, it looks like. Onto the map Mirage. I don't know what the matchup is just yet. Give me a second, guys. All right, we can actually already jump in. So we're just going to jump into the game. We're going to jump into the game, and let's go for game number 2. As we do spawn into this one, and we've got Aveley in the left-hand corner. Tournament life on the line. And he decides, Mirage is the map for me, and Zeus is the god I'm going to play. His opponent, Zukalo, says, great. Let's play Ra. Ra on Mirage. What's the idea here with Ra? I'm not exactly sure, but let me explain a little bit about Zeus, a little bit about what's going on with him, and why it does make sense that Zeus gets picked on this map quite a bit. So the big advantage here for Zeus is inside of a 2-town center defensive play, I think. Oftentimes, you can find yourself a town center with a nice close gold mine, get this walled up, play defense here against any sort of hyper aggression from the Ra, and be okay. You've also got a nice gold mine down the bottom here that you can wall off, and you can actually utilize a transport ship if you want to retreat these villagers here into here, around over to here, and be on this gold mine very, very quickly. So that's the real idea here. On the other side, generally, when I see Egyptians on Mirage, it's normally for some type of cheese. Some type of cheese. So you've got fast heroic attacks. You've got 1 town center all-ins with the classical age, with the barracks units trying to put pressure on. And even fast mythics off of 1 town center can be pretty potent. Especially on this patch now that has had a little bit of a buff to a unit that is pretty close to me. I'm a big fan of this unit. The Avenger. The Avenger recently was taken from 25 favor down to 22 favor from memory. And yeah, that's kind of a big deal. You get a lot more Avengers out, really fast advance. Obviously, you are playing against Zeus, who has access to some pretty strong heroes. But if the Zeus player goes 2 TC defensive boom, they won't have those really strong heroes in time. So you can get that damage off in a big way. Another option as well is to go for Sphinx and or an Eclipse and find that value there as well. But there's a lot of ways to go here. I guess one other way to play for Zeus here is to actually just play 1 town center all in yourself. One unit that got buffed, which could help out quite a bit in that sort of an attempt from Aveley, would be the Toxodi. That guy's had a DPS boost. Greeks were struggling a little bit, and the dev said, you know what? You guys are struggling. Let's give you some buffs. Meanwhile, Zukalo's docks almost getting all the fishing ships. You do get 9 fish on this map. It's kind of the unique part about this map. It's just a little bit of an extra food boost early on into the game. It's not unraidable, but it's somewhat unraidable. So if you want to send a villager around the outside of the map, which is very, very easy to do, you can see that both sides have got that opening to some degree to sneak through, around, and away from any sort of line of sight that your opponent set up. You can do so. I've seen docks getting put up onto this position. Another god that can do this quite nicely is a god like Kronos. But yeah, that's the sort of idea. As the villagers popping over onto the gold, he's got the wood coming in. No one on food anymore, apart from fishing ships, I think. Am I missing one? Yes, he's just got the fishing ships there as his food source. So it does look like a second town center from Athereal in this game. Meanwhile, Dar for Zukalo. We actually saw him going Dar before as well. There is another wild all-in that could catch anyone out here, which would be some sort of Scarab all-in. That's another unit that got a little bit of a helping hand in the recent patch. And I think it's got 1,000 HP instead of 900, which is quite nice as the Katoska boss. Just scouting out, seeing what's happening. Meanwhile, Goldmine has all the gold in the world. And the question is, will he wander over and get this town center? There is a little bit of a scary part about this if you're also Athereal, which is shifting sands onto your second town center as it's getting built. Unless I'm missing something and this isn't going to be a town center grab. Nope, the villagers are going. The priest will spot it. In the main base, there's an armory for Zukalo. Okay, so it will be a one town center fast stroke at the very least. So I'm not... So far, my read on this has been pretty good. It's going to be some sort of a cheese, like a tech cheese from Zukalo. I really like this. I love watching these games. Whether or not they work or not is generally up to how well the other player gets a read on what's going on. Like, there's shifting sands. There's scarabs available. There's even chariot archers or slingers or spearmen that can get spammed out after you click advance. And... well, it looks like he's going for Sobek, which changes things a little bit. So no shifting sands all in. Could still go straight to the Mythic Age, though. But only one monument makes me ask the question, what's happening here? As barracks does end up getting dropped down, and Athereal will very happily fly in here. He might have just gotten baited. Flies in, sees a barracks. He might have just gotten baited. Because that barracks there gives away not very much. It gives away that Zukalo is going to be building some barracks units, but he didn't see when it was coming up. He didn't see how many of them are there. He didn't see the armory. Now, obviously, when Zukalo hits the Heroic Age, Athereal will know what's happening. Athereal will know what's happening. So, there's that. But still, one thing here that Athereal is doing, which I absolutely love, mining his second gold mine early, rather than in the main base, finishing up this one. So he's still got 1,800 gold here. If for whatever reason this position gets broken through, Athereal can just pull back, run through the town center, come over here onto this gold mine, and be very happy for a very long time with a villager advantage. Did Zukalo spot the town center? Yes, he did. He had an obelisk here, so kind of gave it away. As the archery range barracks coming through. Athereal has said he wants to go up to the Heroic Age through Apollo here, as an armory on the back going to be coming in. Pegasus goes down. Midor Stronghold going to be coming up. And yeah, Athereal has to be feeling a little bit nervous here. He's getting his walls up. The Rock scouting out what's happening onto this side. He does know there's a gold mine there, but he doesn't know there's any other where the other food is. And that's kind of the difficulty, so to speak, for what Athereal's going for. He does have a whole bunch of cows. There's still hunt in his main base that he can eat a little bit later. But no food on this side, on this town center, does mean he's going to be ballooning in the gold department when he wants to be getting to the Heroic Age. If he had maybe sent some cows over to this town center, he could be eating those as an idea, but that would be the only real trick. As where to next for Zukalo is the question. He's going for Dark Waters. He's getting Chariot Archers. And that does mean he's probably going to go into some Camel Riders here. As Averly is building a handful of Toxotes. Just while he's waiting for the Heroic Age for his Peltast. It's another Storehouse coming up. And the calm before the storm. As units making their way over here. The big scary unit is the Wadjet and the Petsukos here. The Toxotes popping out here, but this is not the right side to pop out. Good control from Zukalo as he starts dodging away. Hoplite goes down. Nice try from Averly, but he needs the pull. His villagers are stuck. They're not stuck. They're just not moving. Don't know why. Locust Swarm gets dropped down, but too slow. Run up to the top. He's going to be up. Yeah, he's going to dodge that completely. So no problems there for Averly. He has been pushed off this gold mine for the time being, but he needs to get his villagers back to work. He's on the middle gold mine in his home base. Lots and lots of gold in the bank. 51 favor as well. I wouldn't mind seeing a bolt onto Petsukos. That makes perfect sense to me. Not really saving it for anything in particular. As the hoplite numbers starting to grow. Will we see any Peltas coming through? Yes, we do. And we also see a very quick Oracle, actually, coming in for Averly. I'm not exactly sure on what that's for. Yes, you get more line of sight. That's nice. But you also get to see what your opponent is building to some degree. If you click on their buildings, if you've got line of sight of their buildings, you can see what they're building, what they're researching. So you can see if they're going for like a Heroic Age or whatever. I'll show you what that looks like if I get a shot, if I get a chance. Can I click here? No, he doesn't have the line of sight. So that's a very strange upgrade to grab, but he grabs it nonetheless. Sunray coming through as well. More hoplites on the way. As the hardest part right now for Averly is to get himself the military buildings set up and secure a gold mine. Now, he does have this gold mine down the bottom, but Shifting Sands is on the cards here. One answer for that would be that transport ship that I was talking about. To play around it, you can just run into the transport ship and then get away from there. As Averly says, time for a fortress. Time for a fortress, and we'll see what happens. This is just going to be what I think can only be described as a vanilla all-in from Zukalo. The army charges forward. Restoration is in. Hoplites to charge in onto this position as well. Needs to get those heroes over onto the myth units. Now managing to do so as the Peltast. Now starting to make their way over to take out those Chariot Archers, but good control from Zukalo, shooting, scooting away as the Peltast slowly getting that damage done. But it's looking like maybe Averly hit the button that little bit too soon. He's about to lose buildings. He's going to lose everything. Now Averly is going to be in full panic mode. Trying to get more military buildings down onto the back here. Camel Riders charging through. Priest Pharaoh to take out the Manticore. Military Academy going down. More military archery range. Everything on the back. The villager advantage is gigantic for Averly, but he just can't get the resources in. He does manage to force the siege towers back for the time being here. He does have a gold mine down the bottom. Does he spot it? He does know it's there, so there can be a little bit of a movement down there. Also, Zukalo knows that's there as well. As the siege towers to simply just roll in. And Averly needs to make a really good defense here. One technology that is a must grab here in this situation for Averly is survival equipment. Why? Because it gives bonus HP and damage to the villagers to help them take out siege towers. So villagers back up onto this top gold mine. Averly with still a very small amount of military infrastructure here, and this is the problem. He's got all the resources in the world to get himself a very healthy amount of units. As the villagers pop out, ready to start shanking, the Peltas can drop through the fortress up to the top. Great control there from Averly, but Zukalo doing exactly the right thing here. Shooting, scooting down to the bottom, making those Peltas look silly. As the villagers still need to be microing here to take out the siege towers. The fortress going to be falling. The villagers also going down, but so too are the siege towers. But the chariot archers just doing so much damage. The villager numbers starting to fall. The town center going to be going down. And it looks to me like Athereal is in an incredible amount of trouble right now. 4.5k military resource value to 835. Athereal pulling back into the corner here. And he taps out as Zukalo eliminates Athereal from Champions League Season 4 Qualifier number 2 in dominating fashion. A tough defense here for Athereal, but what was missing was military buildings and just waiting. If your opponent is going to go for an all-in and you don't know if you can win or not against the army, just sack the town center. That's the secret. That's the secret always against these sorts of things. When you're playing at the top level, give credit where credit's due to your opponent. Say, okay, I trust you. You probably have worked this all in out. It's probably pretty strong. Let's just sack the position, delay as much as we can, take the fight later. Athereal doesn't do it. Literally all of his villagers are sitting idle and the game is lost. Zukalo, congratulations. Going to be moving on to the next round here. If you guys are having a good time hanging out with me, make sure you hit that follow button and all the other good stuff. And we'll move into another game. Alrighty then. Who should we jump into? Is there any series here that has not really been going on too much? We could jump into the middle of Garnet's series. What are we feeling like? Looks like Adepetsu might be meeting Shelty again. The revenge match. Let's jump into this one. Let me have a quick look. We're just going to jump into a random game while we wait for a round 3 game to start. So we're going to jump in and watch this one now. Okay, that game's not there. They didn't put the thing there. That's okay. Let's take a quick look. Actually, let's jump into... I changed my mind. Let's jump into this game. Where are they sitting? Where's their thing sitting? Zukt had a rough run last time, so I want to give him a watch this time. Okay, it's 2-1 at the moment, so let's watch this game. 2-1 for Zukt versus, who's he playing? Kaiba. So we're going to jump in right now. Give me a second, setting up the scoreboard, and we will be right with you. All right, let's go into game number 4. Right now, it's 2-1 for Zukt. Let's go. Alrighty, here we go. Game number 4 for Zukt versus Kaiba on this qualifier day 1, or qualifier 2 for day 1. So, I don't know what's happened in this series, but I know that Zukt is one of those higher ranked players who's probably vying for a spot in Champions League as a little bit of a dark horse to kind of get through it all. But he did not have a good run last week. So he's definitely going to be thinking about trying to improve on that for this week. He's definitely one of the stronger players in this tournament. Kyber, on the other hand, another very, very strong Norse player, and he is on his Norse here in this game, but he is up against a very aggressive Shenong. A very, very aggressive Shenong. And this is a Shenong that's going to be utilizing things like lightning weapons, going to be using things like fire archers, halberdier, and looking to put as much pressure on as he possibly can to Kyber. Beyond this, I'm sure he's been playing a lot of this China, trying to figure out how to utilize the new and improved 10 favor Qualifier. Do you spam them out? Do you just build a handful of them and still get a whole bunch of myth units? Do you get more than a handful and just a tiny bit of myth units? Do you just get none and all myth units still? Lots of different questions to answer. Relics up onto this side. We do have the Pandora's box. This one's going to be favor cost minus 15% there for the myth units. Over onto the middle of the map, there is the Little Crow Circle, which is food and gold cost minus 50% there for the armory. Over onto this side there is the Trojan Gate Hinge, making the hit points of walls go up. And we've got Bow of Artemis, which is going to be the wood and gold cost minus 10% there for archers. Also, I'm not really reading the chat while we're going through these games. I'm trying to focus mostly on the game, but I do see all your kind comments, so I say thank you to everybody. Having a ball watching this season of Champions League. This is probably the funnest thing that I do. And so I'm just like sitting here just living the dream. So thanks for joining me on my dream. So we'll see how this game's gonna go. But so far, some incredible games in this tournament. It's been an absolute amazing experience so far. Nonetheless, we've got the Chi coming in for Zookt. No surprises there. And I imagine we're going to be seeing a 4-seti for Kyber. There is a world we're going Heimdall here. Going Heimdall here does make some sense. Just on the fact that you can do things like spam towers, which can sort of help you play around the really strong classical age of the Shenong player, and also give yourself a bit of an eco advantage, and maybe also find some buildings that get built and deny them early, so you can delay the early game of the Shenong player. But at the moment, it's just going to be the 3 Qualifier opening for Zookt. Slightly later, well, it's not slightly later, it's much later than the Qualifier openings that we were seeing last patch, where players would go 2 Qualifier in a very quick, like 3:30, 3:45 advance time or something like that. But nonetheless, Chiao is in, and we will be seeing a very quick machine workshop first and foremost. And I imagine following that, it will be a very quick military barracks. Or is it? A military camp, excuse me. As the Yatsa heading across the map, looking for early game raids here onto Kyber's villages. Bros asks about the stream sniping measures. Yeah, so there's a delay of 3 minutes for each game that's happening at the very least. So yeah, that's the measures. That's the countermeasures. As the Yatsa charging over onto this spot, the Hersa in hot pursuit. Generally speaking, chasing. Oh, do we see a villager pick already? Nice snipe there from the first Yatsa, as this one's just going to be running around, dodging, dipping, diving, ducking and dodging as well into the... Oh, no, doesn't pay attention. Dives straight onto the Hersa. Takes so much damage there, down to just a sliver of HP. We'll be able to get out, but that is unlucky for Zookt. Was not paying attention on that one. And he's gonna get out of here. But now the Fire Archer's slowly starting to wander forward. Yatsa plus Fire Archer, but he does dive over the wall straight into another 2 Hersa. One more smackaroonie and that guy will be out of there, but not going to happen. It looks like as potentially this Ursa might lose his life for the privilege of chasing off that other Yartser there. Not quite going to happen, but nonetheless. Kaiba now getting up a great haul. Needs himself some raiding cavalry here to deal with everything, as we do have a healing spring in. Got to be careful with those fire archers as the Ursa are coming through. There's no front line, which is the hard part, as he does drop a little bit of a ghost building in. Not going to be able to snipe the fire archers, but scary move from Kaiba, as Zookt needs to be careful here. Now, military camp up. A lot of raiding cavalry in, and these are the most scary points, excuse me, for a Shenong going for this type of a strategy. Whole bunch of raiding cavalry pop out. No Halberdier. Say lights out to your fire archer. So Zook's got to be careful here. Gets a little bit of damage done onto those onto those Ursa. Pulling back. The Yartser here, they are in. They can help defend against those raiding cavalries, pulling off up to the top here to distract, but now on the retreat, a lot of fire archers are going to be falling here. One Halberdier to join in as a bit of a distraction, but Kaiba gets nice return fire in, and Zookt has to pull all the way back to his main base. We're into this spot, another machine workshop coming through. Halberdiers starting to muster on the front as well. Moose, thank you for the raid, my dude. I hope your stream went well and you saw some incredible action. As Zookt starting to move up to the top side of the map. Looking for a little something to take out. What can he find is the big question. I mean, the walls are now up. Majority of defense is in. This wall, not that good against the Yartser. Just dive over it and you're on the villagers, causing a lot of pain. Meanwhile, another military camp to come up as Zookt needs to take his foot off the pedal here so he can get himself a reasonable answer to the raiding cavalry. However, that answer is now in with Master of Weaponry. The problem is he's made a little bit of an opening into his base as the villagers to pull back. Now, you can just drop some farms down and use your Prosperous Seeds to deny the losses. He loses one villager. Another villager over here does not end up falling. But the raiding cavalry will fall. Yes, it does get sniped as the Halberdiers off onto this side. Not quite going to be able to deal with those guys. But nonetheless, Zook realizes with the raiding cavalry in his base, there's nothing going to be really stopping him from charging into Kaiba's base. Though there are a whole bunch of raiding cavalry there, so he needs those Halberdiers. A couple are going to be joining up. Spots those raiding cavalry just pulling back into the main base. So after all is said and done, Zookt is ready for some action. He's got a great counter to the raiding cavalry. He's got a great counter to the Herser. There's no throw and axeman. Bragi is queued up here as a spy gets dropped down finally onto the Yartser. And Kaiba, simply put, going to be moving over onto the top side. Well, it's pulling off of the gold mine here, as there is a beautiful gold mine on the back here as well. That's probably why Kaiba feels like he can get away with a heroic age. But even so, it's just one wall. That's it. Stopping that. And I imagine Zook does know there's a gold mine there. He does. Snipes a little cheeky villager there as the Herser are in to send those Yartser away. One Yartser ends up falling. And the raiding cavalry will find their way up onto the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Kaiba looking for the attack. You got to be so careful here. Just go into the perspective of Kaiba. You know, if he has this technology, this is not as big of a deal because you get a whole bunch of extra line of sight from having eyes in the forest. But the Halberdier was searching. They weren't in a good defensive position. The villagers pulling back. We'll get 2 snipes. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the walls get broken down. Looking to charge over onto this side as more villagers getting picked off. Kyber is playing a fantastic raiding game plan here to try and distract against this slow army. Dwarves are back onto this gold mine. 600 gold here. Can come back over here and rebuild the wall. As Zook mustering up his army over here. Still looking to push forward. One idea here for Kyber is to go and raid maybe once more. Pull the Halberdier out into a defensive position. And then collapse in onto the army of Zook with the entirety of his forces. And click flaming weapons. That's got to be the way forward here for Kyber. He's sitting at the top with his raiding cavalry. Maybe he's just going to look for returning in and trying to take a fight, but he does need some help here. Hill Fort coming up. 30 seconds from completion. I'm not sure this one's going to be able to finish here. The raiding cavalry getting stopped over here. Raiding cavalry distracting. That's what he needs, but still has not spotted the Hill Fort. Kyber will be able to finish that one up. Now, the problem here is it going to matter? One Hill Fort versus this much army? Maybe. Maybe. Using that Hill Fort to garrison in is going to be huge. Gets that buck to push those fire archers away. And at the moment here, Zook's not paying attention on that one. Does pick up a whole bunch of villagers. Drops the lightning weapons in. That's going to stun up those raiding cavalry and help allow the units to actually win this fight. But the raiding cavalry breaking through here. The halberdier getting some big damage on fire archers over here, getting damage on onto this position. The villagers retreating into the tower. And the army of Zooks, is it going to be enough here? Throwing axe on the back, getting picked off nicely. There is still a flaming weapons. For whatever reason, Kyber decides, I don't want to drop it. Imagine if he'd used flaming weapons there. It probably would have been a completely different fight, but it doesn't matter. He saves himself. He survives. The halberdier are down. The fire archers are taking out. The Huskal are now in the army. And Kyber holds. Not only does Kyber hold, but he holds with flaming weapons. Which is a very, very scary thing now for Zoot. The only thing here, though, for Zoot that is a saving grace, big saving grace, mind you, is that villager differential. 49 to 33. Which means he can go heroic age, which means he can rebuild his army, which means he can probably get up a ballet, all while staying competitive with the military resources. Now, one thing here that I think is going to take a little bit of time here for these Shenong players to remember is that favor is really, really important for multiple things. Qualifier, yes. Mid units, yes. God powers, yes. But also unique technologies. Specifically, Rashol unique technologies. Things like the Divine Judgment. Gilded Shield's not that important in this matchup. Ballet. And also Mythic Age technologies to boot. Now we see the Call of Valhalla coming through as Kyber is thinking, well, maybe I can get a whole bunch of favor in. What would he be wanting favor for at the moment? Berserk's not really the go-to unit against the Chinese army. So obviously he's getting that Call of Valhalla technology. Take a quick look at it. Which does give 0.5 favor on death and some HP for the Berserks. But mostly the favor on death is what you want from it. Maybe he's going to look for a Mythic Age. Fire Giant. Mythic Age. Hell. Nidhogg. Double Nidhogg. I don't know. Temple getting bashed down as Kyber to retreat off. Just looking for any raids he possibly can with those Huskal. But Zook is in full defensive mode. He does get himself that Divine Judgment technology. His units are going to be really strong. More military camps coming up. You even see Sages starting to get built. This unit, for those of you who didn't really understand the change, it used to stun for 8 seconds. Now it stuns for 2 seconds, but it copies still for 8 seconds. So you can steal the myth unit for 8 seconds, and your opponent's myth unit gets stunned for 2 seconds. That's the Bai who charges in. This is not a good fight for Kaiba. He drops flaming weapons down. Fey Beasts in retaliation here. There's only a handful, and by a handful I say one hero here for Zookt, but it's looking like this is not the fight. Half of Kaiba's army not even here. And that movement and that engagement from Kaiba is just not going to be it. And he does decide in that moment there to tap out as Zookt takes the dub, winning this series and moving on to the round of 16. Win the round of 16, and you do go on to day 2. So a big win there for Zookt. Better luck next time for Kaiba. And yeah, we'll move into the... I think I'm going to have the shortest of breaks while I figure out what to do next. And we'll move into the next game as soon as we possibly can. But a well-played game there from Zookt. And we'll see you in the next series. Caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. The throw and action, great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough, is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Karabalista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Karabalista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Karabalista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Karabalista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Forseti is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullis, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Midi Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopesu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopesu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopesu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopesu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tau Wu goes down. The Town Center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan. Does it go up population-wise? It is looking like Athereal is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Athereal just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Athereal. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves, and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. But now, Hell's Ravage. Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. They're throwing axe with great control there from Hell's Ravage. All right, guys, thanks for sticking around. We're actually going to move into a round of 16 matchup right now. So a couple of these players have raced to the round of 16 very quickly, and we're going to be checking it out. We're going to be watching Nullis versus Athereal. Let's talk, but before we jump into that, let's talk about what's happened today. So if you don't want spoilers, tune out for the next 5 minutes or so. Just going to talk through some of the upsets, some of the non-sets, and all the other good stuff. So we've got at the top of the bracket, looks like Mosca's made it through into the round of 16, as is to be expected. This guy is incredibly good at the game. So he's taken out All-Mate John Arbiter. We've got Asem and Darthnox currently in a 5-game series on game 5. So that's pretty exciting there. Athereal and Zapata. Looks like Athereal's made it through to the round of 16 again to face off against Shelty, who has yet again made it through to the top 16. So they've met each other again. A rematch, revenge match. Shelty went down 2-3 against Athereal in the previous qualifier, so we'll see what's going to happen with him. Meanwhile, Eric is still going up against Baynak, as he is currently looking to be in front on that one. And we've got Kama, who has very, very quickly gotten through to the round of 16 himself to face off against Eric or Baynak. And then we've got Ulysses in a pretty long series versus the Super Saiyan, yet to drop a game, but is on match point. Chasing the Sun took out a bit of an upset here, as Chasing the Sun took out Jack in 3 games. Now we're going to be watching that Nullis versus Athereal game. And next we've got Garneth facing off against Dixito, and he is up 2-0 at the moment, looking to clean that one off and face Izamato, who is undefeated so far. And then we've got Zukalo and Zukt taking each other on at the moment in the round of 16 as well. And we're waiting on Hells and Ogneni to finish their series. Tiger Boss is taking on Killuminati at the moment and is currently up 2-0. So let's jump over to the draft and see what's going to be happening there. All right, guys. So we're into the draft right now, and a quick reminder that if we do miss games through this qualifier, which will happen, I will be watching them on probably Tuesday, Wednesday this week. We're going to be going through the best of series, the series that were the most exciting, the closest series of the qualifier. So don't fret. We will go back and watch those another day. If you want to come and hang out with me on those days, definitely make sure you do so. But so far, we've seen a little cheeky couple of map grabs, with Blue Lagoon being the first map. It's going to be popping up in this best of 5. Nullis ace picks the Anatolia, Athereal ace picks the Marsh, and then bans out Mirage and Key. Then Step comes through and Ghost Lake comes through, and then we're starting to see a first pick, then ace pick of Frere from Nullis. Then Athereal grabs his Hades as his own ace pick, bans out Uranus, and Nullis also bans out Susanoo, which is absolutely wild. Love to see it. Then we've got the Gaia pick from Nullis, the Isis pick, Zeus from Athereal, no surprises. Tsukiyomi also coming in for Athereal. Funnily enough, Athereal grabbing the Hades as an ace pick is actually him sniping that from Nullis. As Nullis, if you are unaware, won Champions League Season 3 by basically in Legacy. The history of this tournament does go back to something like the year 2020, where we ran our first big event with myself and Chrono JJ. Followed that up with 3 extra large events with the Champions League. Nullis was the winner of the third one, and he primarily played Hades in that tournament. There was no god restrictions back then. He also played Uranus as well. But now we see the Shannon grab for Nullis, as he's going to pick his last god, allowing Athereal to have a little bit of a counter pick on the end. Champions League Season 3 was when the game was perfectly balanced because everything was a Hades mirror. Funnily enough, there was actually a very, very large amount of gods played, considering the god restrictions were non-existent. Nonetheless, Chronos picked up for Athereal in the end, and we've got ourselves a little cheeky series here. Let me know what you guys reckon. Who's got the better draft in this series? You reckon Nullis is going to have it, or Athereal is going to have it? I'm actually really interested to see this one, because Nullis, for all intents and purposes, he's actually a defensive player. So we're going to have a very interesting series here, because Nullis and Athereal are both incredibly defensive players. They both love playing a reactionary game. Now, Nullis is an incredibly good Norse player as well, though he's only grabbed 2 Norses. Oh, he's actually, never mind. He's grabbed 3 Norses. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. So they're just going to be doing their first picks for Blue Lagoon, and we'll see what they're going to grab. I think in terms of like priorities for these players, okay, so let's talk about this. Let's break this down for what a draft looks like for a pro player. So drafting is realistically, you have a list of gods that you prioritize. And that list goes from the highest priority all the way down to the bottom priority. And probably about half the pros will not deviate from their priority list at all in the draft, regardless of what their opponent picks. So for example, if you think that Set is the best god, that's at the top of your priority list. If you think that Hades is the next best god, that'll be the next god you're going to pick. And then it just goes down, and you just run down your list and you just grab the gods that you can as fast as you possibly can. So for Athereal, he grabbed Hades, Zeus, Tsukiyomi, Poseidon, Amaterasu. I think he's grabbed 5 of his highest priority gods in this for his god pool. He plays all the Greeks at a really high level, is very, very constantly in a 2k plus elo with those creeks. When he jumps off those creeks, he sometimes falls down in elo a bit while he's learning, but he doesn't have any Norse. He doesn't have anything like that. He's got every god that he wants. Nullis, on the other hand, I'm not sure how much of an adaptive draft he's done here, but he didn't pick any Greeks, and he's only gone for the Norse. And this might be somewhat of a counter idea. Somewhat of a counter idea to what Athereal is doing, which is the idea is, well, Norse is good versus Greek. Now, whether or not Norse is still good versus Greek in the sense that it just straight counters Greek, which is what a lot of players were thinking was happening in the previous patch. Now with the reduction in eco, I think that Athereal is going to have a lot better time defending the Norse. We've also noticed that, I mean, it's very early days on the god draft, on the leaderboard, on the stats. But one thing that we've been seeing is that Freyr, the ace pick for Nullis, has been struggling a lot. Odin, on the other hand, has been doing perfectly well. So that's that. But nonetheless, our first game on Blue Lagoon is going to be a Odin versus Tsukiyomi affair. Now, I think my understanding of this is probably somewhat accurate. So Athereal, the 2TC player, Nullis, going to be trying to take him out of book, so to speak, out of two Townsend territory. You can't really play 2TC against Norse unless the map really, really begs for it. So that's what I reckon's going on here. That's what I think is the thing that's happening. So we'll see how it's going to go. Tsukiyomi, can you go 2TC with Tsukiyomi? I don't think so. Not in this matchup. I don't think you can go fast 2TC in this matchup. Why? Well, you don't have access to anything that can stop the Hersir from coming in and breaking you. Maybe actually like 3 Mikor and like 8 villagers onto the town center and just healing could be enough. Not exactly sure. Anyways, we're about to get this game on the road. Players getting into the lobby and starting up. And it looks like we are 2 players in the lobby. We will have to wait for the delay, I think. There's a 3-minute delay. 3 Mikos for a second town center. Karl Marx. I don't know what Karl Marx would think of Oth. What do you think he would think? You tell me. I should probably put here in the title that we are currently Nullis. Oops. Nullis versus Athereal. Yeah, so for those of you also who are tuning in just now and are a little bit confused about where some players are in this tournament, there are 8 players who have auto-qualified to the main event, and there are 4 players who have qualified already from qualifier number 1. And you can check those all out on the Liquipedia stage page as well, but Kavoth is already qualified. All right, is this game, have they started yet? Let's have a little quick look. And they are in, and we're going to have just a short delay of just over a minute. So if you guys are, who's Athereal? Athereal is he's formerly known as Divine. So he's played a lot of Age Mythology. He streams, very entertaining player to watch, very defensive player. So that's the story there. He's also played Age of Empires 4 at a high level as well. But if you guys want to go out and grab a drink, get some popcorn before the action starts, right now is going to be your best bet. So go over and check it. But we are going to be moving in onto game number 1 in this best of 5. It's going to be Odin versus Tsukiyomi. It's going to be on the map Blue Lagoon. I don't really know much about this matchup other than that the Tsukiyomi player probably should go for some guardhouses. And maybe you want to stay away. Actually, you could probably go for cavalry as well. And you also have to go for dojo. I think you got to be really, really scouty. Now, luckily, you can get the scouts in with the kitsune. So you want to basically spot if they're going longhouse or if they're going for the Great Halls. If they go for Great Halls, they're going to be making cav. Then you can go cav. If they're going to go for the longhouse, then you have to be prepared to be making some bushi. Or even not bushi, just Yumi archers to deal with the throw and action, as well as maybe also dropping some dojos to deal with the berserks. But anyways, we're going to be getting into game number 1 right now. Odin versus Tsukiyomi on the map Blue Lagoon. Let's get it. And on the left side of the map, it is Nullis trying to requalify to protect his crown. He has the Champions League Season 3 trophy sitting in his home. And he wants another one. He has to get through Athereal today and someone else tomorrow, though. There's Athereal in the green color of all things. Do you call this green? It looks green to me. In the green color, playing as Tsukiyomi. Now, I have seen Athereal going for these town center ideas, specifically going for Minakata Tomi with like a shrine to defend and things like that. But that doesn't really, you don't have that as Tsukiyomi, so it doesn't work. But nonetheless, Nullis just going to be opening up very, very stock standard. Did he get himself any sort of upgrades? No pickaxe coming in just yet. Let's take a look at the relics. At the top of the map, we have Ria's Crown. So a little bit of a talent center reduction there, or cost in the talent center reduction there. In the left-hand corner of the map, we've got the Dragon Palace Crystal, making wall and tower hit points 10% stronger. Text of Imhotep here, making the buildings build 10% faster. And finally, we've got Ship of Fingernails, which is going to be the food trickle rate plus 0.5. So some very, very, very good relics there for anyone to go and grab. I think I would probably consider just playing a very stock standard one talent center play here as Tsukiyomi. I wouldn't even mind not going into cav here. Reason being is I just defend my base against the raids early with walls and building placement and things like that. And let's play this kind of like a budget Greek, a budget Athena rush, except for the fact instead of having a restoration, I've got myself, what is happening here? I don't think I've ever seen that. I think that was just like, something was saying no on that temple placement there for Athereal. Something was, I was just watching this and my brain was just like, hang on, what's happening here? I think the chicken was like saying no. I don't know what was, I'm not going to go ahead and explain what was going on there, but unfortunately for Athereal, it does get his temple delayed a bit, but I don't think it's going to matter all too much. He wants an extra villager anyways. And it's all good. The shrine bugs it out, but it's so far away. I don't think maybe it would have. Anyways. I was saying, I think you can play like a budget Athena rush, but instead of making using restoration to win you the fights, you can use Swampland to win you the fights. And you can also make some samurai if you need, because you've got basically Hypaspists in the classical age if your opponent makes any infantry. And otherwise, you can just go for Yati Spearmen and Yumi Archers and have a really, really difficult to kill army there. Nonetheless, Nullis going for Freya. So no surprises there. I do think the more I play, against Japan, the more I think defensive is the way to go. And there's a perfect god for Odin here to play defensive, and that would be going Heimdall. That's the more I play, the more I feel like that's the call. Lots of walls and all the other good stuff. As we do see the new moon getting dropped on the shrine, and I could be wrong here, but this does look like a second town center from Athereal. He is incredibly consistent with this stuff. He gets himself out another Mikor. He's making his way over onto this side to drop the shrine. Sorry, not the shrine, drop the town center. The Raven will spot this. The Valkyrie can get some value here, but I mean, he's got himself the boosted villagers up to 69 HP. So this town center is not going to be getting killed, but there's nothing on this town center. So I asked the question, will Nullis care? I mean, he might just go for his own second town center and just say, no worries, let's play a bit more of a boomy game. But Athereal here, probably not going to lose all too many villages. He does have that survival equipment in for free from New Moon. As he's moving up onto the chickens over here. One Mikor returning home. Forest Fire to get dropped on this shrine is completely valuable, fair, good way to play. But then again, a Forest Fire on this forest or this forest to open up the town center for a big attack also makes some sense. As in the main base, it's a great hall. Longhouse up for Nullis. And we do see another great hall coming up in the middle of the map there for Nullis too. As the Valkyrie spots some villagers onto this position. Jabs away, pokes away, and he's just going to pop into the tower here before deciding maybe to turn around and shank. But nonetheless, the Juragumo plus Kitsune over to say hello and help. You can just bring another Miko up here and start healing these guys up. There's going to be a Miko popping up onto this top tree line there as well. And so far, Athereal has defended this early game. He's defended everything. He's going to get himself out the guardhouse, which means he's going to get some Yati Spearmen, which means these raiding cavalry are going to be a little bit less effective. The Herso, on the other hand, are going to be very effective against both the Yati Spearmen and the Juragumo plus Kitsune. As Athereal pops into the tower, back into the main base. He's got a couple of goats here he can grab, and he's probably going to need some farms here at some point as well. He does pick up the raiding cavalry. Unfortunately, he throws that one away. Does she one-hit an unupgraded? This is one bad woman. She is a bad lady. An absolutely bad lady. And that's the good version of the bad. You know what I mean. One hitting the raiding cavalry. I thought she'd have to get like an extra attack onto it or something. But yeah, with the hack, even without the hack damage, hack armor nerf, I think you one hit the naked raiding cavalry. Nonetheless, Nullis searching around down here to see if he can pick off anything. Got a stable coming up. A couple of stables in this position here for Athereal to make some Naginata riders and all the other good stuff. We've got medium cavalry coming through as well for Nullis at the moment up the top. And he charges in onto this position, but the army is in to defend. The Bushi are there to take out those Valkyrie. A handful of Yati Spearmen is more than enough to say, please leave. And one raiding cavalry ends up falling there as Nullis is now starting his attempt at a gold starve. He's going to be walling in the entirety of the map. There's gold mines here. There's a gold mine over here, but there is a Raven checking that one out. One angle here for Athereal, and I've talked about this when he was playing. He played against B last week, where he did lose, unfortunately, in the, I think it was the round of 16 as well. And one thing that B was not doing, which I definitely think he could do, is get himself the tower upgrades. I think this other tower upgrade is very grabbable as well, right? Yeah, it's 350 wood. Obviously, 20 favor is 20 favor. But grab that technology, get the towers up, and then look for a gold mine to drop 2 or 3 towers on with a wall. And then all of a sudden, you're not going to be getting gold starved there anytime soon. With farms starting to come through for Athereal, who's going to be running out of food fairly soon here. He's got the farms up the top as well. There is also still Forest Fire in for Nullis at the moment. But it's looking like Nullis has still got a pretty hefty military advantage, but he hasn't been able to get the raids off. Athereal has defended so beautifully thus far. He's taken 0 damage, basically. He hasn't lost a single villager. He's taken a little bit of idle time, but that's about it. The only negative for Athereal here is that he had to build 10 farms. 750 resources. Of which Nullis will not be needing to build. He's on food in the center of the map. He's going to have those resources to pump. He's going to the heroic age. And generally, that's where that advantage transitions to. It transitions to your opponent being in the heroic age and you being in the classical age, trying to survive. Now, the question is, which god is Nullis going to be going for? And he does decide to go for Skadi. Oop. There's one villager does end up falling there, as for some reason Athereal wants to be on this forward forest. He's got all this forest at the back. I feel like that's just the place he should be. More farms to come down as the army for Athereal are now sitting in this position, ready to defend. Throw an axeman starting to come in. Do have that Njord on the way as well for Nullis. What is New Moon's effect? New Moon researches everything available at that moment in that building. So if you use it on the watermill, you get access to all of these technologies. Bam, 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 bam. If you use it on a tower, you'll get access to these technologies. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. If they're available, you get them, right? But we do see the Njord in for Nullis. He wants to just break through and end this game in one foul swoop. It seems a couple of Herdmen coming in, Throw an Axeman coming through as well. Athereal is just motoring ahead at the moment. He's just about out of gold. 400 gold left in his main base, but look at his army. Just look at his army is gigantic here. Now, the thing for Nullis to do, this is how Nullis is going to find an advantage. He has to effectively be ready to hit this while he's keeping the army here. Because he's got full protection over onto this spot. This spot is walled off. Athereal's not going to be able to break over onto that position. But yeah, he needs to be in multiple different positions at once, but forcing the army over here from Athereal so he can actually get some damage done. But for the moment, Bushido tier 2, which means full medium for Athereal. Nullis, on the other hand, I mean, he's got to face up against this many heroes. I don't know if Walking Woods is going to be enough for this all-in attack. Villagers making their way over onto this position, not going to be able to go through there anytime soon. Just see a little cheeky watermill coming in as the raiding cavalry spot that one there. Walking Woods coming through here as well. This is the big move from Nullis. The Swampland gets dropped down. The Forest Fire on the back here as well. Villagers now getting brought in to the action as the Yati Spearmen now targeting down the Walking Woods there. But Athereal quick to react. The raiding cavalry now pulling back. The Walking Woods gets defended. And Athereal is perfectly fine now. He's going to wander up onto this top side, try and maybe shank down the walls, push over onto this gold mine, make some sense, and keep everything in one position here. Take away the speed factor in this game. That's got to be the way forward. He's also got, does he have a market? He does have a market. He has sold some resources, but he's up to heavy now. He gets heavy through that Bushido. So his army is insanely strong now. As the temple goes down. I mean, another option here is just to break down all these buildings and grab this gold mine, because why not? A couple of villagers over here now starting to shank down the wooden wall. It is only wooden, so It'll die quickly. There's a raiding cavalry trying to get onto this thing, but Sashimono Batman, Athereal, Naginata Riders here. Very powerful to take out the raiding cavalry. But Athereal says, I'm just going to come over here and just take this position. Raiding cavalry will get some much needed kills here. As the throwing axeman pulling back. Athereal does notice, but he's going to lose so many villagers. It doesn't matter, because now Nullis is losing a ton of throwing axemen. His army is melting on this position. But the villagers are melting over here. So it's a win and a loss at the same time as the raiding cavalry coming through here to start hitting the Bushi. But the Sashimono Bannerman Naginata Riders, that's a mouthful, are there to defend. And Nullis pulls back as Athereal is now free to utilize this advantage, this economic advantage that he has mustered in this game. He still hasn't managed to get himself any gold. Wait, yes he does. He's over on this position now. He's on this gold mine. Still no walls. A couple of walls here would keep these villages very, very safe. Is there any attempt at a raiding cavalry movement here from Nullis? One raiding cavalry coming over there. Does he have them anywhere else, or did he just lose them all somewhere? He's back onto this top spot, picking more villages. Effectively here, the way back into this game for Nullis is villages. He needs to kill a lot. As we see a tower coming down for Athereal. I like the idea, but just one wall. Just one. Nonetheless, the raiding cavalry coming can turn around and actually shank this here if he wants to. But he wants the tower up nonetheless. As the middle of the map here is the most safe place for his villagers to actually mine gold. Funnily enough, but his towers now up. He's going to be able to actually push these units away, finish off the raiding cavalry. Yes, he's got that survival equipment, but it's still only a little bit of damage. But nonetheless, the raiding cavalry pulls back, and the game to continue along here. But Athereal is just so far in front. He's going to be heading to the heroic age soon, surely. There's a raiding cavalry picking off a couple more villagers on this position. As the Naginata Riders, though, from Athereal, they do manage to sneak through onto this position. Nullis spots it, and he pulls back, and Athereal doesn't realize how close he was to hitting those dwarves. As Nullis is going to wander forward here. He might even try and sneak this gold mine here. There's villagers literally all over the place. However, as the Naginata Riders spot the villagers, that's going to be big damage. Raiding cavalry moving through onto this position, looking for more villagers to kill. But Nullis probably looks at the score, sees the state of the game, realizes he is in a very, very tough position. Taps out, and the first win goes to Athereal with some incredibly strong play. Nonetheless, we'll move into game number 2 and see if Nullis can readjust. He can't continue this series playing this specific way. Unless, I mean, you look at it, and this town center, this map, just did not make any sense for a second town center to work here. But the way that Nullis approached this with Njord, with this all-in, not picking off any villages, not really being able to do that, you're going to have to think about other ways. Second town center, third town center ideas here from the Odin. 4 town centers even against the 2 town center Japan somewhat makes sense. Maybe a Heimdall type idea. But nonetheless, let's move into the draft and see what they're going to be picking. Alrighty. So, new game, new you, new me. We're moving into this next game very, very shortly. And it is a 1 win there for Athereal. So that win on Tsukiyomi brings him closer in this series. Let's have a little cheeky look at what the next matchup is going to be. It's going to be on Anatolia. And it looks like we're going to be seeing a Frere versus Kronos matchup. I've not seen a lot of the Frere shenanigans, not the Frere shenanigans, but the Kronos shenanigans on this map from Athereal, excuse me. So we'll see how things are going to go. But this has been traditionally a Frere map. There's been a couple of gods that have been really strong on this map in the history of Age mythology. Zeus being one of them, Hades being another, Frere. And I do think that Kronos is another really, really good map here. So it is a water map. Does have some fish. Might see some water fighting. From what I did see from Athereal the other day, he was playing this Anatolia map really, really nicely. I think he had a good grasp on the meta, so to speak, and he's playing it in a really, really strong way. But he is up against Nullis, and I know Nullis is really good on these maps. This is where things like his multitasking comes in really, really nice. And he's also playing a really strong god against any sort of defensive play, so that's going to be something to have. Alrighty, let's jump into game number 2 and see if Nullis can recover here or if Athereal will continue his winning ways. As here we go. Nullis on the left-hand side of the map as the Frere, as the green. Kronos on the top of the map, Athereal. First game, Athereal played textbook. Really good defense. Stumped Nullis. However, game 2, fast and town center ideas on this map generally don't work too well. Generally, you have to put pressure. You got to be thinking about how you're going to control the water, how you're going to be able to control the middle of the map, and all that sort of stuff. Plus, you also have to remember that the fish boom is technically a economic boost as well. So you can't be then saying, I'm going to go economy and then add economy on top of what I'm already doing, because that's going to be pretty tough. Up on this side, we have the Feather of Bafang. It's going to be damage bonus against buildings plus 0.2x. Over on this side, another relic. We've got that Kui Drum, making the heroes a little bit stronger. Over on this side, we've got that Gungnir Odin Spear, which is a bit of a plus 5% of damage for the counter cavalry units. And we've got the Tower of Cestus, making those towers a little bit better against myth units. So if I'm Nullis here and I'm playing Frere against Kronos, I'm thinking about going for a nice quick advance time. I'm thinking about how I'm going to defend while also getting a dock down on this bottom side and trying to work towards 18 fish without losing a side of the water. The way you do that is a 9 fishing ship advance time, getting out some Hersa, maybe placing a temple in a nice position so you can defend your first dock. Divine has not yet dropped himself that deconstruction as the Berserk now returning over here, and that will be a dock to come up here for Nullis. So a slight delay here in fishing ship production, but not the end of the world for Nullis at the moment. I think on the other hand, if I'm Athereal, you've got to start thinking about things like, well, if my opponent thinks I'm playing Kronos, he's probably going to think I'm going to rush him, which means that he's probably going to overcommit to a defense, which means I can go for a bigger greedy boom. As we do see another dot coming down here from Athereal. However, this is, I think, a little bit of a mistake from Athereal. Oop. Athereal unironically deleted that dock. I want to also point out that it is free for Kronos to do a time shift with these docks. Maybe Athereal is unaware of how that works, but you can time shift a dock from anywhere so long as it's attaching to water. And you got line of sight. So you could put it over here if you had line of sight. You could put it over here. You could put it over here. Anywhere that's attached to water, you can do that. Nonetheless, the Oracle here for Athereal is going to get harassed down. And I think Nullis has to be somewhat happy seeing the second dock on this bottom side. He doesn't need to continue over here. He can just get more fishing ships down on this top, or up on this top river, and take all of this position for himself. Meanwhile, the temple coming up for Athereal is going to go through Prometheus. Completely stock standard. We're going to see a temple over on this left side for Nullis to try and defend this position. Is he getting any docks over on this spot? Looks like he isn't. And I imagine after this temple goes up, he can grab the dock here, he can grab the dock here, and he can just try and secure this position. This dock might just get deconstructed. If I was... I can see another dock over here from Nullis. Sneaky. Does Divine spot this? Answer, no. You can actually get a couple of fishing spots stolen at this point, as the Prometheus is on the way. Mana coming through. Super late advance time here from Nullis. Not exactly sure why that is, but you really want to be in the... You really want to be in the Classical Age at about 5 minutes and 15 seconds at the very latest, as this citizen getting a dock up over onto this spot. Not going to be able to deny that. Got to be careful here as well, because if the citizen wanders up here, which is going to be happening, you can start shanking this Berserk. Now, there is a way to get a quick wall up here and defend, but Nullis not paying attention, and that will be a little bit of a shanky shank started, and that Berserk needs to run. Now, he could pull away from the citizen, get back over here, get the wall up, and get his dock up. Or he can just delete it and then rebuild it down here. As Prometheus now in, Ursa coming in, and the hero citizens are going to be underway here as we see Theft of Fire, Hand Axe, Siege Beams coming through here for Athereal as well. As into the main base, a couple of houses coming up for Nullis as he really desperately needs docks on this top position. Is Athereal building anything over here? Looks like he's not. Ulla, the god of choice for Nullis. No surprises there in this matchup. Very, very good. Definitely need those Huskal to be dealing with ranged units like the Toma or the Caraballister. As the Oracle over here going to be getting sniped, and we will be seeing an Asgardian Hillfort in the main base. Takes a long time to complete there, but there's no rush for him to get it up at this moment. He just wants it there for some safety just in case. As the dock now going to start getting beaten down, we are seeing some Drekki coming through from Nullis for some raids onto this position. As this dock going to be going down, the double Prometheans there as well. As the Nullis Drekki on the way and ready to start smacking away at some of these siege bereams. Another one to pop out here. Has some big damage coming in up onto this top side. The fire ship is in. This is one of the best units in the game, or ships in the game, and actually taking out army here as a dragon ship to come through, but you do need longboats to take this one out. Just like on the land, on the water, the rock, paper, scissors system exists. You've got the dragon ship kills the archer ship. You've got the hammer ship kills the siege ship, and you've got the archer ship kills the hammer ship. Siege ship. Anyways, nonetheless, citizen on this side does get spotted, so that's going to at least be a little kill there for Nullis, as the Prometheans going through over onto this spot, and Nullis needing to get some real units out here, but it looks like he's trying to do some sort of a semi-fast heroic age, as too is Athereal. They've got a lot of food in the bank, a lot of gold in the bank. Both players do have their purse scene upgrades in. And the fishing ship's pulling back. We'll see those Drekki numbers starting to pull up here, but I don't think Nullis can really take this fight just yet. He's trying to go for it. He's got the right units on the right stuff here as the Siege Beam tries to pull back, but Nullis is sort of confused. He's going after the other Siege Marine, finishes that one off here. We'll be able to snipe down that last Marine there with his Draugr. Not quite going for it just yet. It's getting so much value. 1 HP in a dream there as the Drekki are all down to slivers of HP. And Nullis has to pull back here as Athereal finishes off the other dragon ship, taking out the fishing ships on the top. And Athereal is looking like he's in a fantastic position. On the bottom side of that, we do see one cheeky little dragon ship. The villager over here getting sniped down. Athereal not paying attention here. He can garrison into the manor. Does he notice it? No, he does not notice it. Too focused up onto this top side as the dot going to come back up here. But so far, so good for Athereal. However, Aegir now coming in for Nullis. Doesn't have the armory up just yet, or a market, so he needs that one. Lots of resources there. Oh, excuse me, I'm on the wrong player. He does have the armory up, and he will be going up through Aegir. He will have the Asgardian Hill Fort in 50 seconds, so by the time he hits the heroic age, it'll be up. So I don't know if that really means much, but he can get himself some extra upgrades and things like that. Another dock over onto this side, as now Nullis going to be looking for the main base to attack. A market coming up for Athereal. Still has plenty of gold here. Quick economic upgrade check. Both players have got all of their upgrades that they need. As the dock for Nullis will end up falling. There's a lot of ships here, so the ability to mount a comeback is very, very difficult for Nullis on this water. Athereal on the other side. Rhea on the way. Will mean an answer for Kraken if Nullis wants to try and make a whole bunch of those. However, it looks like Nullis is just going to move into the center of the map and be looking for somewhat of another gold starve. Up onto the right-hand corner. What Nullis is doing here, which is really good, is he's forcing Athereal to spend more gold on the Navy. I don't think Nullis is going to be able to really hold on to his water here. He does have one Kraken. Maybe that can help out and kill off a bunch of these boats. He's going to charge after these. Maybe take out a Siege Marine or something and then take out those low HP boats before falling. But the point is, he's going to be able to force a lot of gold spend here, which then means the gold in the main base is going to be running out, which then means the center control is going to be everything that's important here moving forward. The Kraken's on the top side in, but one Nereid and a trader will put a complete stoppage into this attempt from Nullis. Longhouse is all coming through. We will have that granite more on the way for Nullis for the time being. He's held on to 6 fishing ship spots, 9 fishing ship spots for the moment, but all of this is going to get removed. There's another Nereid to come through. Does that cost gold as well? It does cost gold as well. Athereal is falling for this little trick here. He does have a handful of behemoths. The Great Hall's coming up in the center of the map. There's plenty. Is there plenty of gold though? There's about 2,000 gold remaining. The rock giant does actually get countered by these behemoths. Look at the damage they do to that behemoth there. Absolutely erasing that one there. There's a Herso charge forward. Behemoth's pulling back. Over onto this side. The Drekki will get sniped down. The water right now for Nullis has been completely lost. The saving grace here for Nullis, he's just playing Frere, and he's in the heroic age. So, upgrades, all very, very cheap. He can get himself heavy, he can get himself the armory upgrades, he's going to throw a hill fort up. Not the most useful thing against a Kronos who's got deconstruction, but nonetheless, he's going to be doing that one there. Does he have line of sight on this gold mine? He doesn't have line of sight over here, so he needs to sort that out. Maybe a wall or something there. But I imagine Athereal is just going to try and muster up a force and break out of his base. The question is, will he be able to do it? You have to disregard military resource value here because all of these boats, all of these units here that Athereal has are of no assistance moving forward. One thing that Athereal does have, however, is a market. So he can sell food. All that bonus food he's getting from those fishing ships, he can sell. A palace coming up. A couple of rams here from Nullis. A little bit of a question mark on the rams, but nonetheless, he's going to be trying to make a big push here. As the palace does go down, and Nullis says it's go time. He has the Tempest. Drops that Tempest down. Caraballister getting sniped. The Herser pulling back here ever so slightly. Good micro from Nullis. He's got to snipe down those Murmillos. Take out those Caraballister. They're getting frozen up here. The Behemoths getting cleaned up as the Caraballister gets valid, but that one goes down. The Citizens now falling as the portable rams can start thinking about taking out the main town center. 3 rams here and a dream for Nullis as he pulls the oldest trick in the book, it seems, on Athereal in this map. He says, I don't care about the water. Let me take you out on the land. Citizens pop me through trying to take out these bad boys, but it's just not going to be enough. The town center falls. Athereal can still fight. He's got plenty of resources in the bank, but he's losing citizens too quickly here. Every one of the citizens falling down. He's trying to get the town center back up. There's literally, if the citizens, well, he's got 0 citizens. He 1 citizen remaining. Am I wrong? I'm wrong. He's got citizens somewhere on the map. He's got 2 citizens left. He has 2 citizens left. And that's the game. Nullis catches Athereal out in game number 2 here. Athereal, he won the water on both sides, but you have to ask your question. Why am I winning the water on both sides? My opponent is really good at the game. What's he doing? Well, he's making military on the land. You've got to be very, very careful on this map, and careful Athereal was not. He gets punished for it. Great decision making from Nullis. Levels the series 1-1. We'll move into game number 3 and see if Athereal can bounce back, or if Nullis is going to take the series and take the momentum now. Let's jump into the draft. Alrighty, so game number 3. Like the players are already in their game lobby. They've picked their god, which will be it's going to be Isis versus Zeus. Spicy one for Ghost Lake. Spicy. All right, so the win for Freyr gets the crown. The loss for Kronos. Now, game 3, Zeus versus Isis. Now, Zeus is a pretty common pick on this map. I'm still yet to quite figure out why Zeus is a common pick on this map. But does end up coming up quite a bit here. Possibly because of the underworld, possibly because of the favor sort of generation, possibly because of restoration type ideas. But I'm yet to really figure it out. Isis on this map seems really, really good. Very tough to secure a gold mine versus Isis and hold on. If there's a 2 gold mine map, even better for the Isis player. Nonetheless, let's think about it. So if it's a 1 town center gold, if it's a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, Athereal wants to go 2 TC. So I guess what he's hoping for is the 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, so that he can just like happily say, I'm not going to get gold starved. Whereas Nullis, I don't think he's going to even care. Like the thing about Isis right now, in her current state, and I think a lot of people might disagree with me when I say this, but at the top level, she just has more stuff than everyone else. So I wonder if Nullis is going to be able to utilize that to find an advantage. Now, I will say, of all of the Greek players at the high level, Athereal is one of the best at holding against with less stuff at holding the Isis and Ra and Set shenanigans. If Zeus gets past the crazy timings that the Egyptian can throw at him, then Zeus wins. Zeus has got Lightning Storm. Zeus has got like Bellerophon. Zeus has got Peltas to take out the Chariot Archers. He's got Hoplites to take out either the Elephants or the Camel Riders. Isis does not have Axemen or anything like that to really... Well, she does have Axemen, but you don't really want to build them without any bonus upgrades. So she doesn't have Ptah or doesn't have Horus to help the Axemen out against Hoplites and things like that. But nonetheless, we'll be moving into this next game very, very shortly. It's 1-1. Couldn't be any closer at this point. We've got an Isis versus Zeus for game number 3 on the map Ghost Lake. Let's jump in to game number 3 and see who is going to walk away victor. As in the left-hand corner of the map, Nullis spawns. Oops, we have to do this. I forgot to do this. I was doing so well. This is the first time I've forgotten. As Nullis spawns in the right-hand corner, as the blue Isis. In the left-hand corner, Athereal spawns as the green Zeus. Unlucky for Athereal, it is not only a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, but it is a 1 medium gold mine Ghost Lake with 4 large gold mines. Now, if you scout this and you're aware and you're thinking and you know, this means 1 town center or bust. It is so hard to make a 2 town center play here work with either god here. Even I don't even like if the Zeus player goes 1 TC here versus an Isis who goes 2 TC, it's going to be tough. If the Zeus goes 2 TC versus the Isis who goes 1 town center, it's going to be tough. Unless you somehow manage to grab, say, this town center with this gold mine nice and early, and you start mining this, then maybe things are a little bit different, but it still might be tough. What do you mean the matches aren't live? The matches are they're literally being played right now. They're being played right now before your eyes. These are as live as it possibly could be. Couldn't be any more live. Alrighty. So, the question is, will Athereal try and make the 2 TC work anyways? Because I think he sees this town center and he goes, ooh, Aurochs, drag those in, eat them here. Ooh, Caribou, eat those. But food doesn't really help you here. You need gold. Gold is everything. Absolutely everything at the moment. Temple coming up for Athereal. Did I take a look at the relic shit? Or am I losing my mind? Ulla's bow here with a boost to the range soldiers. Oh, this is so good for Nullis and his Chariot Archers. It's so good for the Peltast as well. And Athereal for the Zeus here. Over on this side, we've got the Zhurang boosting up the walls there. Over on the right-hand side, we've got the Cathara of Apollo, which makes the movement speed plus 10 for those villages. And finally, in the center of the map, there is the Scarab Pendant with a boost to siege weapons. So if I honestly think the 1 town center fast heroic here from the Isis would be incredibly potent. Super difficult to be defended. Nonetheless, Athena on the way here for Athereal. He's got his villagers on wood. Villages on the gold. It will be a town center. It will be this back town center. I highly doubt he makes the trek over and grabs this. Super dangerous. There's Sphinx with Eclipse threat. There's Spearman charging forward. It's very far away. Even if you get it up, then there's the one town center fast heroic with Scorpion Men, Chariot Archer, Siege Towers, which can just break you. Very, very challenging. Very, very difficult. Bass coming through now for Nullis. That being said, if for whatever reason these guys don't get the read on the map or don't understand it. For example, Nullis here, he's only spotted 2 gold mines. He hasn't spotted the right side of the map. There could, for whatever he thinks here, it could be a 6 gold mine ghost lake. It could be an 8 gold mine ghost lake with tons of gold over the right-hand corner of the map. He hasn't got a read on the map just yet. Athereal, on the other hand, I think he's seen everything, right? Oh, he hasn't actually. He only sees 2 gold mines. So there you go. Nonetheless, town center coming up for Athereal, and he is going to be off to the races here. And these guys obviously just have... Okay, these guys are both going town center. And are they both going for the back one as well? This is wild. This is so wild. Alrighty. The Athereal Jason is already in. But with 2 priests and a pharaoh, it's going to be tough to get damage done. If you charge in with a Heracles here, you can bolt the pharaoh and you can get some serious damage done. But there's no Heracles. The town center is up. Athereal spots what's happening here and he says, all right, maybe we should just pull back. Jurang versus, what was the relic over here? Scarab Pendant. Wait, who got this one? Who got the most important one? Nullis did. So Nullis's Chariot Archers will be much, much stronger. As the Minotaur pokes his head forward, says, I can't take that. Town center will be up. There will be Hunt on the back here, as well as some goats there to grab. As the Catastrophe boss gets sniped down. And as much as I said this map was... The best option was to do a 1 town center thing. I got Omniscient, so I know. These guys don't have Omniscience. They don't know. So now it turns into a weird position where, well, it's still low gold. So there's still lots of threats here. So there's no real option to go straight to the Mythic Age. You have to play Classical Age or Heroic Age here and spam stuff out. As Athereal pulling back, we do see the Jason wandering forward, trying to take out these bad boys, but the Jason's going to just pull back there and be kind of fine. Up onto the top side. Athereal just happily mining away at wood. I wouldn't be surprised to see him try and get to the Heroic Age here. I do think it's a little bit of a mistake to rush straight Heroic Age off of 2 Town Center versus Isis, because it just lets them take full map control. Better is to just drop a couple of stables or a stable, make a couple of Hippias to at least force out Spearmen or something, and be looking for raids. And if the opponent does go for, if you do notice that your opponent doesn't drop any barracks, then you can just spam more Hippias, and you can look to stop any sort of Migdols coming up onto second gold mines, and that can really slow the Isis down. Nonetheless, the Sphinx getting a little bit of damage over here as Nullis is trying to get some obelisks up, but he will be losing a priest for this one, I think. Well, maybe not. Gets out of there. Take a look at Nullis's line of sight right now. He sees everything. The obelisk spammage is in. Here's the priest wandering forward, and we do see a military academy and another military academy. And Heroic Age will be in for Nullis momentarily. Now, the question here is, he's got 2 monuments. Is he going to go Sobek? I think Sobek has become pretty strong against Greek and in general, but just like such a good option in this specific... But then again, nah, this makes so much more sense. Ancestors Eclipse, get Scorpion Men out for a nice Eclipse push, and you're just looking to get your gold mine sorted out and looking to build units, Ancestors Eclipse, 1 big push, and prevent a gold mine from getting grabbed in this specific situation. There's the villagers getting slapped away. We'll see the Nullis Sphinx actually losing its life here. You really don't want to be losing that Sphinx. If you could keep it alive for the Eclipse, it's super strong. Nonetheless, Nephthys almost in. We will see the hand axe coming through. And on the backside here for Athereal, it's just all hoplites. And I think Nullis does have a good read on this. He is going into Chariot Archers, but this is looking good for Athereal. He might be able to force a defensive Ancestors Eclipse, which is what he needs to do here. For himself to, for him to have any hope, he needs to get that defensive Ancestors Eclipse in sniping. Some priests here. We do have a Migdol Stronghold up in the main base. The gold mine is now expired. Will this get spotted though? Athereal does not see it. He's running straight into here, and he does notice it 10 seconds away. I think you almost have to drop Ancestors Eclipse. Bolt there onto the Pharaoh. Ancestors Eclipse comes down. The Scorpion Man is in. Restoration to come through to try and deny the Migdol Stronghold. 2 seconds. 1 second. The Migdol is very close to falling. Repairing it back up. It does end up falling there as the Hoplites charging in now, trying to take out villagers and everything else. The minions going after the Heracles, but the Hoplites are going to be falling. Villagers now moving forward. They need more gold. The gold isn't in for another Migdol Stronghold here. Some Axemen coming in for Nullis. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what I was talking about with the Hippias, but done even better with the Hoplites. Hat off to Athereal. He's dealt with the major threat in the Heroic Age. He should be able to get himself that gold mine now. And he should be okay to continue in this game. That being said, Nullis still manages to get his gold mine. He's still good to go. The game will continue. Some Toxotes coming out, trying to be dealing with those Axemen here. Scorpion Men getting chased away there, but Athereal just trying to play a little bit of bait and switch here. He is going up to the Heroic Age. He does have that Apollo. I like the idea, because the idea here is that you can underworld to your gold mine and get that fortress up, while also being able to defend and things like that. But nonetheless, the Chariot Archers now coming through. Ballistics on the way. Adds of wet coming in as well. Now the Chariot Archers going to start getting some snipes. As soon as that ballistics comes in, that's when things get scary for these hoplites, for this Jason, for these units here. But he does have to be careful, because sooner or later there's going to be Peltast. He does need to be prepared to make some units to counter that. Camel Rider, etc. Nonetheless, the units are going to start moving across the map. Hoplites coming in. Toxotes coming in. See, no units coming in for Athereal. He's holding off on making anything at the moment, as the Chariot Archers will get chased down. There is one Scorpion Man, so if he can snipe that Jason there, all of a sudden these Hoplites are not very scary, but he doesn't get the special ability onto those Hoplites, and once the Hoplites are in on top of those Chariot Archers, it's very, very tough there. It was 5 speed versus 4.9 speed. You have to micro perfectly in those situations. The Scorpion Man over here pulling back up into the main base. Peltast now starting to come through. Nullis has to be careful here. His priests get left for dead. Scorpion Man almost down as the Scorpion Man retreats. The Chariot Archers trying to snipe this one, but he does manage to do so. I'd love to see him send a Scorpion Man over to that gold mine there. He's got to have some sort of an inkling that things are going on over there. He doesn't have the gold mine scouted, but he knows that they're nowhere else, so he's got to be somewhere. Nonetheless, Athereal has done what Athereal does best, and he's managed, I would say he's managed to equalize in this situation. The only thing he could do right now to help himself out even more is a fortress, and that's exactly what's going on. More villagers moving in. These villagers are holding a lot of food, unfortunately, there for Athereal. He's going to be losing that all when he drops onto this spot. Nonetheless, he will get his gold in. He'll get his fortress up. Chariot archers charging forward. They will be getting sniped down by the Peltast. So Nullis now has to think about the next movement in this game. Third town center, Mythic Age. But then that allows Athereal to do the same, which means Lightning Storm and all the other good stuff. Normally, I see Athereal in this matchup going for Lightning Storm, but there is also the Hephaestus angle, especially with only the 2 large gold mines on this map. Beyond all of this, maybe going to the Mythic Age is a mistake here. Because of 2 large gold mines, because you're playing Isis, market and spamming those camel caravans at your town center might actually be the best bet here. Now let's drops another Migdol. We do have a big underworld coming through here. There isn't a restoration available just yet. He's going to be having to wait an extra minute there for that one to come up. There's a Chariot Archers sniping as best as they can here. The Axemen coming in onto those hoplites are going to be really, really effective, as the army there, though, for Athereal needs to pop back. Is he going to come back in onto this spot or not? I mean, the Axemen can take it all out. The Scorpion Men are going to be doing a good damage. Athereal here, he's getting himself some catapult in. The army is over on this spot for the time being, looking for somewhere else to attack. But realistically here, Nullis is completely fine. And the next decisions that these players make are going to be the most important. Do you go Thoth and get Valley of the Kings to maximize the amount of gold you've got into military? Do you go Osiris? Get yourself out the Son of Osiris, which will help you hold against this Greek army. Do you stay Heroic Age and spam Trade Route so that you don't get gold starved and you just keep taking trades where your opponent is not going to be able to manage it? Meanwhile, Athereal charging forward. He does have Restoration. Drops that one down. Axemen need to pull back here. But great control here from Nullis thus far. 20 range versus 20 range, though. As Nullis pulls over onto this side, trying to stay away from this army. He's falling behind on population. The Chariot Archers just not cutting it versus these Peltasts. Elephant might not be a bad shout here. They were recently buffed, but we aren't seeing them getting built. The Chariot numbers falling. Athereal spamming more units in, but he's losing a lot of it. Meanwhile, over on this spot, some Petropolis there. Petropoli taking out the main town center, taking out houses. I like the spread formation idea here from Nullis, because it does mean that the Peltasts, if they miss, they're not going to be overkilling. Very, very smart. More hoplites coming through for Athereal. Nullis here, charging onto the backside, trying to snipe some units. I just don't think that this is the right unit here. Elephant just make so much more sense in this position to take out those Peltasts. But nonetheless, he picks off one Petropoli. I guess this is the main town center, is it? This kind of feels like the third town center for Nullis at the moment. But nonetheless, Nullis charging in, managing to make it work with his Axemen and everything else. We've got to do a quick gold check at the moment, because this is the scary part. 2,000, 4,800, 2,000, 3,000, and still no market. Still no market. If Nullis can push this gold mine now in this specific moment, now that Athereal is in a little bit of a rough position, things can get a little bit tricky here for Athereal. There is a villager advantage at the moment, if ever so slight. There will be a restoration available again for Athereal to give himself even more value with this army. The Chariot Archers will make a move to the right. Does he have knowledge that this is here? he does have knowledge that they're on this gold mine. So a little bit of damage here is going to go a long way, as the Scorpion Men will get sniped down, but not before it gets off a big amount of splash damage onto those hoplites. The Chariot Archers getting some villager picks here. This is big, but the army will come through here and start harassing that one as well. Armories, barracks, up onto this spot. Now it's got to be careful. Got to stay away from those Peltas. Great control from Athereal there, though. This is not a fight here that Nullis can really win. Restoration is going to carry Athereal through this next situation, but he's charging around the side onto the front here. Camel Riders coming in. The Camel Riders onto the back Peltasts as the Chariot Archers need to start microing. They do so. Restoration is in. The Camel Riders, however, they are on top of the right units. Population-wise, huge amount of units in the queue here for Nullis, but I think he needs to be thinking about pulling back. Both players have got plenty of units in queue, so any units that are dying are just getting immediately reproduced, and the player who's coming out in front here is Athereal. Nullis still not starting this trade route. Athereal still not starting this trade route. I'm worried because this game is going to turn into a situation where both players have 0 gold, and whoever has the army at the end wins. And this might simply be the restoration idea from Athereal to carry him through here, because the restoration is effectively extra gold. Every time he uses it, it makes his army go back up to full HP, keeps it alive, and every little bit of HP is a little bit of extra gold. Nullis ready to take another little bit of a fight, trying to get around here. Toxotes in on the front. They're going to absolutely erase those Axemen. Nullis just simply cannot take these fights. The third town centers are coming up for both players at the moment. Chariot Archers trying to micro here, but it is frivolous to do so because the Peltas control from Athereal looking incredibly on point. Nullis falling behind in score. And what can Nullis do now? He's got nearly no gold. He's got no trade route. He's got 150 population to 190 population. There's still not a single elephant being made, which is such a shame because it's such a tanky unit to help against this brutally strong Athereal army here. Petropolis now going after the main town center of Nullis, and Nullis here can do nothing but try and just get his army back out. Trade route or trade situation, you can sell food, you can sell wood, but I mean, what else is it going to be for? Nullis trying to take a fight here, but the more they fight, the more Athereal pulls in front. Still, are we kidding? Still no trade route from Athereal. He's playing with fire here. If he miscontrols and loses all of these units, things can get really tough. Another restoration from Athereal. He's at full pop. His army is at full HP. A fortress coming down into the face of Nullis here. Town center going to get sniped. It's the Chariot Archers pulling back. Camel Riders up onto the top spot. Going to take out the Petropoli. And there looks to be just too much stuff from Athereal in this game. Town center falls. Nullis running out of gold. 100 left. He puts the markets up, but too little, too late. And Athereal takes game number 3 with some incredibly well executed Zeus play. The hoplite attack onto this Migdol here, that was chef's kiss. That was so good. Nullis is in trouble now. This is a player who is wanting to defend his crown. He might not be able to get through Athereal in this one. He's got He's got a mountain to climb. Down 1 to 2 here. Let's get back into the draft and see what these guys are going to pick going into game number 4. Alrighty. So it looks like we're going to be going into a Gaia versus Hades. Game 4 on the map Step. On the map Step. Nullis' tournament life on the line. Is he going to be able to figure this one out? Gaia versus Hades. This is the ace pick for Athereal, but this is the god which Nullis knows the best. Got a question in the chat about Japanese and Chinese campaigns. Are they worth it? Yeah, I think that the Japanese campaign is amazing. It's pretty difficult. So if you're a bit of a seasoned RTS player, you can tweak the difficulty up to 11 and try your hand at it. Or you can obviously play it at the easier difficulties. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. I definitely recommend, if you haven't played it, to give it a go. Oopsies, I have a random tick on the Zeus instead of the crown. He needs a crown. Alrighty. So game number 4. Nullis 1. Athereal 2. The map is Step. And we are about 2 minutes from entering this game. Let me talk you through this matchup. Micro is everything here. Micro is literally everything. Controlling your Peltas well, controlling your Arcus well. If you don't know how to do that, it's going to feel like an impossible matchup. That's what I said. Beyond all of that, map control is everything. Don't allow a gold mine on the right side. Don't allow a gold mine on the left side. If you're in the middle, be in the middle, but have eyes on everything. We'll see how it's going to happen. Was the quarterfinal the one after this one still today? So round of 16 we finish today. Round of 8 we do tomorrow. And we finish in the round of 8. So round of 8, the winners of the round of 8 go into Champions League. So that's all tomorrow. So we have 4 series in a row tomorrow, starting at 1300 GMT. So if you guys want to tune in and not miss any of the action, make sure you're here for that. Otherwise, come in when you're ready. That's totally fine as well. Wake up, enjoy the early days early. If you're American, enjoy the early morning Age of Mythology casts. And if you're European, enjoy the midday Age of Mythology casts. And if you are, for whatever reason, a crazy person like me, Australia, enjoy the very, very late night Age of Mythology casts. But anyways, we're going to be jumping into game number 4. Nullis' match point. He needs to win this one. Athereal here, looking to get his first entrance into the round of 8 in these qualifiers. We'll see if he can manage to make it happen here or not as we move into game number 4. Alrighty, here we go. Nullis in the top of the map. Slightly left. So he's on the left side. Playing his Gaia. Athereal slightly bottom right. Playing his Hades. Step. One of the maps added in the Chinese DLC here. I love this map. You get gold mines sort of everywhere. It's super open. There's no forest in the middle to block up the map. So lots of opportunities for movement and army movement and all that good stuff. But yeah, that's the story here. Let's have a look at the relics and see if these are going to have any impact. Black Lotus is a big relic here. Boost that food up for the Gaia can be really, really helpful. Also for the Hades as well. Over on this side, we've got that Thundercloud Shawl upgrade, which is going to be vulnerability to pierce -5% there for human units. Super, super, super big to prevent the Hades player from having this relic. Hades gets this relic, all of a sudden, those hoplites are going to feel incredibly tough to kill. Over on this side, we've got the Khopesh of Horus. This is damage bonus against myth units +1x. And finally, over on this side, we have the Armor of Achilles, which is damage vulnerability to hack -5%. So some very, very important relics. Both of these relics on the side, I think, are incredibly important for the Hades player to pick up. However, generally speaking, Greek is one of the later people, one of the pantheons that's got the later advantage in grabbing relics. Atlanteans on the other side, they are the ones who have the most advantage in picking up relics, because they can scout them out nice and quick with the oracles, and they can pick which ones they want with the hero oracle picking it up nice and quick. And then the other gods are somewhere in the middle, right? Anyways, Gaia is a little bit behind Uranus and Cronus because you have to go for well, you don't have to, but you go for the Economic Guild opening, and that delays your temple, which delays your ability to pick up the relics. You need to first have a temple to pick up relics. So, I mean, if Athereal wanted to here, I don't know what he spotted. He hasn't spotted this relic, but if he wanted to here, he could get a Ajax out and already have picked up the relic. Nonetheless, temple coming up in the main base here for Nullis.
Hetimos.
As the Katoskopos smacking away at Gazelle and all the other good stuff. Are the relic spawns randomized? Yes, to some degree. There are, obviously, in these types of things, there are tendencies for stuff. So if you can learn those tendencies, you can get some sort of a inkling of what's going on. But yeah, so I think sometimes they can spawn in the center of the map to some degree. But yeah, there's tendencies to these things. Nonetheless, the little goatees here coming back in for Athereal. We are going to be seeing Athena versus Oceanus. These are kind of the standard upgrades. You can go Leto in this matchup as the Gaia if you want to try that out. It can be really, really strong. But we will have to wait and see on that one there. As the Oracle here for Nullis charging through. He's got that Black Lotus in his hand. We'll drop that into the temple. And he does leave Thundercloud Shawl here. That's huge. Oop. The Ajax. Well, not going to go for that one. Coming over onto this town center to grab this one. And we do see double military barracks for Nullis. Nullis is going to be trying his hand at some very aggressive Gaia in this game. All these gold mines, not the best. He's got the Ajax, he's got the Minotaur. It's going to be a long time for him to get across there. He does drop the Carnivora down, but generally speaking, this doesn't really do a whole lot. The way this unit sort of works is that each one of these tentacles, I think, has got some damage. So if you got a couple of units close to it, it's going to start spreading that damage out. I could be wrong on that. That's what it feels like. Am I right on that? Yeah, let me look at this thing. Maybe I'm wrong. It feels like whenever there's a unit attacking it, it's doing less damage to the thing that it's attacking. But anyways, town center is up. Athereal has his position. He will be able to drop a type of sentinels here. And Nullis, he's got a handful of units in, but he does need hero Murmillos, which he does have. And he also very, very desperately needs his Caladria, which I've got no idea where it is at the moment. He needs that Caladria to be putting pressure onto this position. Athereal at the moment, able to grab this hunt, is really, really good for him. Second town center, like 2TC Hades play against the 1 town center Gaia play, it's all about this specific moment. Look at the food situation for Athereal. Any amount of idle time on food gather rate, on food, is idle villager time on the town center. But Nullis is not going in there for the time being. He's looking to attack over here, and he does go to drop his own town center. Now, this town center is pretty aggressive. It's pretty far forward. But the early town center grab for Athereal will net him a little bit of an advantage here. So he grabbed it much quicker, a little bit more risky, but the risk ends up paying off. As an attack onto the villagers here. Not quite going to be able to pick anything off. Does get the sentinels in. That's kind of a big deal. There's the Galadriel. We found it. That's kind of a big deal because now we can start attacking this position. But Athereal is grabbing this hunt in very, very quickly. Seeing more units coming through. The Katoska boss has spotted the town center going up for Nullis. But it's so far behind. You can look at the villager differential and be like, well, Nullis isn't that far behind. It's only 2 villagers. But these are citizens versus Greek villagers. A citizen is kind of 1.5x of a Greek villager, but it does train faster. So generally the Atlantean player needs to be in front on villager count to actually have an economic edge. There's more Murmillo starting to gather onto this position. The Oracle's moving forward as well. Armory coming up for Nullis as he wants to get to the next age. Potentially for some sort of Contarius transition here. Does see a whole bunch of Toxotes and he's going to go, all right, better deal with that. But Athereal has defended everything really nicely here. I guess the thing is, though, I mean, there's not really any significant advantage that Athereal's gotten, but apart from the fact that he's playing Hades, and Hades' army can be very tough to kill. There's the Nullis citizen just coming over onto this spot. Take a look at his economic upgrades. Hasn't quite grabbed them just yet. We are going to be seeing Rhea coming through. And with Athereal just sitting back, should be a fairly free heroic age to come in. And going Rhea kind of tells me that Nullis is going to want to stay. Murmillo, stay for this infantry-based army. Which might make some sense, but I also think you need to be mixing in Arcus, and you need to be mixing in Contarius, depending on what your opponent's making. And potentially even, on occasion, throwing in some Terma as well. But Athereal does get some sort of an inkling that Nullis is up to shenanigans here. He charges across the map. We'll be able to try and keep this hero Murmillo alive as the Galadriel does get sniped out of the air there. Couple more military barracks coming through for Nullis. And he looks like he might be in some trouble here with the military barracks looking like they are. Not only that, the villagers over here, very, very... Oh, he loses the hero citizens as well. A little bit naked at the top here as well. But... Bite of the shark coming through. Murmillo's coming through. More military barracks coming in. There will be a behemoth to come and help out on this point. As another military barracks coming in. He does decide to steal the Minotaur away with that trader there. Over onto this side, however, a little oracle says, hello there, sailor. This is the raid which Nullis needs at the moment. While Athereal isn't paying attention, while he's going for the town center, starting to snipe villagers, Athereal does notice, but this is going to be a lot of losses, I think. However, losing the town center, what's worse? Maybe a Carnivora getting dropped down here might not be a terrible idea to try and keep this one alive. These are survival equipment villages as well, as he manages to pick that one off. Doesn't end up losing that hero Mamilo. Oh, does lose the hero Mamilo there. Spoke too soon. Town center almost down. Still no Carnivora getting dropped here. How many units are actually out here? It's 2.3k to 3.6k military resource value as the Citizen tanks itself into the Toxotes, trying to hide this gold mine at the moment. The town center falls there. And Nullis is in a lot of trouble as he's trying to make an army. Doesn't have medium infantry. He's trying to pull back these guys. He does have a Carnivora. That's about it. And he's got that Minotaur here as well. Military buildings starting to fall. Toxotes shooting, scooting away. Gets the headbutt off, but goes, all right, I can't actually take this fight just yet. His military buildings falling in the main base. He does have only 4 military barracks. Over on this side, there's 3, but those getting taken out is huge as Aphrodite is pre-queued now for Athereal. He wants that heroic age as fast as he possibly can. Yeah, Terma would be amazing here, but he doesn't have any upgrades for his archers. If he gets a heavy with Terma, they can sort of outrange the Toxotes and be really, really good. Citizens making a little sneak down to this bottom side. I've seen Nullis do this so many times, and he has managed to pull himself back from the brink with these cheeky maneuvers. A couple more behemoths to come in. These are amazing additions to a front line versus the Hades army, especially with an Achilles at 28 HP. Toxotes coming in, sniping. Got to shoot and scoot backwards there. Doing so nicely. However, the Citizens have been spotted. Nullis does spot that. He's trying to run back the other way. Athereal in hot pursuit. Picking off some Citizens here is going to be gigantic. He does a quick split here, sacrificing 2 Citizens. As the Mamilo can try and hunt the villagers on the back if he wants to. Does he get to the matter? Answer, no. But the army of Athereal is kind of caught out to some degree. Can he actually take the fight? He's pulling back these Citizens here, going to garrison into the manor. There will be a Aphrodite with Curse. Athereal is in full retreat as he says, I don't need to take a fight here. I'm about to have Curse. I'm about to have a crazy, strong advantage. He's up 10 villagers here. There are heavy Arcus, though. No ballistics. Missing that one. Needs them very, very quickly. Villagers getting taken out. Couple more heavy Arcus on the way as Nullis' army does look pretty scary. Obviously, Curse is going to be an issue. But the military academy is going to be getting finished up here. We got the cheeky golden apples on the way as well. Arcus getting some snipes. That ballistics is now coming through. 50 seconds away from coming in, but there's going to be Peltast in for Athereal here as well. The trader onto the Nemean Lion. The Curse onto the army here. There is also a restoration available as Carnivora does get dropped down. The Ajax needs to get sniped here to allow those Behemoth to get their value at the moment as the Hoplites charging at these Arcas here. Nullis trying to pull back, but it looks like Aetherial's army is going to be too strong. Nullis retreating behind on economy, and he says, I'm done. He taps out. Aetherial goes through to day two with an incredibly big win against Nullis in this one. Played it so incredibly well. Nullis here gets caught going to the heroic age. Can't defend his town center. and just simply can't hold on. I don't have much else to say. Maybe you should have stayed in the Classic as you see Toxotes coming through. Make Terma. It's a great unit if your opponent has Toxotes. Terma is a fantastic unit to have in your army. If your opponent makes them, great, Terma. And you can stay in the Classic Age for a little bit more, put pressure on, harass with the Terma, pick off the Toxotes, etc. But nonetheless, Nullis can't figure it out today, and unfortunately will not be in Champions League Season 4 this year. Nonetheless, I'm going to take a quick look at the bracket and see what we're going to take a look at now, because there's probably still some games going on. I'm going to pop out and be back with you very, very shortly. Caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough? Is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Drago over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force set is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullis, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Midi Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrade. So the Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down the entirety of Adopessu. Alrighty, guys. I think we're jumping into game number 2 between Eric and Kama. I think it's game number 2. It might be game number 3. I'm not exactly sure. I believe Eric's up 1-0. So we're just going to jump straight into this one. No chat on the anything. We'll just jump in and see what happens. Alrighty then, we are into game number 2 here between Eric BR and Kama. As well, it's we missed the first game. I believe this is still game number 2. I believe it is. I don't know 100% here. Sometimes the players forget to upload their results on the thing, but currently it says there that Eric is up 1-0 in this one, and it looks like that's the case. So we have in the right hand corner of the map Odin for Kama, and in the left hand corner of the map we have Noir for Eric BR. So I'll give a little bit of a backstory here about the man, the myth, the legend, Eric, and then I'll talk a little bit about Kama. Eric here has been one of those players who has just barely missed out on S tier tournament qualifications. He's been right on the cusp of that, like 20 to 14, ranked 20 to 14 player. So there's always that little bit of sliver room in that end thing where it's like I can get there, I just have to play well or get a good seed or whatever. As long as you don't have to get through the top 8 or whatever, you can sort of make your way in. That's what Eric's feeling. This is his time to shine. I know he's been practicing really, really hard, and we'll see if the practice is going to be paying off for him. On the right-hand corner, Kama playing Odin here. Kama is a player. I believe he got a lot of help from the Mister early days. He was helping the Mister out with YouTube and things like that, and in return, the Mister was giving him some advice. So he's got a lot of that Mister special sauce when it comes to Age mythology and thinking about RTS. So both of these guys have got that extra little bit of spicy sauce going on here. Arapesu, thank you for the 14 viewers, my friend. I've seen your results and congratulations. Omedetou gozaimasu. Ashita ni Arapesu no shiai o mimasu. Okay, Pandora's box on the bottom side of the map. We've got the favor cost here, minus 15%. Over here, we've got the Armor of Achilles, minus 5% here, vulnerability to hack. Over onto this side, there is the Dwarven Calipers, minus 20% there for the Siege. And finally, rounding out all of the relics, we've got the Nine-Tailed Fox, giving some regen rate to the... giving some regenerate to the myth units there. Now, how to on the way for Eric. Seems to be fairly common in this matchup to go for how to use that earth wall, play a nice defensive game to kick this one off, making himself a whole bunch of Qualifier. He's got himself 3 here, plus that hero Qualifier as well. We've got the Freya coming through on the other side. So you do have to be a little bit careful with the earth wall as to where you place it. Like, for example, if you drop it on your main town center here, it's going to collide with this forest. It's going to collide with this forest. It's going to collide with this forest. And all of a sudden, the forest fire can counter it to some degree. But nonetheless, Relic's starting to come in for Kama as he does grab Pandora's box. So the top side, Kama looking for even more relics. Now, this is a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, so very, very difficult to get those gold staves happening off of one town center. So oftentimes you see players, regardless of town center, going for that second one. There are ways to kind of punish this type of an idea over here. For example, pushing off food and restricting that can be a nice way to go, as we do see the creation coming down, the hero Qualifier coming down. Town center going to be up very, very quickly here as the double great halls coming through for Kama. He's going to be ready to start spamming those raiding cavalry and putting a lot of pressure onto Eric BR in this one. As up onto this side, the pioneers coming through. We do see a forest fire. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie comes around onto this side and attempt to snipe some villagers, but they're just simply going to be pulling into the sentry tower. It's the pioneer almost dying there actually to the forest fire, but not going to happen just yet. And the Valkyrie simply just going to be pulling back as more raiding cavalry going to be coming in. So the good idea here for Kama is in going for raiding cavalry. Your opponent wants to go for Halberdier to counter this. If you push off food, then it's going to be really, really tough for them to actually make that happen. Now, Eric is pumping out his own Qualifier at the moment in his main base. Lots and lots of favor there for him to utilize and just get all of those in. But Kama, at the moment, almost losing a Valkyrie, not paying attention here. Kama, at the moment, has not started any harassment onto these villages just yet. And there goes the Earth Wall. And because Forest Fire got dropped, now there's no real worry about a Forest Fire to deny this Earth Wall. But the Hussar, they are coming in, and if they can start hitting this Earth Wall before it finishes, takes about 25 seconds to build or something, you get a lot of damage done here. As the Hussar waiting, now they're starting to hit, so that will be one dead Earth Wall segment, which is big for Kama, because he's going to have some entrance over here. He can go and knock down another cheeky Earth Wall segment here. Maybe not quite finish it off before the 50% hack armor applies, but still, now we can start getting units onto both sides of this Earth Wall and cleaning it up. Over here, we see the wall coming up for Eric, but Kama breaks it down. We'll be able to pick off a villager here as some small amounts of first blood have been drawn. Another wall to go down onto this side. And into the main base, this one tower slowly starting to get taken out. There is no food for the moment for Eric BR, as Kama is going to be looking for every villager pick he possibly can. Another one going down over onto this side. The villagers over here going down as well. Great play from Kama thus far, but he does lose a lot of raiding cavalry for this. He picks off another one. It's a big amount of losses there, as the Earth Wall, however, will end up going down. No defense for the Earth Wall. It's finished. Kama can now start harassing the peasants off of this food, which is what he needs to go for as soon as possible. However, Eric is now Halberdier, Fire Archer. He doesn't have many of them, but with Kama losing all the units that he just lost, then it's not going to be easy for him to break through all that stuff. Hand axe coming in on this side for Kama. It's just trying to just get a little bit more economy squeezed out. But for now, Eric's got to be pretty happy. Yeah, he lost a couple of villagers, but he's been able to eat this hunt for so long, which helps out so much. Delaying eating these goats, fattening them up a little bit more, helps out so much. Now Kama continuing his spammage of the Odin units here. Thundering Hooves coming in. Copper Shields as well. Trying to deal with that Fire Archer damage. So he does charge forward. Looking to take out some villagers on this spot, but I don't know if he'll get any. He's going to be losing a lot of raiding cavalry if he tries this too much. Does pull back over onto the right-hand corner. Villager's going to be getting those caribou there as the Xiongqi flying. There is still this great hunt available for Kama. Not exactly sure what he's waiting on that one, but into the main base now. The villagers just going to be pulling inside their town center. No problems. Searching for the wood, searching for everything. Moving the army around. The halberd is splitting. Fire archers up to the top. As a market now coming through for Kama. He might be thinking heroic age here. But this gives even more time over to Eric to get his economy sorted, to get his second town center paid off. As the house is coming up now. More quail food coming out. And Kama with a hefty amount of raiding cavalry popping into the main base yet again. Will he be able to take out one of these Qualifier? Looks like he's not quite able to. Eric does react quickly. But now the raiding cavalry yet again searching around. You've got to be so careful. If you go too deep in, then all of a sudden you're going to get walled in and stuck there. There's medium raiding cavalry coming in. And on the other side, Eric, cool, calm, collectedly says, let's go heroic age. little bit of gold getting grabbed as well while this is all going on. And coming up to the top side, really not sure. Is he going for a town center here? This is one of those super, super strange town center grabs that I sometimes see Norse players doing. Part of the reason why grabbing it's not the worst thing in the world is because you don't have to pay for the villager loss, like the resource loss of your villagers having to build it up. But realistically, you're still losing 700 resources that you're not putting into military, which allows your opponent to simply just spend all of that on their military and have them catch up a little bit. But that being said, Kama has gotten a fair few amount of villager kills. So he's got to be feeling okay about it at the moment. He's got to be feeling okay. There's the Cheongchi flying over onto this side. Up on the top side. Walls coming up all over the place. Arbiter in a nice defensive position as that Gormang Heroic Age about to pop, and look at the resources for Eric. He is very prepared for Castle, a ballet to come down here, and then very simply afterwards just dropping that Forest Protection God Power to defend this position. So Town Center for Karma is up, so he's only behind by 15 villagers. So it's not the end of the world for Karma, but he has fallen behind in a big way as the Raiding Cavalry do manage to sneak through here. Sniping this hero Qualifier is going to be really, really nice as he does try to get in there, but the army comes in. The Tawu is there. This is one of the most bulky villagers in the game, if not the... No, it is the most bulky villager in the game at 250 HP. Snipes a couple of villagers over on this side before attempting to get out there. As he loses a Raiding Cavalry, he does lose one, but 2 Vil picks is nice. Up onto the top side to try and get even more Vil picks as he's trying to just raid his way back into this game. Can't pick off the Qualifier. Is he going to hang in there? No. Splitting up heavy Halberdier in for Eric. As the Raiding Cavalry coming through, looking to pick off something else onto this side. The Valkyrie there trying to tank. Will be able to snipe the Qualifier. Probably still needs to pull out of this position as the Raiding Cavalry will all fall. A bit of a suicidal raid by Kama, but he's getting value. Finding another villager potentially over here. Unfortunately, clicks on the silo there, so that might be the end of him as an attempt at some building blocking. You can drop these buildings down anywhere with Noir and get this completely locked off. There's a Raiding Cavalry popping through. We will be seeing a hill fort up on this top position with this town center grabbed. There's gold mines secured here and all that other good stuff. There's some berry bushes there as well. There is a very large differential right now on the military. Eric has perfectly defended the Odin shenanigans early game. He's got, how many Qualifiers is he up to at the moment? He's got 6. He's only got 6 Qualifiers, so not really that many. But he does have a lot of favor in the bank. He's still making more Qualifier as well. Oftentimes you got to have that favor for things like the upgrades here, and maybe when you get to the Mythic Age, getting those Qinglong. There's the Valkyrie. Not able to continue up onto this side over here. You see the Hersa getting pushed back. The villagers will also need to retreat as another ballet coming up here trying to secure this gold mine. As there is only 4 large gold mines on this map, which, I mean, you never know. This favors who in this matchup? Noir spends a lot more favor on the White Horse Cavalry, but I mean, do you really want to make White Horse Cavalry in this matchup? Probably not. You do want to make Tiger Cavalry, though. They cost a little bit less. Is the White Horse Cavalry over here going to be falling? We will start seeing some halberdiers here as well, as a ballet on this spot with the Machine Workshop. The idea here for Eric has to be Forest Protection, followed by a bunch of siege weapons. Those crossbows to break through this position from afar. Nonetheless, he's got that Taowu. Start getting some damage done. It's 190 population for Eric as Karma still a little bit of catching up to do on the military side. There's Hooves of the Wind coming in, Whitehorse Cavalry. There are the Siege Crossbows. I wouldn't mind seeing this little attachment added to the Machine Workshop to get those out that little bit faster. And Eric does drop himself that Forest Protection down. And that's going to lock off this position. Very tough to defend here now. You are seeing raids over onto this spot. Villagers getting picked off non-stop by Karma in this game. Can actually pick off the Whitehorse Cavalry as well. Karma is in that Raiders mindset. A whole bunch of portable rams to break through this does make some sense. But can he actually get through it is the question. Halberdier, Fire Archer. I mean, if he had pure Huskal here, he would absolutely break through this. Without that, it kind of changes things. Oh, he does have Frost, actually. He does have Frost. So he can just run forward, frost the army, kill the ballet, and then he can break out of this bind that he's in as the portable rams to come forward. I imagine he will drop this frost down. There's no real... It's dangerous to try and take this fight here. Earth Wall gets dropped. Frost comes down, hits everything. The portable rams, do you take down the ballet? Do you take down the Earth Wall? Looks like he's going to go for a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Portable ram on the back here, coming in to take down the Earth Wall. This ballet will fall. There's 30 seconds left on the frost here. Town center over on this side for Eric does end up going up there. So there's going to be even more population for Eric BR to play with here. As the Earth Wall's going to go down. Another ballet on the back here. The spammage of ballets has to be the most important thing. As these portal rams slowly taking out the Earth Wall. 2 seconds remaining on this frost. Eric does decide it's in his best interest to pull back here. He doesn't have a fantastic answer to throw an Axeman here. Doesn't have a fantastic answer to Huskal here. But he does have more units. And maybe that's all he needs. The Zhang Xia here will be hurting those myth units. There's only a handful of... Well, there's more than a handful of Pioneers. There are enough Pioneers as it looks like Karma's army might be enough to break through this. The front line is falling, however, which will leave that weak back line of throwing Axemen there. As the Qualifier, not a great answer to portable rams in the slightest. We'll be pulling back for the time being here, though. The front line gone, and I think Karma does need to pull back. Eric has managed to hold for the time being. The big push from Karma has ended. A couple of villagers going to get taken out. There's still a villager lead here for Eric. He is on 3 town centers, though. He is on 3 town centers, so that's a big deal. As we see another hill fort for Karma. I'm surprised to see him, for the moment, basically not going pure Huskal with just a handful of throwing Axemen. He's making Berserks at the moment. Potentially some Jarls or something like that now wouldn't go astray as well for Karma. He's already got some nice upgrades for them with the medium upgrades and Thundering Hooves. Nonetheless, Karma pulls behind his hill fort. Eric going to be sniping the portable rams over here as the Berserks coming in to take out the Whitehorse Cavalry. Meanwhile, over into this side, Eric's trying to put up another ballet here, but that's not going to be possible. The gold mine's going to be expiring. This gold mine over here, 6,000 gold remaining. This one over here, 3,800. This one over here, 3,000. So it's about equal on gold as we see Tia coming through for Karma. The raid's coming, though, through for Eric now. He's finally like, all right, I've broken out of my shell. Let's get going. However, the army decides, let's charge in here. Is there enough Huskal is the big question. There's 12 Huskal here. I think there might be enough as the portable ram pulling around the side here to start taking down the ballet. Those fire archers, but more so the Dow are so good here at dealing with Huskal and blocking those up. Where have the the horse cavalry gone. I don't see them raiding anywhere else now, as the villagers are finished up on that gold mine. The army there does melt. Eric holds. Surprised to see Kama pushing while going to the Mythic Age, but he felt like he had something to do there. Meanwhile, Gong Gong on the way for Eric as well, as both players are going to have a big Mythic Age spike there. Over here, there's the White Horse Cavalry. Does turn around, tries to take these guys out. I think the Berserk will win this fight. Maybe it's going to be close. 2 population Berserk versus nearly dead. Super upgraded heavy white horse cavalry. And Eric decides time to retreat. Don't want to lose that bad boy. Longhouse is over here, just standing, looking menacingly. There has to be a trade route started. Now the markets are up for Eric. Eric knows this game here. Most likely going to be going late. Great decision. Maybe a little bit late on this one to get this started, but he's in the Mythic Age. He's going to be able to get coinage in. Has to start that trade. On the other side, for Karma, what is his idea? He gets his own market up over here. A very poorly placed market for now, but at least he can start some trade. He doesn't have the corner of the map secured just yet. He's got the wall here. And we do see the Fimbulwinter coming through. Some big economic damage onto Eric's base here, as he's going to garrison all of his villages. Doesn't have to garrison his gold, which is where he mostly needs, is what he mostly needs at the moment to get his upgrades in. And now that he hits Gong Gong, he's going to actually be able to start making, that's the town center for Karma Falls, he's going to actually start being able to make these heavy Tiger Cav, which is exactly what he needs. Good answer for Huskal. Good answer for Cavalry. Now you have to ask on the Karma side, what do you build? Herdman? Dangerous. Over onto this side, however, the Huskal coming through. Bravery not yet in, but when it does pop, that's going to be a potentially dead town center here. These guys get a huge boost to taking down buildings here. Now 2.25 there. A couple of these guys need to get actually involved with taking this out, as the Huskal pulling off here, trying to take out the villages. Fortified town centers does come through. This gold mine is also really important. Meanwhile, the Great Flood coming through, taking the army for a little bit of a ride here, and that is all going to start falling. The Li Jing also through. Eric now grabbing the top town center. He will be losing this. Maybe he'll be losing this bottom one. Maybe Eric holds it. He does have that forest protection down. It is a big help. Nonetheless, the villagers are falling, as Eric not paying attention up here. Too busy on the other side of the map, but he's picked off so many military units of Karma. As the villagers fall, town center still remaining here. Over onto this side, the villagers getting taken down. The Qinglong getting that splash down. Villagers pulling back over onto this side, but now 0 gold for Kama. A trade route already started for Eric. He's got himself 11 ox caravans. Yes, he's going to be out of the gold mine, but does it matter? Not really. He's got a gold mine over here still. And the fortified town center lives. Eric's advantage is absolutely gigantic now. White Horse Cavalry still searching around for anything. Not a single ox caravan. Whole bunch of longhouses to come through. Karma's got 148 gold in a dream. You can sell some food here. But how is he going to break this army? Qualifier will start mowing down that forest there, as Eric has made it up to a very solid 40 villagers on food, which oftentimes is the amount you need to start really pumping out those Tiger Cav. Has come up. What can he do now? No trade, no gold. I mean, there's 2,300 gold here as well, which Eric can just walk forward and grab if he wants to. He's also leaving this gold mine for some reason. He's like, I've already got a trade route. I don't need anything. We have an axe cart now coming through. These guys are some very, very powerful siege weapons. As the hill fort's going to be getting taken down, there's also these back siege crossbows and everything else. It's the last-ditch effort here, it looks like, for Kama to try and break this army. Gets thwarted in an instant here. The hill fort going to fall. A handful of units still in queue. Kama's still trying to fight this one out, but with no gold, I don't know what you're supposed to do. He's going to be losing his base. It's 4 town centers to 2 here. The Qinglong starting to mass up slowly but surely. And in that moment, Kama does tap out. Eric now up 2-0. We got to be quick here to jump into game number 3 because it could be the final game of this series, but also we were very far behind in this game from the live time. So let's quickly jump there and get into game number 3. Alrighty. I've got the game. Hopefully we are in time and it's not a quick one. Alright, let me get some water. Alrighty. We are into game number 3 and it's going to be a Fushi versus Amaterasu affair. Let's jump into it. And in the top left of the map, we have Eric playing as Amaterasu. And in the bottom right of the map, we have Kama playing as Fushi. Take a little look-see at the relics. On the top, we got that 9-tailed fox charm. Regenerate plus 0.5 per second. Over on this side, there is the Staff of Dionysus. Regeneration rate plus 1 per second on the villagers. Here we've got that Bow of Artemis there, which is wood and gold cost minus 10%. Over on this left-hand corner, we've got the Trojan Gate hinge plus 40% of base there. Over onto this side, the Pygmalion's statue, which is going to be the hit points plus 40% of base as well for the Pygmalion statue. And finally, Tearfing Angantir's sword, which is going to be the lifesteal from units plus 10%. So we'll see what Eric's going to come up with here. Whether you want to go for Kamotachi or you want to go for a defensive Minakata Tomi, seems to be something that players are playing around with at the moment, especially at the top level, just trying it out. Like, whenever you kind of really get into one way of playing, you sort of lose sight of the fact that there's multiple different ways to play a game, and you might be missing out on something very, very strong or something very, very, how do I put it? Optimal. An optimal play, but in a specific situation. Like, for example, if you had, I don't know, a gold mine back here. Go for the town center, Shrine of the Hunt. Happy days. Against anything that Kama could do. Alrighty. What I meant there, Danny, is to message any of the losers from the round of 16 and make sure that, see if they're actually interested or not in Challengers League. To all of them as soon as they finish. Alrighty. So, we are going to be seeing the Chi Yao for Kama. On the other side, we are seeing this little technology, Kagura, coming through. And Ame no Uzume as the god of choice for Eric. So, not really any surprises there. He's got 2 Miko out now, and he's going to get a 3rd one as well. A little bit surprised on that, to be honest. Normally, if you want to go 3 Miko, I would expect you to grab that technology first because it speeds up the production. But I guess Eric is really, really wanting bonus favor here. Because this gets him, if he gets this Miko out immediately as the game starts, he's going to get a lot more favor income than if he waits for the Miko in the middle here. And Eric literally says, I don't want to hide it. I'm just going to put my shrine directly in the center of the map. And what are you going to do about it? Literally, what are you going to do about it? You're going to build units? Crazy man? Imperial Academy coming through as we are going to be seeing the Nija on the way. And the units here for Kama moving forward as Ame no Uzume comes in. Goshin Boku gets dropped down. The Kamotachi and Wind Sickles technology going to be coming through as a stable and a guardhouse here from Eric immediately. Meanwhile, the Miko does get spotted. And I think this is a bait from Eric. I could be wrong. But I think this is a bait from Eric. And it gives him time. So you give this over to your opponent and you say, no worries. This is fine. Kill it. And then what? And then what? Meanwhile, he's getting himself his guardhouse. He's getting himself a dojo. He's going to have all his units out to defend. Sure, he might lose a Miko in the process here. He's trying to bail out on this position. As long as he... Well, no, I think Alon's going to be well and truly dead. But he's just bought so much time for himself where he's got this gold mine on the front. Meanwhile, the Bushi, now out, hasn't really managed to get himself any Naginata riders just yet. But the Kamaitachi are now going to wreak havoc on this main base of Kama. But both players taking some damage here. Still no Naginata riders, which would be a great counter to this. The villager does end up falling. The Kamaitachi will spot some villagers on this position. And there is Solar Shield, so he will be dropping that one down. Can he get the kills here or not? One villager down. Does he get another one? No. But he has picked the villager of Eric as well. But Eric now got 2 Bushi heroes. He's going to start making himself some samurai. And the game continues along as the Razor Wind Kamaitachi gets chased away. And Eric says, no worries, I'll turn around. Get a little bit of damage before saying peace. This other Razor Wind Kamaitachi trying to get back, but it's going to get spotted by Kama. And that's going to be dead. So he picks off both of them. They're both into the Goshin Boku for now. If Eric wants more, he's going to have to build them, or he's going to have to wait for those to get rebuilt here. There's many pioneers coming in. Do we see this? I'm interested if we're going to see this technology. This technology recently got a bit of a buff. 100 food, 150 gold, 15 favor. Gives your heroes extra divine damage, and some of the bigger heroes even more. As this Miko does get spotted, and looks like it will not be long for this world. But can there be some return fire here from Eric as he's coming around onto the backside? 4.2 speed samurai getting on top of these bad boys is a big deal. Getting Bushido in as well. Snipes the Yatsa. Grabs the Trojan Gate hinge there as well. We take a quick look at the Bushido. It's now at 1200. As the Pioneer will end up falling. So even more Bushido in. But Kama says, time for a talent center. That's how we're going to play it. A very strange talent center grab from Kama. But is he going to show it? That's the question. He's running straight to it. He wants to keep his units alive. However, the Samurai... Oh, no, it does get revealed. And now Eric has to ask the question, ooh, when did that go up? Do I go town center? Do I stay one town center and try and punish it? The questions for Eric, and the answer is going to be what? He's got enough gold. Whoop, oh, wrong player. Does not have enough resources for a town center at the moment. He is pumping out Naginata Riders. Razorwind Kamatachi coming through from the Goshin Boku. Another dojo is up, so he's got a huge amount of those dojos. It looks to me like Eric says, "Yeah, I'll do it. This is fine. I'm gonna go for an all-in." Eric's gonna try and break this town center. He's calling foul on this town center. No, you don't get to take that. That doesn't work here. He's gonna go for a big fat attack, try and take Kama out here. Armory up for Eric. Kama Itachi on the way forward. As the Sky Lanterns just giving a little bits of vision over to Kama. We will be seeing the technology Katagi coming in for Eric. Upgrades and all the other good stuff as he is just sitting back waiting. And the big thing here is what Kama needs to do is he needs to not take any fights and give... He needs to not take any fights and give Bushido over here. I think this could be a bait from Eric. He's retreating for the time being. He can definitely take that fight and get a hefty amount of his way towards heavy, but it seems like he says, no, we're just going to wait it out, get more units, mass up the weasels, sort it out a little bit later. Taking his time. Another stable to come through here now for Eric. As Kama is thinking, what if we go Heroic Age? What if we go Gormang here? What if we have ourselves a little bit of forest protection situation? And what if we also get ourselves Yang, Xia, as well as some sages to defend against the mass, Razorwind, Kama Itachi? All of that makes some sense. There's the Fire Archers moving forward. But now Eric says, no, that is not enough units. I have so many weasels, as he is going to be charging forward with these bad boys, trying to snipe them, but Kama, smart, pulls behind. He's now queued up the Heroic Age just as this attack is coming in. Villagers popping over from the right side to the left side. The Kamatachi on the left side doesn't get that Solar Shield in. Lightning Weapons gets dropped down as Eric is trying to break this. The Naginata Riders onto the back here are going to be doing some real big damage. But it looks like, for the moment here, Eric is managing to make it work. But the Garrison Micro from Kama on point. Sniping units left side, right side. What can Eric do to stop this? Ayatsa in as well. Resource situation for Kama is looking very, very difficult. Back onto the left side. He's coming through. He's almost taken out all of those Kama Itachi, which is the big problem unit. Over onto this side now, taking down the Bushi. Nice play with that Najar. Not only that, when Gormang hits, he will have access to the stronger kid. The kid has grown up, but he has lost a lot of HP on it. It might be worth it to delete, rebuild, save yourself a little bit of money there. But now Eric is up to heavy, and he's managed to really slow Kama down. Forest protection onto this town center with nothing else here. It's just not really that useful. At the very least, the Najar pops out, snipes one before ending up going down here. And the town center will fall as Eric maintains some semblance of hope in this game. Not the best, not the cleanest town center grab. All the villagers are alive for Kama. He needs tons and tons of defensive buildings here. The problem is, for Eric, is that there is a Peach Blossom Spring. Kama notices this, pulling back home, going to grab his Peach Blossom Spring. But Can you even hold here? Watchtowers, a must. A ballet in the main base, a must. As the villagers move over onto the gold. Naginata Riders checking the gold mine. Watchtowers now up. More military camps coming through here for Kama. He's got such a gigantic villager lead here, but a villager lead only means a small amount if you don't have any military. As Eric storms forward here, trying to break through. Where to next, though? Does he go Heroic Age? Does he get a town center? Is he set up for the gold starve? This Peach Blossom Spring had 1,600 gold in it. It's a lot of gold. But there's not going to be any gold afterwards. Master of Weaponry coming through. A whole bunch of halberdiers. They aren't the unit he really needs. A handful is fine, but you need something like 20 plus fire archers here in order to defend against these samurai. And you also need those heroes. Zhang Xia not in. Does pop out over onto this other side. Dives in and out of the town center. Pops through. Still trying to take out the Naginata Riders. Eric's taking out the town center. Pushing through over onto this side. The Naginata Riders to fall. Fire archers slowly coming through, but town center plus towers. Is this going to be enough if there's no units here? This amount of heavy samurai pops up to the top side. Kama doing his best to try and hold on here. But the Kama Itachi plus samurai seems just that little bit too much. More samurai are coming through as Kama just can't get the numbers out that he needs in this game. The Peach Blossom Spring is done. There's 0 gold. There's literally 4 villagers working for Kama in this moment. As it looks to me like Eric is going to be moving towards. I don't know. I can't call it. I feel like there's nothing. Like, you got 0 resources. The Qualifier tried to sneak a gold mine, but all the villagers are idled here. Up onto the top side. Does manage to snipe one Kama Itachi. The Qualifier, technically here, they're pretty good versus the Samurai because they're doing pierce damage. Now Eric does decide, okay, let's pull back. Regroup. He's checking all the other gold mines, making sure there's nothing getting snuck here. But the damage has been done. The damage has definitely been done as Hachiman on the way. Eric sneaking through here onto the gold mine. Does get noticed, but these Qualifu get taken out so quickly versus those samurai. And Kama does decide to tap out as Eric takes the win in 3 games with some exceptionally well executed Amaterasu gameplay in this final game of this series. Congratulations to him. We'll be seeing him tomorrow for the Champions League round of 8. Follow that one and see how he's going to do. He has to beat his opponent to get into Champions League. Otherwise, that's it for him. Nonetheless, let's go and check out the bracket for now and see what's going to be next or if the day is finishing up. All right, it looks like we're in game 5 between Garneth and... Or is it finished? Let me have a quick look. There's a potential for us to be in the middle of a Garneth versus Izumato game 5. Let me have a quick look if that's the case or not. No, there's no game there. I think it might just be done. Or they're moving into game 5. I'm a little confused. What's going on in that one? What's happening between Hells and Tiger Boss? I can't tell. They haven't been reporting the bloody games that they've been going on. Hang on. It's first game was Hell's winning, then Tiger, then Hell's winning, then then Tiger Boss winning. So they're in game 4. It looks like. Maybe we jump into that and see. Oh no, Garner first Izumato is over. Okay, so there's one game left, which is Hells versus Tiger Boss. So let's see if we can jump into the final game of that. Note they are... I'm confused. Are they playing? They are playing. They've just started game 4. It looks like it's a Gaia versus someone game. Gaia versus Zeus, maybe. It's Hell's Ravage. It's game 5? Okay. HR versus Tiger Boss. All right, let's get into game 5 then. Let me get this sorted out. 1 second. All right, let's go. Alrighty. Apparently we're in game 5. Let's go. I have no idea what happened in this series. But they've gotten to game 5. Right-hand corner of the map, Hell's Ravage, Gaia. Left-hand corner of the map, Tiger Boss, Zeus. I haven't been able to... I don't actually know 100% if this is game 5. I'm just trusting Trish Chat, which normally isn't a great idea. They played on the map Blue... They played one game, then they played on Blue Lagoon, then they played on Ghost Lake, then they played on Elysium, which they're on now. So this feels like it's game 4. They played on a map that I don't know, then they played on Blue Lagoon, then they played on Ghost Lake. Now they're on Elysium. Now this has got to be I don't believe this is game 5. I do not believe. I can look at their history. True. Let's do that. Quick little look-see here and see what's going on in their history. Okay. 1 second. And then we can fix the scores. Okay. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. This is game 5. It is 2-2. All right. Cool. Happy days. Now we can follow this one. All right. We figured it all out. It is we haven't screwed it up. This is game point. This is the last game of day 1. Last game of day 1. Right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen. Head of Orpheus. LOS +8. Next relic over on this side is the Hestia's Hearth, which is a villager train time -5%. Up on this side is the Anvil of Hephaestus, which is gold research cost -50%. Over on this side is the Scales of Echidna, which is food wood gold cost -15%. And we'll see how this game's going to go. Elysium, known for its aggression. Hell's Ravage, known for his aggression. Tiger Boss, known for his greed. That's what we've got here, ladies and gentlemen. Athena on the way. No surprises. It's looking like it's going to be a classical fight of some variety from Tiger Boss. Only 3 villagers on wood. Makes it very, very tough to put a town center up. 4 villagers on gold. He wants to get himself out the Heracles. Boss versus human resources. Exactly. That's hilarious. Alright, we've got the temple coming up for Hell's Ravage. On the back, he's got some beautifully defended base here right now as well. Except for the hunt, which is not as defensible. Maybe a cheeky wall here wouldn't go astray. As the Jason moving in. And the villagers will decide to pull back ever so slightly. A very fast advance from Tiger Boss is he's going to be looking for any little bits of fighting. But here's the thing. You can just sort of take the damage, sit here and idle. You've got the healing from the Gaia Lush, and you're going to have that Caladria as well. So all you have to kind of do is just say, I'm just going to go Alt S on this position. As the citizens decide a little bit of a shank around. In the main base for Tiger Boss, he does have a military academy. He's going to be sending units very quickly in to Hell's Ravage's base. Now, Hell's does have some back hunt over here away from this hunt. So if he wants to pull villagers into his main base, pull the citizens up to here, he can do that. Does decide, I'll turn around, get some damage done, catches the Jason out here. And you also have to remember that, yeah, there's some idle time being caused by Tiger Boss here. But Hells has already gained a whole bunch of resources by advancing later because he gets more citizens out earlier. So he's completely fine here, but he does decide to eat a couple of pigs, dropping the military barracks and a counter barracks onto the backside. A very, very open for the Pickens sentry tower here. Not that important, but still. As the building's now up, watchtowers coming through. Hell's playing very defensively. A cheeky little Gaia Forest up onto this spot to try and keep the military barracks safe from these raiding Greek players. There is also the Caladria, which is going to be flying over here for the time being. And a manor onto the front as the villagers will return back over onto the steer for the time being. And Hell's just going to be starting off with a handful of units. Tiger Boss in the center of the map, now dropping a stable. Now this is fairly standard. Normally you go Hoplite Hippias against the Atlantean. However, one thing here that maybe you ought to be careful of is when the Gaia player goes Murmillo and Catapultes and stops making Terma. Can be a little bit tricky to take those fights with the Hoplites. Or even just goes mass Murmillo and just stops caring about Terma at all. But he has to scout that out. At the moment, Hell's looking to move outside of his base. Got to be careful. Hoplites coming forward. Does spot the army movement. This is not a fight that Hell's Ravage can win right now. Nor does he have like, well, now the Caladria is coming in, does poke that Terma there a little bit. And the hero is after the Caladria as well. As Tiger Boss has now revealed the Hippias. So the Terma won't be of any need. And you can just go like Caladria, as we're seeing here, and a whole bunch more Murmillos, and it makes a lot of sense. So we'll see what Tiger Boss is going to do following this one up. Just mass Hoplites. We're just going to see mass Hoplites here. Surely not. Maybe a Caraballister wouldn't go straight either. We do see one. Just you want to leave this in your main base though. You don't want to move it out of your base because you're gonna lose it. Unless you got Lush, you're gonna lose it. Alrighty. Army moving up to the top side. Searching around. The army here for Tiger Boss. Slowly starting to look scarier and scarier. Hells. Because he grabbed this watchtowers, he needs to be sitting here using it when he fights. Otherwise, he's just behind, right? Because it's a hefty amount of resources for this upgrade, right? It's not cheap. I didn't even show you guys what it was, did I? 250, 150 gold. So, like, compare the difference right now. All of a sudden, start to understand. As the citizens caught out on this spot. But then again, who's caught out? Hells? or Tiger Boss. As he retreats, the Carnivora gets dropped down. Bolt gets bolted there. Restoration coming in as well. This fight here, Hells just needs to run. He's not really protecting anything here. There's no need to take it. He does decide to pull the army ever so slightly. He does have the tower in. This Caraballister is safe for the moment. Has Tiger Boss bit off more than he can chew here. The Caraballister will... Oh, there is a little bit of an attempt to retreat into the main base. He gets back here, keeping the Caraballister alive for the time being. Can he heal it up in time? Answer, no. As the town center and the tower starting to help out a lot. And Tiger Boss does have to pull back. There was a citizen snipe, but that's it. Who wins that fight after all is said and done? Carnivora for Bolt plus Restoration, and a little bit of a one fight from Tiger Boss. Military differential went from about 300 difference there to 500. So it's tiny. Now Hell's looking for raids. The thing is, in this matchup, because the hoplites are so fast as Zeus, you actually have to heroize your Murmillos to go for raids with them. That's the secret. Hero Murmillos and come and attack this with a Caladriel or something so you can heal it up so your opponent can't just hang out there. Does get caught out. Going to be pulling back for the time being. Medium Murmillos now in. And Tiger Boss knows that this is the angle here. This is the thing that Hells wants to go and attack. It is open for the pickings here, but with the army being there, he's not going to be able to push through. Meanwhile, he could go and attack elsewhere. Main base here. How many villages do you want on the temple? Tiger Boss says, yes, please. 11. He wants that extra 100 favor for another restoration. And this is why you can't really raid with those Murmillos, because you're just going to lose them as you run away. Terma coming around this way. There is an opening in the house wall. As he charges through, there's a handful of units onto this side. Those Terma to take out the Toxotes would be huge. Picks off one villager, but the villagers are all coming through, and that's going to be a lot of dead dudes here. Does he get any more villager snipes? Is this one going to go down? He's just bleeding. No, 1 HP. That was not good. A good trade for Hells in the slightest. Hells now building up his Caraballister numbers. Does see some Toxotes now getting joined in, so getting some Terma does make some sense. Meanwhile, up onto the top side, grabbing this mana, onto the gold mine. It's still close. Carnivora, 20 favor, and a dream here. But Hells is still looking for fights at the moment, as the Caladria almost gets sniped there. It's really important to have multiple flying healers out here so you can actually heal each of them up to keep them going. But the reason why Hells keeps on poking like this is one thing that Tiger Boss wants to do here, as he does literally stop his favor on 100. He literally goes perfectly on 100, moves over onto the gold. One thing that Zeus wants to do here is get Heroic Age and Bronze and catch you out of position, right? So you have to keep poking and make sure that their units keep on getting built, as Tiger Boss charging in. The flip around by Hells, attempting to make that happen. The Carnivora gets dropped down onto the back line there as the heroes getting pulled back, and Hells says, I don't want anything on that. That's a huge spend of resources. Turns back, taking the fight underneath the tower. Has one Caraballister in here to help out, getting massive damage onto the hoplites here, as it does not look like Tiger Boss's restoration play is going to be giving him the advantage in this fight. Pulling out onto this side, the Caladria hanging on the top, not getting targeted by those heroes here. Getting huge heals off the Murmillo numbers. Are they enough for Hell's Ravage is the big question, as the Caraballister does get dove in on. But still fighting underneath this tower, as the army there of Tiger Boss is not able to break past that position. And Hell's Ravage now has got a significant advantage. That was 1,000 resources worth of restoration that Tiger Boss just threw at Hell's Ravage. And Hell's just said, no worries, I'm just going to retreat. I'm just going to retreat, no problems. Tiger Boss now has to think about what he's going to do. Villagers moving up to the top, getting some gazelle. The differential in military is stuck. Are there any armory upgrades in for either player? No. Caraballister. Medium range soldiers coming through. Terma. Raid onto this bottom side. I like the chase with the Murmillo just in case he gets cut off. But he's going to get a little bit of damage done with the Terma. And potentially also the retreat. The Murmillo can cut off. As he's going straight down. Meeting in this position here. And that's a huge amount of economic loss now for Tiger Boss in this game. Picks them all off. The villagers will move back into their main base, but that's huge. 35 to 54 villagers. The only thing that Tiger Boss can do there is a counterattack. The entirety of the army of Hell's Ravage is here, and he's just sitting with his army. Look at the walls up, though. Hell's has got a perfectly safe gold mine now. More army moving up to the top, looking to hit this position. Murmillo distracting. Terma over onto this spot, maybe on the chickens, but there's nothing there, searching around. But this attack over onto the villagers on this position is going to cause even more pain onto Tiger Boss. Oracle gets sniped. Not the biggest of deals right now for Hells, as he does hit the villagers. It's not a huge amount of loss here for Tiger Boss, but anything at this point feels really, really big. There's a couple of Terma here. Might be enough to deal with everything else, but Hell says, I'm going to retreat. I'm going to go rear. He's got all of this position up here defended. Getting to the Heroic Age is a great idea. Gets even more upgrades on the Murmillos. But Tiger Boss getting these picks is a much needed consolation prize right now to help him continue along in this game. He's back onto the temple yet again. 120 favor this time is a ways away. But with Rio, you get that mithril breastplate or whatever it's called. So that's going to boost up these guys even more. But I think that Hell's pushing forward right now. He's got to be a little bit more patient. Upgrades need to come in. That's time. Needs to wait on it. Toxotes can get a couple of snipes here maybe. As Hell's wanders forward. He's also missing the behemoth on this fight, but he is at full population. Says it's go time. He does have a carnivora to drop down onto the back. There is that Jason in, however, as the Terma trying to take these guys out. The Caraballister perfectly positioned behind the army here. Is this going to be enough? It looks like the army is completely melting for Tiger Boss as the trader comes onto that Minotaur just in the nick of time there as it just pops out, and in the 16th minute of the game, Tiger Boss not able to hold on, and Hell's Ravage wins in 5, going on to the round of 8 tomorrow for the second time, I believe, for Hell's Ravage. We'll see if he can fight his way past the competition this time. But better luck to Tiger Boss next time. He performed really, really well, pushing Hells to 5 games here. Congratulations to him. I'm going to move over to this scene and we'll do the endings of the stream today. Alrighty then. So, tomorrow, 1300 GMT. Don't forget it. Tomorrow, 1300 GMT. We're going to have Mosca versus Alopesu. We're going to have Eric BR versus Chasing the Sun. We're going to have Athereal versus Garneth. The second B that Athereal has to face here. Brutal. And then we're going to have Zucolo versus Hell's Ravage. A very, very spicy promotion games here. 1300. I'll be doing the schedule right now. But for now, I'm going to be looking for a little someone to raid. Let me have a quick look at this. I don't think this is the tournament here. I could be wrong. It's not. All right, I'm gonna find someone else to raid. Is there another tournament going on in the Age of Empires scene right now? Age of Empires 4 maybe? King of Rockies. There we go. I'll send you guys over to Rising Empires on Age of Empires 4. Have a fantastic rest of the day, and I'll see you guys later.